Hello, everyone. Welcome. I'm standing here because we have lots of attendees who are joining us online. So the camera is here. So that's why I'm cornered up into this section. But hello, on behalf of the International Inequalities Institute at the LSE and also the Research Circle for the Study of Inequality and Poverty at Queen Mary University of London, we welcome all of you to our joint workshop on climate change and inequality. It's a collaborative workshop between these two research centres, so it's our first collaboration, and we're very excited that we have all of you joining us here today. I was going to actually have Professor Stephen Jenkins, who chairs the Global Inequalities Observatory at the International Inequalities Institute. Sadly, Stephen was here, but I think he's misplaced his credit card somewhere on the way, so he's actually dashed out to find them. So I'm sort of stepping in on his behalf to say hello from both III and RICSIP at Queen Mary. So today we've got a number of sessions on climate change and inequality, and we were very excited to have all of you join us here. The morning session, we're going to kick off with a session on income and wealth. So we have Ulugbek, Aminjonov, presenting a paper on shouldering the weight of climate change, intra-household resource sharing after rainfall shocks. So, there we go. We've got our chair, Stephen, here on time. Stephen, do you want to have a few words before we start? I have introduced us, but please go ahead.
Yeah, welcome everybody. I'm not Chico Ferreira, who is the director of the International Inequalities Institute at the III. I'm Stephen Jenkins, who's head of the Department of Social Policy at the moment. But I also convene something called the GEO, Global Inequalities Observatory, which is essentially an umbrella that covers a whole range of activities at the III, covering from the LSE's India Observatory through to the LSE Data Centre that does all sorts of stuff, like you can come here and use the Luxembourg income study data, you can come here and work on it directly rather than having to do other things. Anyway, we have a whole range of activities, and so partly because this is spreading wide, and Sanghamitra is an associate, we're very pleased to co-host this.
Yes,
and,
thank you.
That's essentially all it is.
Thank you. Well, Stephen, you're chair of the first session, Income and Wealth, so I'm going to hand over to Stephen to take over chairing, and Ulugbek, the floor is all yours now.
Yeah, so the rules of the game, folks, are basically we've got every paper's got half an hour slot, and target is 20 minutes talk and 10 minutes Q&A at the end, with points of clarification maybe as we go along. But we're a pretty small group, so we'll see how it works going along. But you know, public good problem externalities, we don't want overrunning, and I can be a nasty chair. But anyway, we've got a really homogeneous program in the sense of quite tightly focused on the big issues of climate change and inequality related issues. Very pleased to kick off with Ulugbek from Bordeaux, and go for it.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. So my name is Ulugbek. I'm a postdoc researcher at Bordeaux School of Economics, and thanks a lot for this opportunity to present at this workshop. And today I'm going to present my research where I investigate the effect of rainfall shock on household resource allocation. So the motivation for this research is basically straightforward. So we know that the climate change has intensified the frequency of rainfall shocks and added uncertainty to the rainfall levels. And this, at the same time, has increased vulnerability of agricultural households, especially those living in developing countries. And in that sense, in the literature, we know that the household level welfare impacts of these shocks are well documented, well investigated, but I believe we know relatively little about what happens within the household. So who bears the burden of the shock within the household? Is it equally distributed, or is it some members lose more than the others? So in that sense, answering this question, I believe, has a strong policy implication in terms of identifying and targeting the most vulnerable demographic groups by taking into account what's happening within the household, not the across households. And in this paper, I suggest investigating how rainfall anomalies affect the allocation of household consumption among children, women, and men. And for the context, I focus on Malawi and I explore a spatial and temporal variation in rainfall during growing seasons of maize, which is the most popular crop in Malawi. And for methodology, I estimate a resource sharing model based on the collective household framework to identify how much of household resources are consumed by men, women, and children. And for the data, I'm using 4 ways of Malawi integrated household survey, and I combined with the geocoded rainfall data. So a quick summary of my results. I find that the exposure drought is associated with a lower share of household resources consumed by women and children, which means that the resources are being redistributed towards men after the rainfall shock. And why it's happening is probably, well, I suggest that it's because of lifeboat ethics. Basically, it means that households try to channel or nourish those household members with higher marginal productivity or higher potential of bringing home some income after rainfall shocks. And in terms of contribution to the literature, previous studies focusing on similar questions have investigated the distribution of nutrition within the household using individual level anthropometric data, or by analyzing the gendered impact on assets and incomes within the household and how it reflects on the household consumption patterns. But the direct assessment of this question is usually constrained because we don't usually observe individualized consumption data. It's very extremely hard or costly to collect this kind of data, and especially in the context of natural disasters. But recent developments in the collective household literature have allowed us to identify individual resource shares, how much of the household resource accruing to certain demographic groups. Usually it's men, children, and women. And these methods have been applied to assess the impact of positive income shocks or negative labor market shocks on resource allocation within the house. So quick description of my data. As I said, I'm using a Malawi Integrated Household Survey, which is a very rich multi-topic survey, and I pull 4 ways of this survey. And importantly for my analysis, I need to mention that the field work for this survey starts around the end of May, around the end of April, which overlaps with the end of rainy or growing seasons of maize in Malawi, and it's to a certain extent kind of ideal for this analysis because we want to see what happens after the shock, in the agricultural growing seasons. And for the sample, I focus on the sample of household with children, women, and men, and I focus on household where the adults are economically active. And for the rainfall, I use to measure rainfall, I use standardized precipitation evapotranspiration index developed by Vicente Serrano and others. And this is a multiscalar drought index measuring deviation of rainfall from its historic mean for the given location. And this index is measured for a grid cell of 0.5 degrees, which is an equivalent to an area of 50 kilometers squared. And compared to other measures of rainfall, these measures, the advantage of this measure is that it takes into account both precipitation and evapotranspiration, which means how much is water actually falling into the soil and how much is actually evaporating from the soil. So this measure takes into account both. And I simply define rainfall shocks for this to make the analysis simpler. I define drought as if the rainfall goes below 1 standard deviation from its historic mean, and the excess rainfall or a flood when rainfall goes above 1 standard deviation above its historic mean. And so according to my definition of rainfall shock, this is how it's distributed across 4 growing seasons in Malawi, preceding the start of the fieldwork for the survey that I'm using. And we can see that most of the drought happened during the growing season of 2015 and 16, and in the growing season of 2018 and 19, there was an excess rainfall or floods for major parts of the country. And for the identification of the effect of these shocks, I use this spatial temporal variation across time and space. And for the empirical approach, I'm not going to go into details of theoretical details of collective models. I'm just try. So I will just try to explain the general intuition of this methodology and final equation that I'm estimating in this within this approach. So assume there's a household with a one woman, one man, and one child, and ideal data for this household would record almost everything. So we'd know how much men and women and children is consuming on what goods, and we could easily calculate their total individual consumption. And then we could, from this point, we could identify their resource share easily and also their individual poverty status. But this is a dream data, right? So this is this kind of data is, I think, almost doesn't exist. And this is what we usually observe in the data for developing countries. And most of data comes at the household level. And for some goods, which are exclusive to women and men and children, we can have not the individual level, but the consumption data that are differentiated across this demographic cell, because it's easy to differentiate these goods. And here we don't observe resource shares. And what's the goal of this methodology is to estimate this, how much of household resources going to men, women, and children. And after estimating resource shares, we can calculate how much they're actually consuming. So we can then compare to some poverty line, and we can identify individual poverty status as opposed to per capita measures of poverty. So identification of individual resource shares are based on the framework suggested by Dunbar, Lubel, Pendacourt, and the main ingredients of this framework is that we need to observe household consumption data on exclusive goods for children, women, and men. In my case, it's clothing, because clothing is now, like, we can find it in most of the household level consumption data. For example, living standards measurement survey records clothing for children, women, and men separately. And that's the key data requirement for this approach. And also we need to impose a preference restriction for these goods. So basically, we assume that the preferences for clothing is similar across people within the household. So that's the key preference restriction needed to identify individual resource shares. And on top, we assume a pig-log utility function, and we need to have also total household consumption expenditure and household demographics. So this is basically the final system of household budget share for exclusive goods that I estimate in this approach. So here, as I said, I will be using clothing. So capital W's are household budget shares for children, women's and men's clothing. And what I try to identify is highlighted in red. So it's eta C, eta F, eta M are individual per person resource shares for children, women, and men. And here, so when we estimate this equation, we would get following system of derivatives, right? And we can see from here that we have three unknowns. So SC, SF, SM are the number of children, women, and men. So that's what we observe in the data. And we estimate left-hand side terms, which is basically comes from the regressing household budget share on total household consumption. And assuming that the beta is the same for everyone, that's the preference restriction that we put. We can identify eras, right? And we also use the fact that the eras, so we resource share sum up to 1. So the men's resource share I use here as a residual. So that's basically a very broad kind of description of the methodology. And the good thing about this approach is that we can impose a structure on resource shares. We can allow it to vary across household demographic characteristics, and on top, I introduce a vector of rainfall shock indicators to check whether they vary by exposure to rainfall shocks. And on top, I use fixed effect terms for survey waves and the grid cells to identify the effect of rainfall shocks better. And yeah, so let's quickly summarize my results. So basically, this is the average resource shares that I got from my estimation. So we can see that when we allow resource shares vary by across each household or across each household characteristic, we can estimate it for each household, or we can estimate using average household characteristics, right? So in both cases, we can see that there's a gender gap within the household. Men consume the most of the household resources, and the children consume the least amount. It's partly due to the difference in needs. And now, if we look at how, if we look at distribution of resources by exposure to rainfall shocks, we can see that the women's resource share are decreasing when exposed to a drought, but not much, well, almost doesn't change when exposed to excess rainfall. And in parallel, what's happening is that the men's individual resource share are increasing, basically entail that basically implying that the resources are distributing mostly from women to men after a drought. And for children, it's a bit mixed results. So after a drought, children receive less, but more after the excess rainfall. I think it can be so the positive effect of excess rainfall can be just simply mechanical, because here I find that excess rainfall has a stronger negative income effect. And if they try to keep the children at the bare minimum, but the overall household consumption decreasing, then the resource shares might be slightly increasing after the shock, because they want to keep it at least at the bare minimum for the children. That might be needed for their survival. So, and how it reflects on individual consumption, we can see that in the first column, it basically shows average daily consumption per adult equivalent in case of no shock and drought, and it's basically income effect of the drought. And we can see that for the next three columns, we can see that the women relatively lose more compared to men. So men's individual consumption almost doesn't change, because they are receiving some of the women's resources and children's resources as well. And what happens to the poverty incidence because of that, we can see that the poverty rate for women increases much more than for children or for men. And it's even the difference is even larger when we assume the equal distribution within the household. And this may imply that the women are the one who bear the burden of the shock within the household after a drought. So I'm gonna skip sensitivity checks. So the most interesting part is to explain why it's happening, right? So basically two candidates. The first one is lifeboat ethics, which basically entails that the providing more resources to household members with higher marginal productivity and a higher chance of bringing some income after the shock, or the redistribution of bargaining power within the household if women or men lose more of their income resources after the shock, and basically they lose their bargaining power after the shock as well, and control after the household resources. And to check lifeboat ethics, I use a time use data from this survey and check whether rainfall shocks affect hours spent or gender gap in hours on income generating activities and non-income generating activities of women. And in case of income generating activities, I find that women tend to devote less of their time on on these activities after a drought, and more of their time in non-income generating activities after the shock. This is not this doesn't exactly say that this is lifeboat ethics, but this gives a bit of signal that women are less engaged in employment after drought. And I also differentiate hours spent on farm activities and off-farm activities. Here, I also find that after drought, women devote less of their time on farm activities, but at the same time, the gender gap in hours spent on off-farm activities increases after the drought, meaning that men relatively spend more time on off-farm activities than women after a drought. So this could be partly due to the fact that in sub-Saharan Africa, generally, women have relatively limited access to off-farm employment compared to men. And that's why after the shock, they may have better access to those opportunities and to earn more money after the shock compared to women. And one more thing that could signal us about the lifeboat ethics is that this could be a strategy used by those who are at the those who are poor or at the bottom of income distribution. And here we can see that the effect of drought is mostly driven by those who are at the bottom of household per capita expenditure. And this entails that those who are poor indeed redistribute more after the shock. And one more exercise I do to check lifeboat ethics, I estimate heterogeneous effects of drought on women's resource shares by looking at the local level of gender gap in employment. Basically, if the gender gap in total employment in the local area is higher, then we have a stronger effect of drought on per woman resource shares, and similarly for off-farm employment and also for hours on income activities, and the opposite for non-income activities. Here the results do not differ much, but it gives a bit of signal of what's happening after drought episodes. And to check whether there's any redistribution of bargaining power within the household, I use the data on who controls different types of incomes or assets within the household. And I don't find any systematic pattern of redistribution of power within the household after shock. So after that, I assume that it might be more driven by lifeboat ethics than redistribution of bargaining power within the household. So a few more heterogeneity analysis to understand what might be helping or not helping women to mitigate the negative effect of drought. And for matriarchal norms, it helps a bit, but not much. So for those who are more involved in the crop diversification, for example, or use hybrid variations of maize as their main crop, we can see that it might be a little helping and protecting them from the not protecting entirely, but kind of mitigating a bit the negative effect of drought on women's resource shares. So quick conclusion of my results, I find that the drought seemed to trigger redistribution of resources within the household, basically increasing the already existing inequality within the household. And this redistribution is likely driven by lifeboat ethics. And in terms of policy implications, this might help us to identify newly poor individuals or those individuals who are more vulnerable to climate shocks within the household. And if the lifeboat ethics explanation is true, then this highlights the importance of labor market reforms that could lift the restrictions or barriers for women to access off-farm employment activities, especially after the climate shocks. And the limitations of my analysis is that the identification is based on clothing, which takes up not a large share of household budget, but there's not much other alternative to use, so we rely on that. And another drawback might be a large resolution of the SPAY index, so I might try to switch more to the more granular measure of the rainfall, but I always need to check first whether these measures capture the income effect or correlates with the household consumption good. So that, because there are many measures, but not all of them actually captures it very well. And I might also need to investigate further with the panel data to understand more how households are responding to the shocks and whether indeed it's lifeboat ethics or whether indeed it's a redistribution of bargaining power or which one weighs more after the shock. So,
Great.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, the floor is open. I had some comments, questions. So, Liam, Tanya, and then here.
Great. So thanks. Really interesting
thank
paper. I guess my comments were related to your last bullet point, right?
Yeah.
So right now you're pooling all of these years together.
Yeah.
And this is like a decade of experiences with precipitation and things like this. And so I would be interested to see how much you can exploit actually examining how people adapt to these things.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Does the effect of droughts weaken over time,
Mhm.
or
Yeah,
does it magnify? And I think there's also some interesting variation to look at from, if I remember the map, where you have 2015 and then you have 2018, where you have an area that has like a drought, but then a couple of years later has excess rainfall.
Yeah.
And this could be a really interesting thing to look at in terms of issues of adaptation when you expect some kind of climatic event, and then a couple of years later you get something the opposite.
Yeah, I had specification actually to like when I was adding the lagged, the measures of drought and the rainfall shock, but I don't have time to kind of more work on that, but I think thank you.
Great.
Question and two possible extensions, and thanks very much. A really interesting paper and excellent, fascinating results. The question really relates to your limitation point about the identification being based on clothing.
Yeah.
It seems to be not only that it's not a very big share of household expenditure, but it's also generally deferrable, at least over the short term. Whereas something like nutrition is a much more immediate indicator. So just if you could say a bit more about what other alternatives you explored and if I may, just
sure.
two possible extensions. One is, do you know whether any women in the household are pregnant, and does that make any difference to the resource allocation following the shock? It'd be interesting to see whether there's sort of fine tuning around that in terms of needs. And secondly, I don't know the Malawi context, but in many countries there's a lot of multi-generational households with elderly relatives, either co-resident or dependent on the working age household. And if your lifeboat ethics is part of the story, one would of course expect the elderly to be the most vulnerable to, because they've got no productive value in that sense. And so it would be really interesting and important in policy terms to know what's happening to elderly.
Yeah, thank you very much. So for identification based on clothing, I think the best alternative would be, as you said, the nutrition, food. So, but the observing like so collecting this kind of data is very, very kind of difficult. So we have very few surveys, for very few countries that collects actually the individual consumption, but usually the access might be limited to that, or it's not over time. Yeah. So it's for one year, and I mean, we could do some analysis like that as well, but that would of course improve the identification because the food takes up the largest share of household budget in these countries. Yeah.
Perfect. From here and then back to
Thanks a lot for the
and then
presentation.
be done.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation.
You pick up these so we can hear.
Sorry. Yeah, can you distinguish if the kids are boys or girls, so that there might be different mechanisms going in that direction? There's some studies that do that for education, like when resources are limited, who is sent to school, and it tends to be the kid that's men. And also following up on the pregnancy thing, I was also checking on that, like something that would go against this, like how you call it, lifeboat ethics would be if there is a pregnant woman in the household. How is the resource reallocated? Like, is it then the priority to the woman? So would you check if you have kids that are 1 year old in the household, then you could assume that it was pregnant. I mean, I don't know if especially for the panel I mentioned, like you could use like this like having a 1-year-old kid in the household to identify a mother in a given period of time and check that. I don't know if you
that's I think possible. On your first question about the girls and boys, I had run the estimation. So the clothing is differentiated between boys and girls, but usually there are a lot of zeros in that. So the running this estimation, it's quite quantitatively demanding. And if you add the fixed effect terms for that, it can take like quite much time. And when I tried this estimation by differentiating girls and boys, it was like taking a bit longer time and sometimes not converging well because of a lot of zeros that they have for boys and girls clothing. So that's why I kind of merged it. But one thing I can do probably to use the variable that I include already in the estimation, proportion of boys, or kind of differentiate or like an estimate heterogeneous effects by the proportion of boys, like how it's different by proportion of boys.
Great, thank you.
Okay, 2 points. One is a follow-up on, is this the best measure of food expenditure, clothing expenditures? So some surveys have anthropometric data. Yeah, so perhaps that could be a possible alternative. So BMI for men, for women, for children.
Yes, that had been done already. So I mean, that had been done already. That doesn't give us more kind of. I mean, of course, it gives the what's happening, like well-being of children and adults within the household, but it may not give us like monetarily how they're doing well after the shock. But yeah, of course, I mean, it could be alternative to use.
And my second point, so my experience is that these SPI measures, they look very fancy, but often they depend so much on how you define a growing season and what crop you really focus on.
Yeah.
So have you tried experimenting with only limiting the sample to farmers who grow maize, for instance, so that the SPI really matches the maize growing season? Or did you do some sensitivity?
I did heterogeneity analysis with that. Here I look at the differentiate between maize farm and non-maize farming house. It differs a bit slightly, but yeah, I mean, I need to check whether it actually kind of using that some sample only to check whether SPA data matches. But this is not kind of accurate because I here use a grid level data to differentiate the more prevalence of maize farming or less prevalence of maize.
Okay, thank you. Final question. Thank you.
Hi. Sorry, I would like to ask you about the policy implications.
Yeah.
First of all, is it feasible, like for further studies, to control whether, like, if you value like a household work, like let's say, like you put a number on the number of hours when they dedicate to that, like would that change or like our future implications? The second one is what's the level of informal market? Because one of the said like importance of like policy labor market reforms, but like if most of them come from informal settings, then probably like labor market is it's like it's a deeper question of the labor market.
I think for the first question, I think it's yes. I mean, from my understanding, what you're saying is to add to check what's the impact of hours spent on research directly after the show.
Like care and responsibilities, if you could put like value them.
You mean actual number of hours in the estimation, or?
I mean, just my intuition is that if you value like caring responsibilities, and if you say like, okay, like this person goes to farming and they make like that much money, and then you stay in the house, but you do all this, and that makes that kind of like or save us. Like,
I think
how would that change the life?
Yeah, I think that would be like kind of direct test of life what ethics. What you mean, like whether it's not entirely direct, but more kind of straightforward test. But I think I don't have. Maybe I need to check whether I have this kind of data. Yeah.
Great. Thanks very much.
Yeah, thank
Wonderful. Kati, you're on. So our next paper is continuing this weather theme. So the effect of extreme weather on wealth inequality now.
No.
So, yeah.
So here, we'll do. You've got it. Right.
No, but in order that the ones that are online can see. You need to. Yeah. Okay. So this one. And it's it's this one. So, and then that's fine. Now you can Okay.
You maximize it.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. Yeah, thanks for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Kati, and I'm presenting a paper that is joint work with colleagues of mine. We are all based in Germany. So the motivation for our paper is that climate change leads to more extreme weather events, at least some type of events. And there are some pressing policy questions following out of this, namely, what are the distributional effects of those occurrence of extreme events? So much of the literature to date focuses on the macro level, so comparing impacts of extreme weather across countries. But then macro approaches, they provide rather little evidence on, what is the impact of these events on the poor. But that in turn is quite a relevant question if we think of policy targeting. So the aim of our study is to study the effect of one extreme weather event on the wealth distribution within a country. And our approach is to use household panel survey data. And this is the motivation or the context for our study. So we focus on Mongolia. Our focus is on one extreme winter event that occurred in 2010. And we see the Gini coefficient increase from before the event from 0.39 to 0.445. So a strong increase in the Gini coefficient over time, and that remained high in the longer term. So this is the context of our research, and our question is, so how, why, how to explain this increase in inequality. So there are rather few existing studies that focus on the distributional effects using microdata, and actually results are quite inconclusive. So some studies do find inequality increasing effects, some other studies do not find any significant effects at all. And actually, it's quite difficult to come up with some stylized facts because there's a large variety of weather events that are being studied. Yeah, some focus on slow onset events, on gradual changes, other on floods, storms, droughts. So it's very diverse. Also, the welfare outcomes that are being studied, they vary quite a lot. So it makes a difference if the focus is on income inequality or durables assets. Again, the time horizons differ in the existing literature and also the study designs. So what we hope to contribute with our study is we focus on one event that is considered in Mongolia a once in 50-year event with high spatial variation. So we hope to have a better claim for causal inference. And our data is quite detailed, quite unique. So we're able to follow with this panel until 10 years after the event. So let me give you a bit of a context of Mongolia. So pastoralism, this is what people do in rural areas. It's too cold for farming. So it's all about livestock in rural areas. It's really at the core of people's livelihood. So animals provide milk and meat to feed the family. Selling animals, but most importantly, selling cashmere wool provides income, and animals also serve as collateral for loans. So livestock ownership is a really good proxy for wealth. And just as a rough indication, there are different types of livestock owning households. So you need a herd size of at least 100 to 150 animals in order to survive in this herding economy. In Mongolia, people having less than 300 livestock are often considered subsistence-oriented producers, and those with herd size above 300 animals are more commercially oriented producers. So there is a differentiation. Now, what makes the pastoralist livelihood very difficult is winter disasters, Zut in Mongolian. So these are disasters that are caused by a combination of very different adverse weather conditions. Yeah, so basically the term zoot means a mass death of livestock without being precise on what exact conditions are causing these. Yeah, so in some years it's extreme cold, so animals, they freeze to death. In other years it's excessive snowfall, so there's a high snow cover on the ground, so animals cannot reach the grass. In other years it's too little snowfall, so animals die of starvation. Yeah, so different climatic conditions in different years, but the result is always that mass numbers of animals die. And this is something you can see here. So the graph depicts the annual livestock mortality in our survey area, and I'll tell you in a moment where exactly that is. Between 1990 and 2020, you see here that the average yearly mortality is about 2%, but then there are years that have outstanding mortality. Yeah, so sometimes even up to 30%. So in 2010, the year we focus on here, 33% of animals died. So massive disaster. And in that year, 2010, more than 10 million animals died nationwide, and 40% of all households lost more than half of their herd. So 2010 is the winter we focus here. But before moving on, I would like to give you some correlation in livestock mortality rates across years, because there could be an issue if there's a positive autocorrelation in mortality over time. So that could indicate that it's the same areas that are being affected over and over again, and people learn, and people start adapting. But actually, this is not what we see. So the coefficient of correlation in livestock mortality across these different disaster years, sometimes it's positive, sometimes it's negative. So sometimes it's large, sometimes it's close to zero. So we do not find any systematic pattern. So basically our conclusion is these events strike randomly, particularly because there are different underlying weather conditions in different years. Okay, so let me talk a bit about data. So with my group, we decided to collect our own household panel surveys a bit out of frustration, because in so many countries there's not good data available. So we started a collaboration with the National Statistical Office of Mongolia many years back, and we cover with our survey 3 provinces in the western part of Mongolia. We have a sample of 1,700 households. About 1,000 of them are pastoralists. What is important is that our survey covers 49 out of the 64 districts that are located in these provinces. So it's a very good coverage, and it's a very properly done sampling design. So data is representative for urban areas, for rural areas in each of these 3 provinces. Now, what makes the survey a bit particular is that it's conducted on a rolling basis. So each wave of data is collected over a 12-month period. So it's a panel with 5 waves. So here's the big event and our focus. Then there were some milder winters that affected only parts of the survey area. And an extreme winter in 21. And we also did some RCTs. So in this study here, I only focus on 4 panel waves. And so we started with the first wave after the disaster, but in 2012, in the first wave and the third, we collected retrospective data and asked people, so how many livestock did you own before this event? And how many livestock did you lose? Survey attrition is super low, so it's only 6% of households who dropped out of the survey between 2012 and 2020. There are about 300 survey items included in each wave. So household demographics, so importantly migration history, so we know where households were located in 2009, so that we can match climate data. We focus here on welfare outcomes, so livestock ownership at the time of the survey interview and in 2009. This is our model. So we focus on 3 different outcomes, all at the household levels. The first is households' livestock mortality rate they experienced during this extreme winter. So that's in percent. The second is a dummy variable on whether or not households dropped out of the herding economy, so whether or not they stopped herding after this winter disaster. And then we consider post-disaster herd size, like in different years. Our two measures of weather is firstly the number of days with snow cover on the ground during this disaster. So that's at district level. And we use the mean NDVI in the summer before the extreme winter occurred. So that measures like how much grass, how much pasture there was before the winter started. Our measure of wealth is the pre-disaster herd size, just before this 2010 event. And then we use household and district controls. Now, importantly, this livestock mortality rate, but also post-disaster herd size and pre-disaster herd size. So that is recorded after the event, but so recorded retrospectively, and also herd size in 2011. That is recorded 1 year later. We again ask people retrospectively, so how many animals did you own last year? Very similar to Ulugbek, we use a spatial variation to identify the effects. So here you see the survey area, districts, district boundaries are shown. So on the left hand, you see the number of days with snow cover on the ground. Yeah, so really up to 200 days per year. Yeah, so very long winter. And on the right, you see NDVI, so also lots of spatial variation. So here's some summary statistics. So the first outcome, livestock mortality rate, the mean is 46%, so huge losses. And so we use a combined measure from the first and the third wave, and there's a high correlation, if we look at each wave individually. So we believe this is quite robust to ask people retrospectively. 17% stopped herding, so lots of attrition from the herding economy, and then herd size. So it's quite so it's not the typical like poor households you see in many sub-Saharan Africa that own like an oxen or two. So these are people with several hundred heads of livestock. That is a bit special. Okay, so let's move quickly to the results. So here the first outcome is livestock mortality rate at the household level during the disaster. And as expected, we see that both snow days and the NDVI, they both significantly predict livestock mortality rates at the district level. So the expected signs, highly significant. We also observe that richer households have significantly lower mortality rates compared to poorer. So this is also in line with expectations. But interestingly, when we interact the pre-shock wealth with the weather indicators, we do not see any differential effects on depending on pre-shock wealth. So basically our conclusion from this is that the location, did not make people more vulnerable. So this is not what was, or basically other studies that focus on the impact of storms often find that household location makes people more vulnerable, but this is not what we observe here in Mongolia. Now, considering the second outcome, so whether or not households stopped herding after this extreme event, here, interestingly, the weather intensity did not matter, but the pre-shock wealth becomes much more important now. So poorer households have a much higher likelihood to stop herding in the long term compared to richer households. And also now the weather impact really has a stronger effect for poorer households compared to richer ones. And this is the last outcome. So herd size in different years after the shock. But actually, I better like to show this graph where, it's again herd size in different years, but standardized by the pre-shock herd size. So the solid line here is the poorest wealth quartile. And so you see these poor people had a higher relative losses, but then also recovered much quicker. So that's an interesting result. But on average, 4 years after the disaster, the herd size was pretty much compared to the pre-shock one. Yeah, so there was actually recovery going on. And also interesting, the richest quarter, the richest pre-shock wealth quarter kind of recovered to their pre-shock levels, but did not grow beyond. Yeah, so it seems to be some steady state that this wealthiest households reached. Now, one open questions that we cannot solve at the moment is, so how to reconcile this result with this increase in the Gini coefficient that I showed at the very beginning. So here we see the poorest households, they had highest losses in relative terms, but also recovered fastest. Yeah, so we are still a bit puzzled on how to explain this. So here are a couple of robustness tests. So we have similar results when we use pre-shock herd size recorded in either the first or the third penny wave. Also similar results when we standardized the 5 common animal species into sheep forage units. Yeah, so as of now, our results I showed you, we just counted animals and treated camels and goats the same. But even if we differentiate them, very similar results, but we lose a lot of sample size. And also when we use probit instead of an OLS for the stopping herding outcome, similar results. Now, survey attrition could be an issue. So here you see the number, like the sample size in the different wealth quartiles, and then how they did over time. So the first wave, of course, there's no attrition because it's the first time we interviewed households, and then these numbers accumulate. So all in all, we have like 6% of households who attrited from the survey, and there's no systematic difference between the different wealth quartiles in terms of how likely they were to attrit from the survey. And also when we use like regressions, when we regress survey attrition on climate indicators, we don't find any systematic patterns. So let me wrap up. So our study contributes to this little existing literature on distributional effects of extreme weather events on households within a given country. So we do find an increase in the Gini coefficient, and also find that this increased it stays at a high level, even 10 years after the disaster. We also find that the poorest households are worst affected, so they had higher relative losses and a higher risk of dropping out of the herding economy. And this is quite dramatic in these rural contexts because there's a high risk of forced migration to urban centers because there's not much else people can do in rural areas. These herders, they're poorly equipped for urban labor markets. Yeah, so it goes along with a loss in income, and even more importantly, it comes along with a loss of social status. So being a herder is not an income activity alone, it's also a way of life. So losing that is dramatic. Now, a third finding is that households who managed to remain in the herding economy were able to recover the herd size within 4 years, on average at least. And of those who remained in the herding economy, we find that the poorest households actually have strongest recovery rates. Now, this is a very ongoing analysis. So the next steps that we currently do is explore the role of different shock hopping behavior. So it depends perhaps on what assets people have. Yeah, so cashmere goats are much more susceptible to climate compared to camels. We also have detailed information on coping strategies applied. So we are now checking if that makes a difference or the receipt of humanitarian aid. But of course, that has the drawback of becoming much more endogenous. So it's finding a balance between sticking to this quasi-experimental nature and digging deeper. We also have lots of other outcomes in the survey. So income, consumption expenditures, life satisfactions, and we took the measurement of all children below age 8, so the height and weight of children. So that could be alternative outcomes we're considering playing around with. And so this is my last slide to conclude with an outlook that is actually not so positive. So just now, another extreme event is striking Mongolia, and they're saying that that could even be more severe than the one we focused on in the study. So yeah, this topic remains highly relevant on the agenda.
Great, thank you. Fascinating. Questions? Comments? Please, first, lead second.
So, Brigitte Grande, Queen Mary. I just fascinated. I just would like to know, I seem to have understood that you carried yourself some of the survey.
Mhm.
Did you, I just would like to know how many people did you interview and did you actually follow the herd? No, it's just so beautiful and I love that concept. So if you don't mind to take 5 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, it makes so much fun to work in this context. So we have a wonderful collaboration with the National Statistical Office of Mongolia. So we, together with my team and the admin of the statistical office, we train their enumerators. And yeah, and some of people of my team then always follow these enumerators to have a better understanding of how these interviews go. But it is yeah, a very efficient way of collecting data. And it's also a very particular context. So it's very sparsely populated and people do not have so many social interactions. So our feeling was people like to be surveyed. Yeah.
But they start to have iPad and things.
Great, thank you. Liam and then you.
Yeah, really cool stuff. So I think the result I was interested in is this, whether people just completely like stop. And you find that the people with kind of lower stocks beforehand are more likely to stop.
Yeah.
So I'm just wondering what the kind of behavioral or decisional logic is here. Is it that like, if my stock of livestock is just completely wiped out, then I'm done?
Yeah.
And then in that case, it's almost like a bit of a functional kind of explanation here that if you have lower stocks beforehand, you're more likely to get completely wiped out than if you have a large stock. And so I was interested in how many observations you have where people get completely wiped out, but then rejoin.
Yeah.
And that'd be a very interesting kind of group to kind of see, particularly because I think that ties in with some of these kind of future directions you talked about in terms of assets and maybe also connections in terms of how easy it is for you to re-enter once you've been completely wiped out.
Yeah. So indeed, it is a bit dynamic. So we do have a few households in the sample who stopped herding for some time. Perhaps the head of household got some medical treatment. They stopped for 4 years and then entered again. But even in normal years, it's a very harsh continental climate. And people are alone on this vast countryside. So you need to have at least 100 or 150 animals in order to survive. So it's a high requirement. So you cannot realistically start herding again with only 50 animals. That is, too risky. Yeah. So the people we observe who dropped out for a while and then started again, these are more like kind of in the middle of the wealth distribution. Yeah. But the poorer ones, I believe, and also most households do not lose 100% of the herd. Yeah, so perhaps they're left with 30 animals and then decide to sell it because it's too little to make a living out of it.
Hey.
Hi, really nice presentation, thanks. My question is about bias that could be attrition, whether it might be biased on other dimensions that we might worry about, like are they the hardest hit farmers or in this case, and so the common coping strategy is to migrate. As you explained in your last slide. So I don't know if you have any idea from the interviewers on why they dropped from your study.
Yeah, so I think we still need to do some work to better answer this why question. So why is it that some households are more heavily, struck and others are not? So I believe coping, having a different set of coping strategies available. Yeah, so being able to get a loan, being able to have transportation in order to drive 100 kilometers to the next market and purchase hay. Yeah, so having a lorry, having cash available to purchase fuel during this winter. So these little things, I imagine, could matter. Yeah, so we are now testing.
Fascinating. I was going to follow up that question a bit. about under the general heading of insurance and linking it to policy. I mean, you mentioned coping mechanisms, but I'm wondering to the extent to which this group is seen to be important in Mongolia. Let's put it another way. I come from New Zealand, a lot of earthquakes, okay? Same problem in the sense that, well, this is something to answer is where, you know, all these risks, are they insurable? If they're not, New Zealand has an earthquake commission that basically underwrites insurance. So wonders whether or not, coming back to the earlier questions about policy, whether or not there is a role for the state, public sector, somehow to underwrite insurance in whatever way, supporting these coping mechanisms or formal income insurance. And this is important, coming back also to your last slide, if there's a repeat event.
So actually most of our research in Mongolia focuses on insurance, so it's a huge topic. It only was scaled up to the national level after the event. So there's too few households who did purchase insurance in the pilot, but it's now, like, since 2012, it's at national level. It's also in this insurance community. Mongolia is one of the pioneer countries. So compared to other countries in the global south, a very high uptake of insurance. So there's lots of discussion. So it is insurable.
Interesting. Even if it would be. Last question, Kitty.
Just to make sure maybe I'm not understanding that figure. Are those numbers, as you go across, those numbers are kind of cumulative? Cumulative.
No, they accumulate.
I was thinking otherwise you've got very few people left.
Great. Many thanks. Fascinating.
Thank you.
So the final paper in the session before our first break is by Martina. Martina Pardy from the LSE. Climate impacts and wealth inequality. I suspect it's not livestock again.
No, it's not included, but it was very interesting to hear about livestock. Wait. Here. Wait. Wait. Like this. Should be fine, right? Okay. Okay, then welcome everyone to the last presentation of the session. It's going to be related to what we've heard with the difference that we are now at the macro level, also a little bit of micro level, but this is going to be the difference. So I am Martina, I'm a postdoc at the International Equalities Institute here. This is joint work with two co-authors. One of them is here, Caps over there. And yes, we're very looking forward to your feedback because we're at the stage where we are really looking forward to working in the last feedback. Okay, I mean, this was the same motivation as before, but you can see basically globally, there is an increase in environmental shocks. I don't want to go into detail because many of us are aware of this who are in this workshop. So the question is more on why look at the impact of environmental hazards on inequality. And as already heard by two presentations as well, that environmental shocks are likely to worsen inequality by impacting the poor in low and middle income countries. However, of how we're arguing that we're still lacking evidence on regional wealth impacts on the macro level stemming from environmental shocks. And we're looking at asset-based inequality, often because income data or wage data is not available or not very reliable because of the, for example, the informal sector. So our contribution is here to study the influence of different types of environmental hazards. We're going to focus on temperature and precipitation anomalies, and we're using household asset-based wealth indices. And here we're using wealth base on a weighted average of physical assets, so radio, TV, bicycle, and also housing characteristics. We'll focus on within region inequalities. We use a panel of subnational regions from the Demographic and Health Survey from 1990 to 2019. And we will also explore heterogeneity, so what regions are more hit, also what individuals are more hit, and also explore the mechanisms in the paper. Literature review, we start by motivating it that at the micro level, we do find mixed results in various countries using different data, where we can see in some an increase in inequality within countries. Some show a decrease in inequality, for example, due to increase in revenues due to sale of assets, and some also find no effects. Moving to the macro level, literature has shown that climate change has exacerbated inequality, either between rich and poor countries, such as measured by GDP per capita, economic output, and maybe the studies that are the most related to ours are the last ones. They're on income inequality. They're also at the macro level, either national or also regional level. And here they find an increase in inequality, both stemming from temperature. Our asset-based wealth index stems from the landmark paper by Filmer and Pritchett. They use principal component analysis and then assign specific weights to assets. And there are multiple versions of this wealth index. For example, the Demographic and Health Survey has one. They're readily available. The problem with our study is that we're looking over a long period over time and also multiple countries. So therefore, we need weights, or we need an index that is comparable across the period and also across countries. And therefore, we're using the International Wealth Index. We expect wealthier households and poorer households to be differentially affected. So for example, wealthier households, they have assets that are less vulnerable to hazard. That's also what we've heard before. And they have more savings, so they can easier cope with climate shocks. They can also respond by selling of non-productive assets. Poorer households tend to invest all their savings in their home. They have less access to loan, that was also mentioned before, so they might respond with a distressed sale of assets, and they might also respond by decreasing their food consumption and also migrate and leave the area. So the coverage of the Demographic and Health Survey. So in our sample, we do have 52 low and middle income countries. This tends to be then 453 subnational regions. And we do have, based on how the DHS is available, repeated cross-sections, so every 3 to 6 years over the period from 1990 to 2019. So these asset-based indices, we use the International Wealth Index, and what they do, also as before, they do a principal component analysis and then assign basically the weights here. And you can see, for example, television, refrigerator, phone, car, bicycle, and so on. And then you have basically the weights that they're getting out. And we're using these weights to construct the index at the household level. And the intuition for this index is there basically a shared global idea of material requirement needed for living a decent life. One thing that I need to say very clearly is we have this material-based wealth index, but we are missing representation at the top. To be very clear on this, so we do not have, for example, house ownership. We do not know about financial assets. So this is really to position it at the right side of these material requirements needed for living a decent life. Our environmental measures are here climate anomalies. So we're using temperature and precipitation anomalies. So we first calculate the long run mean from 1900 to 2020. So we have the long run mean, and then we take the monthly deviation from this long run mean, which end up being our anomalies, and we also normalize it by dividing it by the standard deviation. So it's basically a relative measure for a period over time. And we do this for temperature, and we do it for precipitation. Our estimation strategy here is a standard fixed effects model where we press our measure of inequality, which is here the Gini coefficient in the region and in a given year, on temperature anomalies on the mean, and also on precipitation anomalies in the mean. And then we have classic, like a standard region and year fixed effects model with the assumption here that weather or climate anomalies are exogenous to inequality. Okay, let me get started with the main results. So we do find overall, as before, that basically climate anomalies increase inequality. In this case, it is temperature anomalies. We find a positive effect on inequality. We do find a negative effect on the average level of wealth within the country. And we do find an increase in poverty. Poverty is here when we have the wealth index, which is between 0 and 1. And we have an absolute threshold of a household, the share of households that has a wealth score below 0.2. So this is really the tail of the distribution that we're capturing here. And we can see here that the coefficient is also larger. We do have the more on the distributional impacts, and we find that it's mostly like an increase in our poverty line or share of households that are basically increasing. I think this is in line from what we've heard before. Let me go a little bit into heterogeneity. So we look at differences by urban, rural, and agricultural dependency. And I would like to draw your attention to model 3 and 4, where we do have basically the results for rural regions. And we can see it compared to model 1 and 2, which is urban, we can see a more pronounced, a larger effect. So we see more pronounced increases in inequality in rural regions and also lower levels of wealth in rural regions. And then in model 5 and 6, we are going to the individual level, and we're looking at basically how are households affected by temperature anomalies if they depend on agriculture. Depend on agriculture means they're employed, the woman is employed in agriculture. And we can see here from the interaction term that in households where women are employed in agriculture, they have lower wealth levels. And we can also see in model 6, we have, for example, the outcome variable being agricultural occupation. And very interestingly, we don't have a significant effect here. So we don't see a decrease in agricultural occupation following temperature anomalies. Looking at differences over time. So here we create basically a categorical variable. We have 30 years, we split it into decades, and then we interacted basically, and we can see that compared to the first decade, the effects are increasing over time, so they're positive and significant. Looking at the mechanisms, we are looking at 3 different mechanisms. The first one, we call it broadly socioeconomic channels. The second, we look at the assets directly affected. And the third one is we're testing as well as possible with the data for migration. So number 1 is the socioeconomic effects here, where we look at the effects of temperature anomalies on GDP, and we find a negative and significant effect. So we see that economic activity decreases following temperature anomalies. This is in line with other literature in environmental economics. Then we also look at unemployment. So this is a dummy. Now we were first at the aggregate level. Now we're moving to the individual level, looking at the chance that an individual is a woman becoming unemployed. This is a linear probability model. And we see basically an increased chance of becoming unemployed following temperature anomalies. We also see an increased chance of being undernourished following temperature anomalies, and we can also see decreased access to healthcare. So there are 4 different channels of how temperature anomalies can affect wealth inequality. The second is about assets that are affected. So what we can see is basically, we can see a significant effect, an increase in, for example, here because it's not well visible, in low quality housing facilities. So for example, the floor quality is decreasing. This might be, for example, a direct shock that after long periods of heat, the housing, the floor is deteriorating. And on the other hand, we also see a decrease in utensils, in electronics cheap. So we see, for example, a decrease in mobile phones, in TVs, and this could be more an indirect effect of households selling, for example, electronics to make up for a lost income effect. And finally, about migration. So one response we were thinking about is basically that households might outmigrate either, and this tend to be often like the younger population, and therefore we try, based on the measures that we have available in the DHS, first on education. So we create here the share of households with secondary education, and then we address temperature anomalies on it. Here there is no significant effect from temperature anomalies. Then we look at the share of men in the region. Here the effect is also negative, but not significant. But then when we look at age, so for the younger population, we do find a negative effect. So it does seem to be the case that temperature anomalies affect the younger population that migrate out of the area, but the effect seems to be rather low. And to, for our sake, to understand what does that mean for our main results, we also included it in the main regression, where we can see that our main effects on the Gini coefficient in model 4 is still there and basically same size. So there is not a large effect of migration in this case. We do a lot of further analysis that I don't want to go into details also for time reasons, but just to quickly say, we checked for different distributional effects. We see it's basically the tail of the distribution driving the effects on the Gini. We look at more heterogeneity in regions. So for example, by GDP per capita, world region, and inequality. And we find more pronounced effects for regions with lower GDP, higher inequality, and lower effects for Europe and Central Asia. We have different fixed effects. So for example, also world region fixed effects, because climate differs a lot and might change over time. So we also have this captured and the results stay consistent. We also look at environmental hazards over a longer period. So now we have like the 36 months of 3 years before, and we look at the longer period. And we find actually that the effects becoming more pronounced if there's a longer period for temperature. I showed before the one for asset categories. We also have it for individual assets, and we also look at other inequality measures where we also find consistent results. All right. So in the paper, we analyze how environmental anomalies affect wealth inequality. We use a panel of global regions from 1990 to 2019. We find that temperature anomalies increase wealth inequalities. They decrease average wealth levels and increase our poverty measure. The effects are more pronounced in rural areas with increase in wealth inequality, in decrease in mean wealth levels, and an increase in poverty. The effects increase over time. We see significant effects for the second and the third 10-year period. And we also explore the mechanisms through which temperature anomalies affect inequality. And we find, looking at the mechanism, that socioeconomic effects and a decrease in economic activity, increase in unemployment, decrease in food security, and decrease access to healthcare. We also look directly at the decrease in material assets, where we see a deterioration of housing standards, such as floor, and also a decrease in some of the consumer durables, such as radio, TV, and fridge. This might be from like the direct destruction or deterioration, for example, for the floor, but also indirect, like selling for consumption, for example, of a radio or a TV. We find some effects for migration, but it seems to be rather a small part that is responding to these shocks. And when we control for these compositional changes, we find that our results are consistent. And so the conclusion is we find that temperature anomalies decrease the material requirements needed living for a decent life. Okay. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thanks. Question. DHS rules, right?
I mean, the great thing is they have a lot of information, but then like the period is also quite long, but it's nice to explore as the anyway.
Please.
Yeah. First about DHS.
Yeah.
You said it doesn't have
Please.
it doesn't have any information about household home ownership, right?
It does have ownership. We actually discussed it in our last meeting, but it's not at the household level. So when we're constructing, it's at the individual level for men and women, but not at the not basically to build the index.
But in how is it will matter? Like if you own your own house or you're renting it out, since you're measuring wealth. I know it changes in some countries, but how would that affect?
I mean,
excluding it,
I think it's a good question. So from what we can see, that more the poor are affected. So we'd expect like more households with home ownership to be more at the tail or the middle of the wealth distribution as well. So that's one thing, but we're definitely, one thing is important for us to mention, that we are not capturing this. This is one of the limitations. I think there's also a bigger issue, not only home ownership, but also savings. So many other basically assets that are not available there. But if you want caps, you have reason, if you want to.
I mean, I guess there are two concerns. One is, so just like any other financial asset that isn't there, so it's like our whole index is capped and we can't capture that. But then in relation to environmental hazards, the question is, because we're looking at material well-being, the fact of whether you own the house or not, it's quite hard to think about how the environmental hazards will impact that and bias our results. So I mean, one, as Martina mentioned, people will invest a lot of savings into maybe owning the home, but whether environmental hazards will have a differential impact on that, because we're doing a regional fixed index model, it's like the bias is a little unclear. I think if we really look at like the evolution of inequality over time, and then your home appreciates over time, so there will be dynamics there. But right now we've actually struggled to really pin down how that would bias estimates. If you have a better idea of how we would look from that.
I think there are also some studies that are working now more on the wealth side on really the financial assets and so on. Not us, other teams, but I think it's going to be there at some point. It's hard to
limited by what DHS
provides. Because exactly. So here it's a data limitation. Basically, we cannot put it in index because we constructed at the household level, which does make sense. One option for us could be to have it in addition to the individual effects, to have it there also as an outcome variable, to have it, because we also now use, for example, the women's file, because they're better covered than the men's file. So therefore, it does make sense to look at it. We could do this. I think this is the best, given the data limitations of what we could do.
Something I always wondered about with DHS asset data is it's all based on the assumption that there is a market for used assets. Right, that people can really get rid of their assets in order to compensate for an income shock. So how, did you find any more qualitative evidence that this is really the case, that people sell their fridge or they sell their phone? I mean, there must, right? Otherwise you wouldn't see effects, but And my second question, so I find it very interesting that you focus on temperature. I mean, I can see some reasons for it because you compared very different regions of the world. But why not focusing on another weather that could destroy more assets immediately?
Yeah, thank you for the questions. To be honest, we basically looked at the literature, what has been shown before on kind of that channel of selling assets. Is kind of has been mentioned multiple times. Unfortunately, we don't have any qualitative evidence or to understand it, but it's a good point. I'll think about it more. I don't have a better answer at the moment. I mean, another option would be that after a very, very long period of heat, they deteriorate, in particular electronics. But I would not see of how it would directly impact it. I think this is where we're kind of struggling of whether it would really destroy a radio. I'm not sure. So it would be like the more plausible explanation, but it's a good point to look at it more to understand it better. And regarding temperature, I mean, we also, of course, in our case, precipitation we got very ambiguous results. And I think it really depends on, also when you look at the, I didn't show it now, I don't have any descriptive evidence, but when you look at the development of temperature, you can see that increase very clearly. And with the precipitation, it's like this. There's also, it's more noisy, the data of precipitation that we have. So temperature is more reliable. And also in the literature that we've seen, in most of the cases, the results are mostly for temperature, what I've seen. For precipitation, it's more like extreme events that you can see. But for example, for the mean, we don't have so many consistent results. Like sometimes it's like this, so we're a bit more careful on saying something clearly, versus with temperature, we have a very clear pattern.
So I think there's a homework event for all of you today. Well, think about throughout the day, is this point about different weather events. Which one? We talk about temperature with floods. I mentioned earthquakes. Other things. Can you put them all together? How do you measure them? How should we be thinking about these? There are many dimensions and they make different calls on the data. And I think a good point is to question the extent about these sorts of things and changes over time.
Are there any more questions?
I see.
I had a small, I might have missed it. Where did you get your inequality data from?
So basically what we do, we have the DHS data.
Yes.
They do have like a different estimates. Okay. And what we know, so we know basically whether a household owns a certain asset, and then we take the weights from the International Wealth Index to construct at the household level the International Wealth Index. So we're now at household level, and then we aggregate it to the regional level by calculating the Gini.
Okay.
It's composite index.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's magic stuff.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. That's great. You might want to also use other measures of inequality. You might actually get better results, because the Gini has lots of problems when you're looking at over periods of time. So if you were to use, for example, construct a different measure of inequality, like a percentile measure or something like that, you might actually get even stronger results.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. I was also at the Inequality event where they say like, don't use the Gini result, but we do have that. So I think we're quite, so on the one hand, we have these cutoff points, and we can see here, basically, it's mostly like the tail of the distribution that is most affected. And we also have later, okay, that was not greatly pasted in for me, but we have a few more, and sorry for this, but it's basically holding on different measures. So this is what we thought about, because yes, the Gini has so many caveats, it has strong sides, but it's definitely holding.
You just might find that the results for the other ones actually give you more stronger results and give you a better story as
exactly. I think it's nice in like the poverty or the tail of distribution that are driving our results. Yeah.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Great. Thanks very much. Nice way to round up. Thanks to all the speakers in this session and for keeping to time, providing us with interesting stuff. Kicks the day off really well. We've got tea and coffee again outside there, and we'll be starting again in half an hour. Okay. If you need toilets and other things, they're down the corridor. Or if you go down the lift, you can go outside and enjoy a bit of the sun. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
Yeah. Extreme weather events.
And you're
So maybe one question would be, leaves enough options.
And Magdalena, she's from Chile. I was wondering where the consumption expenditure data.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, so it was the survey that was individual.
But you can get they try to kind of harmonize it.
Wanted to ask if there's or if you know about any resources because I'm a student in public policy. And I'm kind of like getting into this information and then sharing so much. But now I'm working on environmental defenders and the impact of like climate change and violence against grassroots.
Yeah, I think on the.
What I would like to like, I don't really find anywhere to like.
Do you PhD?
No, I'm a master's student. So like,
There
I'm
is
now finalizing my
literature
qualification, but like, honest,
but
but it's very hard.
it's not exactly as you say, there's not.
I wonder if it's about like, do you have any advice on that? Because-
Yeah, I mean, you know, just
That was the only thing we could find in the literature.
Yeah.
And writing more than that.
It's not expecting everyone, depends on where it's gonna be set, so this is.
Can you write it down?
Yeah, you know,
The short number,
It's when you need the economic activity is affected, unemployment is affected, everything's affected.
It's basically it's not my last name.
I don't know what else we can do to get more information.
All right.
And what department are you based in?
So you try and square this find that inequality goes up, but then it's one house, they kind of converge over time, right? Was that using your data for that inequality went up? It was one of the because I was like, maybe it could actually be driven by some of the attrition.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so you find it increasingly Gini, but inequity would be interesting just to have because your study starts the so you're gonna have a pre-trend of people, o sea, that it was higher than throughout the right. So maybe the
You said like 10 years.
Ya, yo estoy terminando, estoy mandando hoy día mi política. Ha sido muy difícil encontrar frameworks para poder explicar el derecho como sobre todo en el contexto de poblaciones vulnerables. Es como lo que estoy tratando de y luego tratando de guiar en igual esto tengo este cosa que llegan mi vida.
Well, there is also some national representative houses. For different years, yeah, that's what they do.
And I don't know that really only you can compute it really only. But at least we check well, this number.
Because the three products decide them for there is
Yeah, they're quite.
Yeah.
More than 1,000 kilometers away. So there's not much commuting.
What's the data? Is it volume? How do you work? Yeah.
You ask.
No.
I would say
That's
that.
the next
Can we provide it fund? Yeah, or first, yeah, first the Gini.
You don't know what numbers, right? I mean, it's more centered in the middle of the distribution. Because like it's that would have to much stronger than so I would rather think about it in the middle. Because that increase is so big, but it's also you have changes in both sides. Difficult in the Gini. You have other measures.
Yeah, that's very funny. We also have another course paper with the woman.
Really? No, everyone knows the whole, and everyone works with Ron. Yeah, he's everywhere. Yeah. Oh, what are you reading?
It's a paper on domestic violence. And how this is caused by.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Country?
But not our data this time.
And not the address, like he did.
Yeah, no, it's UNICEF data. It's multiple indicator classes.
Yeah.
It is
Yeah,
really.
When you think about it, when you were saying at the end, I'm not very optimistic. It's like, oh gosh. Like,
I have a quick question for you, because I'm not familiar with the estimation strategy used, but I don't, and I was trying to read through one of your papers that uses similar thing, but I still don't understand what the impact of fixing beta really means. And like,
Yeah, it's quite restrictive actually. I mean, there was a few papers that tried to kind of test this, whether it works or not. One test that like much provider had a paper with individualized consumption, but then they check whether this assumption actually makes sense or not, whether actually the prediction based on this assumption aligns with the actual what's happening. So they don't reject it, but it's still restricted.
but what does it mean technically? Because I couldn't work out with words what is this.
It just you cannot assume that within the household everyone will have the same preference for clothing.
So it's about a preference, but in monetary terms, right? So it means each like the woman.
If my resources increase individually, the share of so the response of this to how much I allocate my budget is the same within the house.
Okay, so it's like what is it called? So it's like the share spending.
But
elasticity.
Yeah, kind of.
Okay.
Yeah, so we respond within the household the same. So up to changes in our income or our resources, which is very restricted.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah.
And you would expect maybe children to have less and less.
Yeah,
Or I don't know.
yeah, children are usually public goods. So I mean, up until a certain age. I mean, so that's what that's in the model. So it's so they don't have much say, but it's usually with mothers. So,
I wonder, it has to be fixed. Does it have to be equal? Because in the paper I saw they had the beta set to be equal, but I wonder if you could do just like a robustness test where you allocate different weights. So like parents would be a beta would be, they would all add up to 1, but parents would have a much higher beta than just to see if it plays a big role.
Yeah, that's to be. So one of these methodologies, it has to be, but there are different types of kind of identification strategies. This is one of it, and more kind of applicable to development metric when you have a lot of people in the household. Another methodology is that you use singles data. We assume that if you're single and you have preferences, your beta, and that beta will stay the same when you get married and when you have children. So that's more stable and might be a bit more realistic, but it's not applicable to developing countries because there's not much people living alone. So
Less so in developing countries than in developed countries?
in developed countries, it's really applicable because this kind of method was applied mostly kind of France, I think, to the UK way then. It's more stable.
Yeah.
Can we have a quick
Yeah, we have the culture of, so we have another paper for to identify whether matrilineal or matrilineality affects the how much you get. So we use it for Ghana and Malawi. And then
And also we can take expenditures.
yeah, and then so, yeah. It's a joint paper. It's very much but now we have another project where we are. I mean, we set up already. We have like tried to collect all the data that's available out there that could be used for estimates. And we kind of try to kind of map it. So what's the feasibility of this methodology to estimate the individual and more individual poverty? Because there's not much alternative now.
Sorry.
Try to on the global map, yeah, for which countries do we can look at? I know that Mongolia has a good data for and I was like, at some point I was thinking maybe I should to check, but it doesn't have, I think, some identifiers that are missing in the data. Like, so the household, you can extend any expenditure survey, they have a lot of ways. So like, I was thinking to use that, but then it didn't have like GPS coordinates, and maybe I had to use like district level. Yeah, so that's why like in Africa, LSMS they have this the GPS codes and it's great. I had a few ideas from Mongolia. I did some consulting work.
Tenía pensado terminarla ayer. O sea, ese era como mi plan ideal.
After masters in Mongolia,
Pero
Alexander.
me ha costado cerrar.
Because we were discussing with people.
Bueno, estoy tan convencida tampoco como de esas assumptions que tengo, estoy como convencida.
I was just helping
Sí,
at that time I had ideas.
sí, quizás me lo estoy tomando
Different
demasiado
kind
en
of
serio,
ideas.
pero para mí es como
Very
es importante el
interesting
ejercicio de
setting,
hacerlo.
Probably it's like most people don't know everyone about Africa. And
No,
etc.
no,
In this part of
Just,
the world,
it's just that I have a submission, I'm a master's student.
Yeah,
Yeah, yes,
like the child education.
Yeah, so I'm just all constantly get that.
Very nice
Like,
people, because,
And I'm just kind of like,
if you have any ideas, then
yeah, like, I mean,
no time
kind
to
of
work
ready,
on.
and I'm still
mean,
like,
I mean, we can try to kind of do this kind of collective model, but it's not so, I mean, not so stable.
Might take time.
Because
I didn't want to
maximize
take
the
decisions because
estimation, you have to wait
like,
like
I
also we have to do a lot of
sharing.
tuning.
Yeah, so it's, yeah, it must be very demanding.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, so it's the first time I have seen such approach, and so I think looking through it later.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of the
Yeah, I mean, they did this, usually,
All right.
I mean, it's just for something for adults as well, right? But for adults, I'm not sure it's.
And where are you from? LSE or?
I mean, well,
Oh, so
it's
you
of
come
course
from
goes
India,
to
yeah,
correlation, but for
today.
adults, it's a bit.
Wow.
More on the food, I think, on the food part, on the food, so.
You over now.
But monetarily, people like wants to say like how much poverty.
Sorry, if you don't mind asking.
It's not like in terms of that, but yeah, sure.
Yeah, but I mean, if you think of like subsistence oriented markets in the global south, I mean, how likely is it to get realistic estimates
And,
of how much and companies that they produce and most of them. So I think I would
And do you,
expect
like, it might be in your paper, so like that, but like, do you see any, like, that in India, like, culturally, women have a stronger connection with the land than in other? Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I'm just checking. I'm really advanced.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, just checking what data he uses in his
But in some parts,
They
they
got
like.
They have this.
Where do you go?
State is not so high interest.
It's more to measure. Public hospital.
Okay.
So women have traditionally.
Oh, and then I was, one of the PhD students just defended last year. So she was using the SPI. So sometimes I feel that the economics crowd
I mean, I've seen
considers
like I have
any secondary
my
weather
cohort
data
is like
true and fraudulence or relevance. But then if you really start.
and I think that we have experienced
So she's
in
been
different
working
ways like
as
this
a
those gender
leader,
gaps, like
and then
working
these
with
SPI,
male
it was so difficult.
makes like sometimes like some colleagues like said that they might
How
feel
exactly we define
patronized by their colleagues
and
like
then if you have
you don't
that
be
is
there
like
because there are
really
lots of
spread out
civil
from north
servants
to south. It
because
has
it's like a
that
public
differences
policy
in
program
growing cycle, and
for
that was so
experienced
complicated.
professionals.
So what if
So
you
it's people with like 15
actually
years of
you have like
experience
two
and stuff
thoughts
like
towards
Yeah.
so
like who want
so
their
where
actually
to so how to
who you are
match
to talk to
those
people and things like that.
For that,
Very
I was first.
Yeah, and then like particular people like from the US, like they were quite surprised about it. But on the other side, I've seen like
So I do have
lots of concerns by my classmates, my new classmates, about
agroecological
gender
results will be
gender equality
might differ
and problems that
procedures,
strikes
but
from
what I can control for that was
So people get a lot of problems, you know.
also, I think for Malawi it's not the case because my
Yeah, intersectionality is
very
just
popular
like-
for the vaccine, it's more or less.
Nice to use, so I'm using the.
Because it's, yeah, it's a bit long country, but it's.
And
very
how
small,
would you-
very small, so country,
And how would
which is a
you,
bigger country.
sorry, if I'm on the bridge. How would you
another
assess intersectionality from the policy perspective, like purely for the policy perspective, and there are so many people and like you need to,
Yeah, I
like,
think it was just.
how would you
initially
balance
when I
like,
started working.
because I also,
So we started with the Senegal, but it was data.
like, I'm also
issues.
proposing like one of the main principles for protection for
It
people.
was.
is-
It was. Heavy consumption.
So it's like one of them.
Not
is
individually,
like, or like,
so
but
we had a big
I don't know really
issue with
like,
the access.
yeah.
So when then we decided this in the beginning was a joint project and I continued on the same, but it was just really good because I knew that I knew there was shocks, but now we can. We are. It was just like the whole time was a bit more consistent so that's semester, which.
Yeah.
So now they have information and vaccines and they have provided the reservation as
It's possible. I think I just showed you guys this thing. I need a data. It's supposed to,
got the.
well,
But you have policy, sorry, you have a policy, gender focus.
I have to check more. think in the beginning, the most important data was
Yeah, you know, like the feminist movement in Chile.
that they kind of figure out if we don't work, or work, and then that's why I would use the number of hours spent.
I think they, because
Yeah.
I can
Yeah,
express it feminist, I have
Even if
lived
there are
in Chile, so
unemployed, they might work
like kind of like seen it.
Yeah.
Trade shocks, all kind of shocks.
But I was like,
Yeah, I was wondering.
Yeah,
I think work with like, yeah, but I can say like, I know that I can solve for that, like, countries like Chile, but I don't know, like, how would you distribute people intersection, like, how you put intersectional aspect, intersectionality at the center of the policies for like, population already so diverse, without like, kind of like, making it.
So they had a bit of more power. Yeah, but it's
How to do it.
it's not related to the man.
Please tell me.
It goes from on the woman's lineage within the household who gets the ownership of the land. So that's in that sense, they have a very important issue of them, but it's only one. They own the land. And when the shock hits, so it's partly related to bargaining powers to control. When the shock hits, they lost their income, they lost their job, but they had limited access to a farm. So that's why they can do anything. They spend most of more time on non-internet activities. So that's what I find like.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's for women though. Do you have a comment?
So, yeah, I didn't focus on them because I was focusing on the gap reduction. Separately from men. But I had to separate from men results, which was increasing a bit.
Increasing like the hours.
Yeah, not increasing generally, just relatively more than I think. Because before the shock, they were also working on the farms and hours.
Yeah, I guess that like coming from a very local country, and I'm from also on Mexico. Chile is like a very kind of like
on farm,
a deeper
but
society.
overall they may spend
So
still
many
less hours
subjects,
working, but relative to women, they may be spending more. So that's why I was like focusing on more gender.
Like futures stuff, like
So
what you consider when they're married, like what, like even what school did you go? Like still my age people will ask you what school did you go or secondary school, or like if you know somebody where do you it's like they're like very kind of like invisible ways of discriminating each other. The way you speak, like even like some words, if you say like one word, like you don't talk to me, like you don't belong. But if you say it, it's like you're part of it. Like there's still like very subtle, like maybe not as such, but there's still like a very perspective, and it's like mobility, even if it's economic mobility. I don't think like like this distinction between like all money and money and things like that. I think there is a big difference.
Not so big, this is models and will generate, not so more. Preferences.
That was the biggest constraint, right?
Yeah,
Like, I felt like, okay, I'm not sure this is true. This is not
That's different assumptions, but this one is more stable, relatively more stable.
Okay, okay. And then a big part is community.
Yeah, it's very small. But I mean, food always like new. Because it's always like in Malaga.
You haven't either. You don't have any.
Bit closer.
It's room for new study.
Yeah, I mean,
That's how the idea comes up.
with this methodology, I paper and I had to do millions of estimations, like running like for months. My computer was not like I put like estimation over the night and it was weeks.
Our paper has been taken for quite a long
Yeah,
time.
it's working.
You have to harmonize the regions and so on. Yeah. So
She's kind of like the
At that time,
project.
it was globalized, like I need to go back to one country.
yeah, it's better. Yeah. I think I would go to a smaller scale. Not again.
So is this your usual approach that you kind of look at cross country analysis?
I'm still trying to figure out how to cite it.
Was it mostly on within a country region, so it was geography, so basically, I mean, it's for these kind of questions, it doesn't make sense actually in regions, but also, I mean, but I have like either regions within the US or Europe, and my scholarship would be the region, but by the time it's a channel of regions to look at. So, yeah, that's very common, I think, for economic geography. I mean, for these kind of questions that we're looking at, we would like to have it even more granular, we would like to have it satellite data and so on. It's not very much area. Yeah, that's why.
Okay, no, just so Roman and me were here we were affiliated with the same institute.
Yeah,
The economy was interdisciplinary.
Yeah, it's just. Yeah.
Because they do very similar approaches when looking at market watch. And they have managed to publish them so highly.
Yeah, you know that Camille was there. Have you been? Yeah, I don't know, but she was there. They have been also working together, like building a data set, like basically, and they also published it really well. I mean, yeah, they're really. I mean, I think there's the trade-off between. I don't know, like it's very important to know what's happening at the large scale. At the same time, I mean, it's a little bit you're blindly having some. This is the thing why I appreciate that microanalysis more. Because you understand and so we try to manage to. I've seen many people from TIC who have been like doing really interesting studies, right?
Y porque además México es uno de los países que actúan con un mecanismo de protección en América Latina. Primero fue Colombia, segundo fue México. Entonces, en ese sentido, México como que tiene más experiencia. ¿Por qué me metí en esto? Porque
now this is
por el acuerdo,
but we also do this
el
now.
acuerdo de participación, experiencia en asuntos ambientales. Lo que hace que
one single paper using only data from facilities.
Abre líneas sobre justicia ambiental. Entonces, como para mí es importante entender la importancia que tiene un mecanismo como respuesta de política pública para la asesores. Y como que toda la evidencia apunta que son suficientes. El mecanismo es solo un output demasiado técnico para However, just like he was asking me why I was doing it. Like, why are you working on this? It's because that we documented violence against environmental defenders happens in Latin America.
Studies, I think in some cases the national, like the standardized Gini coefficient across countries.
So I think
So,
in
now
our sense,
we're-
like at the macro level, we're discussing DH much.
Yeah.
That's
Agreements that
And
is on
I mean, I know that
accountability
we've
for
already
situation
worked with some
justice.
students, Lucas Council as a team. They are working also on
As
wealth
Mexico
inequalities,
has done,
but
like,
they are trying to get like a develop like
sort of policy
have basically financial for me houses ownership and
interesting to assess it in kind of like reasons how to move forward. and what
DHS,
are
I don't know, but it's also, I mean, now it didn't come up, but it's also not without limitations, like we're using basically this measure, how discriminatory is it really, like we're measuring what a decent life for like somebody better than many other things. So, I mean, the question is really, is that a good measure? I think yes, it is, but we're also looking at it. So another question like well, because every study. Yeah, there's no perfect way. Yeah. But I think this is normal. I wouldn't spend so much time like justifying.
I don't know the US.
No, that's a huge thing in Argentina, and also you can see that that's kind of try to be better in many countries across Latin America, but I think like Argentina about the tree and well, what you want. You are, I'm not sure, but I know that now, for instance, like with all the conflicts in Nicaragua.
You didn't put them?
But I have my USB key.
Yeah, then we can, yeah.
There's like
Cool, no, Martin, who's this one?
That's fine. Women searching for their it's mostly women.
Share, let's see.
Into the other one.
It will.
Yeah,
Here?
yeah.
And they're very much because
And then you just
they don't
open it
stop looking.
and
Sometimes they take the kind of like negotiate with the organized crime.
no, but we need to share it.
Okay. Maybe I will to
Yeah.
do it.
Yeah.
I want to do anything.
Healthier.
They
So
put
they
in my bag.
they're gonna more corporate because
Hey,
they
well,
hide
yeah, let's see.
potential for
There you go.
Thank you.
If you want, you can either move it here with the.
Okay, the pointer works.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
I wouldn't say like what's worse, but it's
It's the same, but this is
Yours? I'll put it here.
Yes, yeah. So welcome to the session on gender and climate shocks. A very relevant topic. So we have 3 speakers and each of them has 30 minutes overall, like 20 of presentation and 10 for questions. So we have the first speaker, Thomas Desi.
That's it, perfect.
Paris School of Economics, presenting the incidence of flood risk and implications for insurance. So, yeah, what is yours?
Thank you very much. Thank you for including me to this session. So today I'm going to tell you about flood risk and how we can incorporate and think about flood risk with in terms of insurance. So first, why do we care about flooding? Well, flooding is the costliest type of event in Europe and in many countries in the world. So that's already an important reason to think about how we should deal with floods. And in particular, the cost of flooding are expected to increase dramatically because of climate change. And this increase in the cost of flooding leads to an increase in insurance premiums, in the cost of insurance. So for all homeowners in most countries, the cost of being covered against natural disasters and against flooding increases with time. The consequence of this is that it's more and more complicated to buy insurance, in particular for low-income households. And that's the reason why some governments decided to subsidize insurance. So to lower subsidizing insurance means lowering the premiums in flood risk areas so that it becomes affordable for everyone, with the rationale of basically enabling everybody to buy insurance and to be covered against flood risk. So what are the benefits and costs of this policy? First, the benefit is this equity concern channel I was telling you about before. The fact that if you lower premiums in flood risk areas, you're going to benefit low-income households who couldn't afford insurance before and who will be able to afford insurance now. But this also leads to an economic problem. The fact that you distort prices by lowering insurance premium, and this leads to misallocation of households in flood risk areas because you give incentives to people to locate in these places. So it's kind of a trade-off between this equity concern and this economic problem you don't want to generate too much. So ultimately, deciding whether or not you want to subsidize insurance is a normative exercise. You have this trade-off between equity concerns and economic problem, and you have to balance between these two channels. And the policy you want to implement will depend on the welfare weights you will have. Imagine you have very high welfare weights on low-income households. It will matter a lot for you, the first channel. You want to cover them against insurance, and that's the most important thing for you. Then you will want to subsidize insurance. But if you don't have specific welfare weights strong for low-income homeowners, maybe you will prefer not to subsidize insurance. In France, we have a system that may seem a bit extreme in the sense that we subsidize insurance maybe to the highest level possible, let's say. I'm going to describe just after like what is the system in France, but just before I wanted to show you this quote from the Langrenay report that was published in 2024, ordered by the government to think about how we should insure natural disasters. And this report states the following. It defends the conviction that the French insurance system should be preserved. The system is precious in its ability to protect all households in the country, including those living in the most critical areas. So from this quote, it seems like for French people, like the equity concern, like being able to cover low-income households against flood risk is like a very important thing, basically. So how does the system work in France? So imagine you have two types of households, those in low risk and those in high risk areas. Let's imagine for simplicity that they own the exact same building, okay? And they both pay housing insurance premiums to their private insurance companies. The housing insurance premium they pay is for robbery or like anything, like it's the baseline insurance premium. Let's imagine they pay 100 euros for this baseline insurance premium, okay? Each of them. Then the private insurance companies will collect this amount, this 100 euros times the number of people, and they will charge an additional 12% additional premium on every insurance contract. So here it will be 12 euros. And this 12 euros times the number of people will be transferred to the Caisse Centrale de Réassurance, which is a public reinsurance company. And basically, this additional 12% additional premium that you pay is the cost of being covered against flood risk and against natural disasters in France. Okay. And this additional premium is the same no matter the risk. Everybody pays 12% of their baseline insurance premium to be covered against natural disasters. So the consequence of this is that maybe people in high-risk areas, they would have paid 200 euros or 300 euros to be covered against natural disasters. Now they just pay 112, same as people in low-risk areas. Okay. So this is subsidizing. It's basically lowering the premiums in flood-risk areas, and other people in low risk will pay for people in high risk. Then when there is actually a flood that takes place, people are reimbursed. So people in high risk get more than people in low risk. And then the public reinsurance company reimburses the private insurance companies that first provided coverage to households. So this system might be a bit extreme, okay, in the sense that there is no differentiation of the premiums depending on the risk, which is very different from many other countries. And the research question I want to ask in this paper is, well, which set of welfare weights would actually justify implementing this system? That may seem a bit extreme at the first when you look at it the first time. Okay, and is it the case that actually in France we have very strong welfare weights for low-income households, and that's why we want to put in place this system? Or is it the case that actually, even if we increase premium in flood-risk areas, people will not move that much, like the elasticities will be very small, and then even without very strong welfare weights, we could already justify subsidizing insurance? That's the type of question I want to ask. And the main contribution of this problem would really be, well, try to fit this debate on should government subsidize insurance, basically, and is it a good thing, and under which circumstances, which conditions would we want to subsidize insurance? So First, I'm going to describe this equity concern channel I was telling you about and try to understand which categories of households sort over flood risk, which categories of households are exposed, exploring a kind of new dimension of heterogeneity that hasn't been much studied up to now, that is the occupancy status type of heterogeneity. So lots of studies already talked about income, like low income being more exposed than high income, but occupancy status matters a lot in the sense that if you're exposed through your second home, for example, it's very much different than if you're exposed through a home in which you live, basically, your place of living. So I'm going to describe heterogeneity depending on these different types of dwellings. Then I'm going to ask the question, well, is it actually the case that subsidizing insurance generates misallocation in flood-prone areas? Is it actually the case that we have this economic problem I was referring to at the beginning? And how big is it? So I have an idea on how to do this. It's work in progress for now, so I don't have any results yet, but I have like kind of methodology. If you have a bit of time, maybe I'll show you what I have in mind. But yeah, for now, I don't have any results for this. And then I will build a quantitative spatial model that will basically bring together the sorting patterns I had in the first section, like the elasticities that I will get from the second part, to try to derive the welfare weights that would actually justify implementing the system we have in France. Okay. So I'm not going to spend too much time on the contributions. Maybe the most important one is the last one here. I mean, the objective of this paper is really to provide new policy recommendations on subsidized insurance. And that's growing debate. Like many countries in the world do not know whether they should subsidize or not. In Germany, there's no subsidized insurance. In many other countries in the world, there's no subsidized insurance. And the rationale is very often, well, this will generate moral hazard. People will locate more and more in flood risk areas. Well, is it actually the case? And under which circumstances would you want to subsidize insurance? Okay. First, I will tell you a bit about my data. Then I'll tell you about equity concerns and patterns of sorting over flood risk. Then very quickly about the strategy for this part. Then I will tell you about the model I have in mind and conclude. So the data I have is the following. It's an administrative data set that covers all dwellings in France, that gives you the precise location of every dwelling in the country. I have the type of occupancy, so I know whether it's rental, owner-occupied, second home. And I also have income of renters and owners of all of these dwellings. And I'm overlapping these socioeconomic characteristics with maps of exposure to floods. And I consider only that your dwelling is at risk if you're located on the ground floor, in the sense that most damages, like large proportion of damages, occur at the ground floor and not at higher levels. I also have data on house prices at the dwelling level that I merged to this socioeconomic characteristics data set using the address and many characteristics of the dwelling. And I managed to match around 2 million observations. So I have, for 2 million observations, I have house prices as well. And then I have survey data on insurance payments that I will not use in this presentation, but just to give you an idea of like how big people pay in insurance. So the data looks like this. Every red dot here is a dwelling. You have the maps of exposure in blue, and the maps here, and in black, sorry, you have the flood protections. So you clearly see like how the maps follow the flood protections, and actually like these maps are able yet take into account like the local flood protections that are in place in the country. I have different levels of intensity, but I will only consider the high risk areas in this presentation. Okay, so which households sort over flood risk? So this figure on the left-hand side shows the distribution of dwellings in France. So we have around 40% of owner-occupied dwellings, 25% of rental dwellings, 10% of second homes, and then empty dwellings and social housing. On the right, exposed to flooding, you have the distribution of dwellings among dwellings exposed to flooding. What we see is a clear overrepresentation of second homes. So they represent around 20% of all dwellings that are exposed to flooding. And in particular, if you look at coastal flooding, second homes make up almost 50% of dwellings exposed to flooding. So it's not like the main focus of my study, coastal flooding. I will consider flooding in general. But I just want to underline that coastal flooding is the one that will increase the most with climate change, the risk that will increase the most with climate change, with sea level rise, and that basically the second home problem will become like much more a thing with time, and that is not like specific to France, basically. Then I look at income. So here I regress the log income on being at risk. So the coefficient beta here shows the income gap between safe and exposed areas. Okay. What we see is that income is always lower in flood risk areas. Here it's among owner-occupied dwellings. Here, when I add second homes, we see that the income gap decreases a bit because owner of second homes are wealthier. But then when I add rental dwellings as well, we always see that like the income is always lower in flood risk areas, basically. And 5%, the 5% income gap corresponds approximately to like €1,000, to give you an idea of like how big it is. So it's kind of a large gap in terms of income. So we know that second homes are overrepresented, and at the same time, we have low income that are overrepresented in flood risk areas. Okay. Then let me tell you a bit what happens with prices. So what we have is that at the aggregate level, prices are higher in flood risk areas. So this is most likely because of amenities. So if you are along the coast, you have the view to the coast, you can be close to the city center, or if you're close to a river, let's say. So that explains why you have higher prices. But then as I have fine-grained data, I'm able to like put more and more fine-grained fixed effects. I first put commuting zone fixed effects, municipality fixed effects, iris fixed effects, and then street fixed effects. So I'm comparing two dwellings at the end that are in the same streets. Some of them are exposed to flooding and others are not. I'm not arguing that like amenities remain constant within the same street, but I'm saying that like I'm capturing most of the amenity effects by putting like these street fixed effects. And what we see is that when we kind of remove a substantial part of amenities, well, prices become lower in flood risk areas, but not really for second and rental homes, but for owner-occupied homes, yes. Which suggests that among types of dwellings, among types of ownership and occupancy, you have different valuations of the risk. In particular, it might suggest that if you live in an area, you're going to care more about the flood risk than if you own the place, but like basically don't live there for the whole year. Also, as I said before, the French insurance system like does not provide like different rates depending on the risk or anything. So this is like they don't pay different premiums, basically. It's just the risk. It's just that they are exposed to risk that and others are not. It's not like because they pay a higher price to be covered or anything. Yeah.
How are you measuring risk? Because I live by the plains and my area has never been flooded. So I know I'm in a risk area, but I have never had that problem. And I guess that would apply here, even though you know it might get flooded, I've never experienced that in 5-10 years. That would impact your assessment of the risk.
Yeah, so I don't take into account past disasters. That's something I could do maybe to like improve the measure of the risk. But I'm just looking at whether you are in the flood risk areas according to the maps. But as I said, like the maps also take into account flood protections. So for example, in some cities, you have some basins that are created to like deviate the water. Like this would be taken into account in the modelization, basically. Okay, so to sum up briefly the SIS facts, we have that second homes are overexposed by a factor 2 in flood risk areas. Average income is lower, and prices are higher at the national level, but lower at the local level for owner-occupied homes. Okay. Let me tell you a bit how I want to capture the economic problem I was telling you about before. So I'm planning to compare France and Saarland, which is like a Länder in Germany, at the boundary, because in France, when the system was implemented in 1982, it was not the case, of course, in Germany, and I'm planning and some of the borders between France and Germany are basically rivers. So what I'm planning to do is to say, well, do we see a higher rate of construction, like in flood-exposed areas, so in rivers between France and Germany, comparing France and Germany after the implementation of the system? I don't have data for Germany right now, but I'm working on this. So yeah, That's basically the idea. Okay, then let me tell you a bit about the model and how it looks like. So as I said, the final objective is to recover the welfare weights that will justify implementing the system we have in France. I'm building a model that is in the Berlin Walls type of model, so it's quantitative spatial model, kind of simple. I'm not modeling the labor market or anything. It's like just you have people who decide where they want to locate, depending on how much will they pay if they locate in this area. If they pay more insurance, they will decide to locate less in these places, etc. And they have heterogeneous, idiosyncratic preferences for given places, and that's basically all that is in the model. And you have the two drivers of sorting are basically migration elasticities. You may have stronger preference for a given place, and that might lead your sorting decisions. And housing prices and insurance premiums might lead your decisions. And I'm modeling different occupancy status as well. I'm considering the year 2017 as my baseline because my data comes from the year 2017. And I estimate like how, if I change insurance premiums, like how would the steady state change? Like how would people change their allocation decisions, basically? And I have 4 types of households: low-income homeowners, high-income homeowners, and then renters and owners of vacant homes. I'm gonna skip this probably. Yeah, actually, I probably have time. So this is the total cost of flood risk. So basically, NF is the number of people that are in flood risk areas. Okay, and I'm modeling this as tau, that is like how much you get if you're in flood risk. I'm just saying that if you're in flood risk areas, you're going to get an amount tau because you impose this cost to the society by being located in the flood risk areas, because you will be compensated for the flood you suffer. And this tau is the average claim that you get. Then you have the additional premium in risky areas, that is basically TF, and delta is how much you subsidize. So if you don't subsidize at all, delta is equal to 1, and you have TF is equal to tau, which means like if you're in risk areas, you pay tau, you just pay like how much you're gonna get at the end. But if you subsidize, you're gonna pay share delta F of this amount, and this other part of the delta F will be transferred to people in safe areas. Okay, it's kind of you split the risk between safe and exposed areas. Then I have a welfare function. This is basically the sum of utilities times the number of people in type I and the welfare weight GI. And the question I'm asking is, well, what are the values of GI that will justify having TF is equal to TS, that will justify having the same insurance premium with flood and risk and safe areas? To give you a bit of intuition, around like what's happening, basically you have the costs that are the direct. So the cost of providing the fairly priced insurance premiums are the following. So direct effects of the tax. So when I say the tax, it's like the insurance premium. So the fact that if you increase premium in flood risk areas, you're going to decrease the utility of people who live in flood risk areas. Okay, and that's going to just decrease welfare mechanically. Okay, that's the first channel. The second channel is that if you increase premium in flood risk areas to give the right incentives, you're going to decrease the share of people in flood risk areas. Okay, and that's you have like kind of these two effects balancing. Okay, you hurt them you hurt people who already live there, but you also decrease the share of people who live there. Okay, if you increase premium in flood risk areas. Okay, and the utility of my agents look like this. So this is the utility of locating to JF. So J is the commuting zone, let's say, and F is within each commuting zone, you have flood risk and safe areas. And so F indicates like whether you're in flood risk or safe area. And this is your type omega. Yeah, regional J corresponds to commuting zone or municipalities. I'll run the simulation and decide like which scale I want to keep. For now, it's commuting zones. And the utility looks like this. So here you have income, W. Here, that is one of the driver sorting that is very important is this epsilon, which is actually your idiosyncratic preference for a given place. Okay. The fact that, and this actually drives the migration elasticities, because if you have very strong preference for a given place, you will never want to move out of this place. Okay. And so that's the driver of migration elasticities. That's the epsilon that is here. Then you have R, that is the rent that you pay if you're in region J. You have T, that is the additional insurance premium that you pay. And you have beta, that is the Cobb-Douglas parameter that shows the share of housing consumption in your total income. So that was just to tell you like how the model works. I haven't like calibrated it yet. So now I'm just going to show you like a small toy model of the results I get with just 2 types of households, high and low income, 2 regions of equal size, no amenities. So imagine you are here. Okay, this is the percentage of the cost borne by household at risk. Imagine you are here. It means that households at risk pay 100% of the cost they should pay. Okay, it means insurance premiums are the fair price market. Okay, it means like you pay what you should pay. All right. So this is like a private insurance system. If you're there, it means that if you're in flood risk area, you pay 50% of what you should pay. If I have 2 regions in my model, it's basically you share the risk equally between flood risk and safe areas. Okay, so this is the French system, and this is the private insurance system. Okay. So the more you increase insurance premiums, the less you have people locating in flood risk areas, okay? Because the more you give incentives to people to go out of these places, and basically this the shape of this function is something I will calibrate in the model. Basically, for now it's purely arbitrary, but that's something I will calibrate later on. And then here you have the percentage of the cost that is borne by household at risk. And basically, the more the less you subsidize, the more household at risk pay mechanically. Okay, and these are like the 2 trade-offs. First, if you increase the premiums, you're going to decrease the share of people at risk, but you're going to increase the premiums, not going to hurt low-income households in these locations. And to finish, I simulate 2 welfare functions. Utilitarian welfare function and a Rolfan welfare function. And that's kind of the conclusion that I have, is that imagine you have very low migration cost, okay, which means that you don't really care about a given location. Like you can basically build your life like everywhere in France. You don't really care about specific location. Then a utilitarian welfare function will always say, we need not to subsidize. Okay, we need to have a private system because people can move freely. So it's better to give them the right incentives, and then they locate in safe areas instead of risky areas. Okay. For a Gaussian welfare function, you will always prefer to subsidize because you always care about the low income that are in risk areas, and you don't want to help them too much. But then if you include migration costs, the story changes, because actually you have some people who are in flood risk areas, and maybe they have their life there, they have their work there, they have, I don't know what there, but they have very strong preference for this place. And they will basically never move out of this place, okay? If they have very strong migration costs. And if you include this, well, even with a utilitarian welfare function, you could say, at some point, if we charge too much people in flood risk areas, it's going to be useless because these people will just never move out, okay? So you're going to just like hurt low-income people without basically giving the right incentives, because people will just never move out, basically. So this epsilon I'm referring to, which is like the preference for a given place, is actually driving the result that I will have at the end. So kind of the result here is that with a utilitarian welfare function, you can already justify subsidizing insurance if you have high migration costs. And that's also to conclude, yeah, sorting matters for the incidence of subsidized insurance. Gains from pricing, flood risk remain to be quantified. That will be part of my work later on. And then, yeah, the decision whether or not to subsidize insurance depends on who is exposed to flood risk initially, but also how would people react, what are the barriers to mobility, and ultimately how much do we care about low income, high income, and how much do we care about inequality. Thank you.
So we have 3 minutes for question. Any question from the audience? Thomas?
Yeah, 2 questions. So you focused on pricing, but what about alternative mechanisms? So are there any regulations for urban planning that prohibit new construction in flood risk areas? And would you have any data available from France on like new constructions of housing? Would that perhaps, yeah, provide additional input
Yeah, so I totally agree with you. That's like super important question as well. I'm really focusing on insurance in this paper because like, yeah, the thing I want, like there are still lots of debates around insurance, like whether we should subsidize or not. And the argument that supports like, we should not subsidize insurance is basically it will give the wrong incentives to people. And I want to like see whether this argument is true or not and to what extent it is true. Then how much it can interact with other housing policies. There are some papers on this in France about like urban planning in France. They mostly show that actually people do not care much about urban planning. So you have like some areas that are it becomes like forbidden to build there, and yeah, people go out from these areas. But if you just like give information to people, like yeah, this area is at risk, I just give you this information. Like this is urban planning, like saying like, okay, this part is at risk and stuff. People just don't care, basically. Prices do not change much. People do not leave the area. Like people do not react much. There is a paper on this from someone at PSC as well. But yeah, here I really want to focus on like subsidizing insurance, which I think is like still yeah, very much debated. Like there's no consensus at all on whether or not we should subsidize. Lots of countries say no, we should responsibilize people, like we should not give them wrong incentives, and others say, well, we care a lot about low-income people, and that's super important for us. And that's this kind of trade-off I would like to underline here. Yeah.
So I'm just wondering, so I recently read a report about a family somewhere in northern France who are hit by this, and they have to move, you know, they've had to basically abandon their house. There's no way they're going back. It sounds like the place is full of mold. So it's a real disaster. So that's not in your welfare function at the moment. The risk that some of these people are going to get hit by something like this, that's a cost to them as well. I mean, they might not think it's going to happen to them, but obviously in your data, a certain portion of people have this happening to them all the time.
Yeah, I totally agree. That's a limitation. In the model, I'm considering that basically everybody's covered against natural disasters, and basically the question is just like, how do you split the cost of this coverage? It's true that in France, in very critical areas, even in France, it's complicated to get insurance, even with this scheme. So it happens in some cases that yeah, people have to leave the area and stuff. It's still like a very minor problem as compared to other countries. Like it's still like very yeah, located a minor problem in France. So I'm not sure it has like sizable let's say yeah, it's less sizable as compared to people who are covered, basically. But I agree with you. I'm not considering like the extensive margin of like people maybe are just not covered, and yeah, because in France most people are covered, like the coverage is 99%, as I said. But yeah, I agree with you. That's kind of a limitation. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, really cool paper with like really rich data. I guess kind of similar point as Kati. I'd be interested to see how like these kind of utility calculations work out if you say keep the kind of price mechanism in place, right, with not subsidizing insurance, but you say direct transfers to the poor individuals, right? And so what are the kind of differences in terms of the efficiency of their particular conditions?
Yeah, I totally agree. I think one of the, I didn't derive this, but I totally agree with you that the first best is probably to basically give the right incentives to people and have a transfer and complementary. And you have like two policies for two objectives, basically, instead of trying to have like one policy for two objectives. The thing is that it's not much debated right now, like not like there are actually none. I never heard like politicians talk about like this option. Maybe it's tricky to put in place politically or for some other reason. So that's why I'm considering only the case that is like debated right now. But I totally agree with you that that's one of the conclusions as well. Like the first best is actually to do what you're saying. I'm considering that we're in the second best world basically in this paper. But I totally agree with you. Yeah.
It might be controversial, but what about mandates? If you are living in a super risk area, constantly receives loans, whether you have a mandate, everyone here has to pay insurance. By everyone paying, the price of insurance will go down. The price of the house probably will be now more risky, and everyone will absorb their externalities. I don't know if this policy has been considered in the paper.
So you're talking about making flood insurance mandatory, basically. And yeah, actually in the model, I'm kind of assuming that flood insurance is mandatory, basically, that everybody pays the flood insurance. That's the case in France, actually. Like most, as I was saying, like 99% of people have flood insurance. But also the way I'm kind of thinking about this is that even if you don't have mandatory flood insurance, in most high-income countries, you still have like post-disaster fund, you know. And even if some people are not covered, like in countries where you have very few people covered, you have like a strong post-disaster fund, and people like at the end are compensated, most people, okay? What I'm saying is that, well, if you have a post-disaster fund, it's actually the same computationally as having like a subsidized insurance system where everybody pays the same rate. Because in the end, nobody has insurance, but everybody pays taxes, and this fund is funded by taxes, basically. So I'm like, that's kind of like, you can think about either like everybody is mandated to have insurance. You can think about it for this model. You can also think about it like nobody buys insurance. There is a post-disaster fund that collects like a tax that is a flat rate tax, basically. Sorry?
In car insurance.
Yeah.
By imposing an insurance.
Hmm.
So the same rationale should be applied here.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, I don't like compare policy that would like make insurance like mandatory or not mandatory. Basically, I'm not doing this. That will make the model like much more like it will require much more assumptions. So I'm keeping it simple for now. But I agree with you that the extensive margin is also an important margin here.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Sorry.
Yeah, we have our second. Okay.
No, I'm not. Okay. Simple stuff.
Okay.
Which one is your presentation? Which one is your presentation? She.
Yeah.
Okay.
Something different.
Okay, we can just move.
Okay.
Huh? Yeah.
So we have Silpa Rajavan, and I just heard that she's presenting the only qualitative paper. So we're very happy to have like a different approach here also today. So yeah, you have 30 minutes again, and I don't know, maybe you can get question or during the presentation or after, as you prefer.
After presentation.
After. Okay, so 20 minutes and then for questions.
Good morning, all. I'm extremely proud to be here because of two reasons. First reason is one of the greatest forefathers of our nation, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, pursued his PhD from London School of Economics. And he continues to be a source of inspiration for tens of thousands of Indian students to come to abroad. And the second reason is I'm told by the organizers that I'm the first non-European, non-North American presenter of this conference. So I'm thanking organizers for accepting my paper and enabling me to visit this beautiful country. Thank you. So the title of my paper is Women as Ecological Caretakers, Transformation of Gender Roles through Harita Karma Sena in Kerala. So Kerala is one of the smallest states in India with a high population density, around 3.5 crores of people, which comes half of the population of UK. And the state is known as God's own country because of the green environment. It invites a lot of the attraction of a lot of tourists, and because of the abundance of natural resource, the state covers large parts of Western Ghats, and some 44 rivers are flowing through the territory of the state. That's why solid waste management is identified as one of the primary state responsibilities in the context of accumulation of plastic in an overpopulated and eco-sensitive state. So Haritha Karma Sena is a women-led, women-owned network of micro-enterprises embarking on collection, storage, segregation, and transportation of garbage from houses and institutions. So for this, they undertake the labor-intensive task of door-to-door collection of non-biodegradable waste and segregating it at material collection facility centers. And for this collection of garbage, they charge a small user fee from the households. And this user fee helps as a source of remuneration for them and helps generate livelihood. So objectives of my study are to analyze the correlation between women empowerment and environmental conservation, and also to check whether Haritha Karma Sena as an agency, it runs the risk of depoliticization. So regarding the methodology, this study adopted qualitative methodology because it attempts to unravel the interlinkage between women empowerment and ecological conservation through the voices of rural women. And also I used convenient sampling, and I took samples from two villages. One is Valligundam and another is Devikulangara. Both belongs to same district, and I belongs to the first village, Valligundam. And also I used unstructured questionnaire and in-depth interviewing to extract qualitative data. Participative observation was very useful. Through the natural setting of respondents, it gave a very comprehensive understanding of the ground level realities. I have interviewed 36 Haritha Karma Sena members and 2 coordinators. 2 case studies are also included. Regarding the theoretical framework, I have used 2 concepts. One is intersectional theory, because my respondents belongs to rural women and they belongs to a diverse category cutting across caste, class, and religious differences. And also in this study, I'm highlighting disabled women. So disabled women, they share the experiences of being disabled as well as being women. And also, I use the concept of ecofeminism. So regarding the Indian ecofeminism, it is Beena Agarwal who abundantly wrote about ecofeminism in India, and she posed 3 criticisms of ecofeminism in India. One is, so in Indian ecofeminism primarily views women as a unitary category, which she rejects. And secondly, it fails to acknowledge, it only attributes the domination of women and environment to colonialism, where she highlights that internal colonialism and feudalism are equally important in subjugating women and environment. And thirdly, its lack of understanding of the material basis of women and environment relation, because in India, the rural women, they primarily depending upon environment for their basic needs and livelihood. So the basic underpinnings underlining the formation of HKS East, one is waste is considered as a resource. It is based on the 3R principle of reduce, reuse, and recycle. And also the concept of polluter pays principle. That's why they are imposed a user fee over the households. And in this study, the households are considered as the primary units of waste collection, because 49% of the municipal solid waste is generated in households. And also scientific management of waste generated at places is important for avoiding health and environmental implications. And finally, there is a strict law that there is prohibition for throwing, burning, and burying of solid waste. So these are the indicators which I use mainly to measure women empowerment and environmental conservation in the context. So HKS members are not mere agents, but they assume the role of activists in their capacity of inflicting environmental sensitization among common people. So besides the usual work of collecting and processing of waste, they would embark on conducting awareness classes under the guidance of Panchayat institutions for common people. These women also give instructions to the households members on how to dispose biodegradable waste at the source. In every visit, they go around the surroundings of the houses and check whether the environment is neat and clean. As HKS members, these women acquire the power to play the role of environmental caretakers in their respective panchayat. This is a particular moment of transition of the traditionally constructed gender role of women to a more socially responsible political role of an activist. This reflects a strong correlation between the two variables of women empowerment and environmental conservation. So the survey conducted by Government of Kerala reveals that nearly 47% of households in all the LSGs across, LSGs means local self-government institutions across Kerala are contributing their non-biodegradable waste to Haritha Karma Sena. As per the assessment, 97% of the LSGIS in Kerala have formed Haritha Karma Sena in their respective jurisdiction. So this study is published in the year 2021. So some 3 years has passed since then. So the percentage must have increased for sure. So the remarkable reception of HKS services is coined with the assiduous efforts of both Sena members and their coordinators. So in the beginning of the working of the women, working of Haritha Karma Sena, that is formed in the year 2016. So most of the women were reluctant to join in the group because cleaning as a job, which is considered traditionally in India as demeaning job. But however, the steady increase of income of the members attracted a lot more women into this venture, because at the early times, per day, they used to get some 1.5 pounds. But over the years, now they are able to get some 7 pounds per day, comes around 100 pounds in a month. So most of these women, So this has enhanced their financial independence and confidence. So Kirti has been working as a coordinator of HKS for the past 1.5 years in a panchayat. And she was glad to share the experience of some of the HKS volunteers under her unit. One woman is reported to have said that people are willing to give her small loans after she became the member of HKS because she regularly gets her income at the end of the month. Another woman also shared to her coordinator that her words are now being taken seriously by the family members in decision-making process because she is providing a stable monthly income to the family. Though the space they attained through the new role neither could translate into complete liberation from the patriarchal gender roles in the family as they continued to do the household chores. However, they attained respectability and financial independence to the extent of their works being shared by other family members at home. The question of mobility also important. So many women whom I have spoken to, before joining to the Sena, they are traveled only within the boundaries of their villages or up to their districts. But after joining this, now they are traveling to different districts for being part of some classes and government programs. And also among the 36 women, 10 women were picked by the panchayat and given training in driving trucks. Now they attained licenses also. Now they are completely independent in carrying out the activities of Haritha Karma Sena. But the public male attitude has not been much changed as most of them continue to face male gazes and sluggish comments. So before attaining the self-esteem and respectability, these women faced a lot of troubles, especially at the initial time. So work sites are not completely gender friendly. Some women share the experience of bad demeanor being faced from the customers when they reach the houses for waste collection purposes. Each household and its members are different in terms of responding to the services of Panchayat. Most of the households are extremely delighted on the venture of Panchayat for removing waste in exchange of a small user fee. And they receive HKS members with warmth. But some exhibit annoying behavior to these women and confront for charging fee for collecting waste. So almost all the respondents of Valligunam Panchayat are working for HKS from the very beginning of the inception, so they can understand the change in behavior over the years. These women had to go through traumatic experiences when they made their regular visits to household at the early times. HKS was perceived by rural people as another means of government to grab money from them. For, according to them, it's government's duty to clean the environment. We will pollute, but we don't mind to give money. So that is the mentality of people. Similarly, people who voted against the party running current government also refused to give waste and pay money. So going beyond verbal attacks, people forced these women to stand outside the compound by threatening with their pet dogs and locked the gates on their face. However, these women were not ready to give up their mission. And during the COVID waste collection process was a big hurdle, as exclusionary practices were justified on the grounds of avoiding spread of pandemic through physical contact. These women continued their work under these threats of pandemic. Women also face verbal and physical harassment while visiting houses in which either men are alone. There are no internal grievance redressal committees in the panchayat level to resolve these complaints. That is a problem. Women also share the pain of being called as waste pickers by men. So in this study, primary data revealed that the panchayat under study has one large MCF and 18 mini MCF. So for a couple of days, I spent with these women. So what I found is that the working environment of these women is not, it's unfriendly, like it is not clean. The waste bundles are accumulated there, and the surroundings of the MCFs are filled with bushes and trees. So they are prone to snake biting and other kind of poisons. And also they are not provided with any safety kits. The construction and maintenance of material collection facility centers are one significant segment of convenient working of HKS, because these women spend some 4 or 5 days in MCF from morning 9 to evening, 4 or 5 hours. And also there is a small washroom I saw in the MCF, and that was not clean. And there was only one pipe and it was not having water. So these women have to go out of the compound and collect water from the panchayat pipe, and they have to take it to the MCF. So that's also has to be solved. Yeah. And also one of the category in the beginning, I told that one of the category which I have highlighted in the study is disabled women. So HKS has a set of activities. And in those activities, it involves collection, segregation, transportation, and so on and so on. So disabled women can be included at some phases so that it could help them to, get some money and make them financially independent. And out of the 25 HKS members who are working in Devikulamangala Panchayat, only one member is disabled with a hearing and speaking impairment. And none of them are disabled members who works under the other coordinator in the other Panchayat. So this clearly demonstrates that Panchayat is reluctant to take disabled women, though Kudumbasri units. So Kudumbasri units is a self-help group in Kerala. So from where these women are mostly recruited. So in every Kudumbasri, there are a lot of disabled women. But still, Haritha Karma Sena don't have much. It's their participation. And also, I'm going to the final part of my presentation. Yeah. So scholars like Nivedita Menon, they argues that the danger of depoliticization is immense in every government drive of bringing the concept of gender and development discourse by formulating programs for women and by women. So this would dampen the radical feminist goal of annihilating patriarchal structures of domination. So in Haritha Karma Sena also, I have seen that though these women have acquired the role of an activist, that is very much limited. So they cannot go beyond the limit of preventing the environmental degradation, because there are large scale pollution is happening in the state. with the support of government and by multinational companies, these women are unable to prevent that. That is one limitation. And another major limitation is that these women are informed about the disposal. They are informed till the transportation of waste, but to where these waste are being taken to, and what the company which is primarily entrusted to do the final work is doing with the waste. Because very recently in Kerala, there is a big explosion happened in one plant, waste, recycling plant. So these women are not informed about that, though they are, till that process only they are informed. That is also considered as one limitation, because I have spoken to these women, they are not informed to where this waste is, being taken to. And I would like to show you some, it's not here. Yeah, these photos I have taken during my field visit. So in this picture, you can see women are in uniforms. So they have ID cards also. So they are segregating the waste outside MCF units. And this is a picture of the segregated waste inside the MCF. And here you can see that behind the waste bundles, there are bushes, trees, and all. This also shows the deplorable condition of the MCF. And that's it. Thank you.
Any questions? Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks very much for an interesting talk. On one of your slides, you were talking about the Indian feminist critique of intersectional approach here. I wonder if you could elaborate that, and it's related to my curiosity about the fact that you haven't mentioned caste at all. And I'm wondering, is the intersectionality to do with sex and caste, and the feminists wanted to be all about women? I'm just interested to know. The second question is more background about what HKS actually is, whether it's an NGO, a co-op, how it organizes itself, how it's funded, just a bit more about those sorts of things.
So I will start with your second question, sir. So HKS is not an NGO, or it's not actually run by NGO. It's a government, state government venture, and it is mostly carried out by Panchayat. So Panchayat is a local level government institution and the government system in India and Kerala. So Panchayat mostly recruits these women. That's from a self-help group, which is very popular in Kerala, that is Kudumbasri. So Kudumbasri is it's a group of women. So it's a local level organization of women. They will actually embark upon some like collecting money from the members, and they'll give loans for these women for various purposes, for employment and all. So this group mostly are consisting of members from Kudumbasri. That's why I told in the presentation that there are many disabled women in Kudumbasri, but none of them you can find in Hyderabad, where these women are able to make a good amount in the month. And your first question is regarding the intersectional feminist theory and how it incorporates caste. So yeah, I have also give a focus on caste in this study, which I didn't present here. So in this group, I have actually asked their caste, and they said some 8 members out of this 36, 8 members belongs to lowest caste, particularly belongs to scheduled caste. So I talked to these women whether they are facing any discrimination from the other women or other colleagues or from Panchayat, because as you all know, caste is the first and foremost fault line in India, where people are divided along caste lines, and the practices of untouchability and other kind of discriminations are still prevalent. But none of these women share that they have faced any discrimination based on caste. Whereas these all women are face discrimination from the other people, and they are called as waste pickers. Sometimes because this primarily comes because people don't want to pay. Yeah. So even if they have some outrage towards the government, they actually react to these poor women. So that is the problem.
Yeah, really interesting topic and paper. So I guess my main question was, could you go into some more detail about like the household dynamics going on here, particularly when thinking about like the transmission of norms and women's empowerment? Because I think there's interesting dynamics in terms of which stage you're looking at in terms of like the initial decision to get involved with HTS, but also then I think you mentioned about how this kind of alternative stream of income essentially changes dynamics within the households. I think this is really interesting kind of stuff from a sociological perspective.
Yeah. So I have spoken to members, particularly what happened there. I mean, did their status change after they becoming part of this IRMS? So many women shared that first of all, it's not like their children are very proud to say that these women are part of IRMS, because government is giving a lot of publicity to this venture. One. And second thing is that, of course, in these women mostly coming from lower class background, where their husbands are also working some small scale jobs in unorganized sectors. So money is very important for them. It's very important to earn both men and women. So that at houses they are telling that their husbands and in-laws are sharing the household's work after joining. So before that, it was their duty to take care of everything. So that's what they share. And also after giving an income to their houses, now their decisions are seriously taken by the family members. As you know that India is a very patriarchal country. Their society is very patriarchal. And women are considered, they are considered as second class citizens, especially in the family and society. Yeah.
Yeah. You want to go? Yeah. Thank you so much, and found it very interesting. But I would like to hear a bit more about the attacks that you mentioned, and if they not about the incidents, but if they collectively or there has been any government or anyone, some sort of protocol or response organized by women, just like looking after themselves or looking for methodologies or protocols to keep them safe.
So I have inquired not only to these women but also to some panchayat authorities. They said no such mechanism has been so far implemented. But the other thing is that now government has made all the services of, if you want to get the services of panchayat, it is compulsory that you have to give things to these academic centers. So other than that, there is no compulsory rules, particularly related to the ensure the safety of women who are working there.
Yeah, there was a question there. And
so first, thank you for the presentation. I really love the topic. I think it's important when thinking about local planning for climate action. It's super important to look at the coping strategies already on the ground and take that. It changes the academic perspective around, especially around people who experience inequality, right? Because there's this perception in the academy that they're not going to be able to cope, the big gap around adaptation. So I think this type of projects is super important to spread the word about. So first, thank you for that. And second, my question is about if you have information on the cost of opportunity, because in my own research, I think I'm looking at how for low-income communities, it's highly time-consuming to be environmentally responsible, right? Mm-hmm. The system sometimes, and especially in wealthy countries, benefits the wealthy because it's very easy to send your Nespresso pots back to Nespresso to recycle or recycle your containers for beauty products. But for low-income communities, being environmentally responsible, it's more costly or it's super time-consuming. So for them,
for the women who work, is this the best way that they spend their time? Because this seems really highly, you said that it's £100 a month, which seems like a lot, but how much time are they investing in this? Is it beneficial, or could they be doing another activity instead of doing this to better help their families or themselves in social mobility?
So the very favorable thing about women in working HKS is that they just need to work around 10 to 15 days per week. So the other days they can actually earn money to some other ways, because women who my interview told me some women are tailors. So they stitch and they make money the rest of the day. Okay, so that is one benefit of this program. And apart from that, I told no other skills also being developed while working with this. So at the initial time, none of the women were able to, they were not known how to drive. Now after joining this, with the help of Panchayat, now they took license, and now they can actually use this ability for their personal purposes also. In that way also, they are able to empower themselves. That's one thing.
Yeah. I not saw the question, but it's fine. Later after. Thank you. Thank you. So we now have Alejandro Puerta from Universidad Carlos III, and yeah, our last speaker for this session is going to launch.
Okay, so hello, I'm Alejandro. I'm going to present my paper on the effects of wildfires on poverty in Bolivia. This is a joint work with Gustavo and Andrei. So Gustavo is in the World Bank, so the usual disclaimer applies. Okay, so wildfires are becoming more frequent and severe globally. And among the countries which are most affected is Bolivia. And particularly in 2020, there was a lot of burned area there. So in the study period, which is 2005-2020, around 3.5% of the country was burned. So there is, I mean, in the literature, it has been systematically found that the effect is negative on the composition structure and the functioning of ecosystem, but is very inconclusive about the effects on socioeconomic outcomes. So the question we want to address is, what is the causal effect of severe wildfires on poverty in Bolivia? So in particularly the effects, there is inconclusive results because the effects can be different across sectors. So for example, if there is crop damage, then agricultural workers might be affected, but this could activate other sectors such as health services or transportation. So that mainly motivates why in the literature there is no conclusion about this. So this is the first paper to assess the causal effect of wildfires on poverty in Bolivia. What we do is that we estimate these causal effects on poverty, income, and occupation in Bolivia, and our study period is 2005-2020. What we do is that we merge data, NASA satellite data, with household surveys conducted by the National Statistics Institute in Bolivia. Our survey is not representative at the municipality level, so we perform some clustering, which I'm going to speak about. And we use a counterfactual estimator to estimate the dynamic average treatment on the tree. So we find that the effect of severe wildfires is short-lived and negative on poverty. In particular, there is an 8% rise the year after the severe wildfire happened, and is 7.7% after 2 years. But after that, the effect becomes non-significant. And we find that the mechanism behind this is mainly agricultural income. So it's not that people is losing their jobs, they're just earning less money, particularly in the agricultural sector. And the policy implication of this is that our findings could enhance the government action to prioritize households engaged in small-scale agriculture. So we first have data from the NASA Moody's collection. So this includes spatial extent and estimated data of biomass burning on a global scale, and it's quite precise. It's at 1 kilometer precision. Then we have socioeconomic data from the National Household Survey, and we have information on location at the municipal level, sex, age, among other observables. Our definition of poverty is monetary, and households are considered to be poor if their income is below the poverty line. And once we pull the surveys, we have around 450,000 individuals for the study period. So first, we have a repeated cross-section, and most of the methodologies to estimate treatment effects rely on a panel data set. So we must aggregate the individual data at some geographical extent. And we have information at the municipality level of where a household lives, but the survey is only representative after 2011 and at the state level. So this will imply a substantial loss of information by aggregating at the state level. First, because there is a lot of heterogeneity as regards the burning of the municipalities, and second, because we will have to discard the data before 2011. So what we do is that we're going to cluster municipalities which are similar as regards burning and macroeconomic conditions. So the idea is that if you aggregate the municipalities, this will only make sense if there is a spatial dependence, because if neighboring municipalities are very different, then you're not there is no gain in information. So to do this, we employ the MaxP region, which is Duque, Anselin, and co-authors. So a motivating example for why does the clustering work is, so imagine we want to learn about the income in some region, and then we observe 4 municipalities in this region. So if the household income is very similar and homogeneous, then the sample does not need to be that big. But on the other hand, if there is a lot of dissimilarities, then you need a very big sample to attain representativeness. So if the income process distribution is similar across municipalities, then we can hope that the sample is large enough to learn something about the income process, and that is representative of the population that we have. So this is more or less how the algorithm works. So it clusters adjacent municipalities based on a given threshold. So it minimizes within attribute heterogeneity and tries to maximize heterogeneity between the new regions. So in their example, they want to group areas based on house pricing, and they input they place the constraint that every region must at least have 120 houses. So in this case, the northeastern part of the map has a lower income, and the southwest has like higher income. So this is kind of an illustration of what we do. So we perform Welsh and chi-square tests in order to ensure that adjacent regions are similar. So for example, the chi-square test check if the CDF of the municipality, so for example, for education levels, which is multinomial, if they are similar or not. If they're super different, then it doesn't make sense to do the clustering, and we find that it would make sense. So at the beginning, we have 330 municipalities, and we cluster based on the burned areas and some socioeconomic outcomes. So we impose a minimum of 6 municipalities per cluster, and then we obtain 48 clusters. And then we're going to test if this threshold makes the results to change a lot, if they're sensitive or not to this. So we observe data on the dependent variable. So our variable of interest is poverty, and we're going to consider the mechanisms to be the income, agricultural income, and occupation. And we observe some characteristics for the household. And then we're going to build a treatment indicator defining, which is defined from the proportion of burned areas, which is the data we actually have. So our object of interest is finding out the average treatment on the treated S periods after the wildfire happened. And we're not going to consider the always treated and the never treated. And this captures which is the effect of the wildfires on our outcome of interest. So the question that arises is, how can we estimate this average treatment on the treated? So first, we need to have a methodology which accounts for the nature of wildfires. So most of the causal inference methods, they make the staggered adoption assumption. So once a unit has been treated, then it cannot be treated again, and it remains treated forever, which is clearly not the case of wildfires, because they occur on and off. So sometimes a wildfire is super severe, so the effect can last for a couple of years, and then another wildfire can happen, so on and so forth. So we cannot use any methodology assuming this staggered adoption. So we want to estimate the dynamic average treatment on the treated. So there are papers which allow for heterogeneous treatment effects. And in fact, this later paper of Callaway, it allows for continuous treatment, which would be super nice in our case, but we must make the staggered adoption assumption. And the other option that we have that allows for non-staggered adoption, it only uses observations one period after and before. And we're also interested in how much like the effect, if it vanishes through time or not, so we cannot use this methodology. But these counterfactual estimators by Liu and co-authors, it allows for on and off treatments, so we don't have to make the staggered assumption. It exploits every available period, so we can look it through time, more than 1 year before and after, but it requires a binary treatment. So the question that arises is this a too stringent assumption to just be so reductionist about the exposure in just one indicator? So wildfires tend to be geographically concentrated in Bolivia. So most of the exposed municipalities are close to the Amazon and other tropical regions. And there is very minimal incidence in the south of Bolivia. So if you use the proportion of burned areas relative to the region size, this is not very informative because they're not occurring at random. And in particular, if there is a continuous presence of wildfires, then there could arise some adaptation and mitigation strategies that will make us to underestimate the effect of the wildfires. So we're going to define them. So we're going to identify these severe wildfire events by defining a wildfire index. So it's basically so the rationale between our definition of treatment is that if there is a substantial deviation from the normal wildfire condition, then this could be considered as an unexpected shock. And then we're going to say that a unit is treated, a region is treated, if the wildfire index exceeds some threshold, and we're going to assume that it's going to be treated for k periods more, right? So it is the shock of the wildfire, and then we must make an assumption of for how long it's going to be treated, and we will check if our results are robust to these parameters. So there are a lot of threats to identification. So first is that the treatment is exogenous if the shock is unexpected. Otherwise, then you could prepare for it and develop like mitigating resources to cope with this. So the anticipation of this event could prompt the regions to prepare for the wildfires, so the effect is not as bad as it could have been. And in this case, our estimates are a lower bound for the effects of wildfires. So one of the things that could make the exogeneity of the wildfires non-reasonable is that wildfires in Bolivia often originate from a slash and burn agricultural practice. So sometimes it's cheaper just to burn everything instead of waiting for the crop to work. And in many cases, this could escalate and then become a severe and extreme wildfire. And on the other hand, there are a couple of human activities such as pasture management, waste burning, and hunting, which could contribute to wildfire risk. And therefore, areas with very poor institutions and less skilled farmers would be more exposed to these wildfires. So we partially tackle these threats for our identification. So we expect that both practices are expected to be systematic. So if it's not that 1 year they're going to burn the crop and the other year not, but it's something which is systematic. So if the deviation is substantial, then this is unexpected, right? And also we control for potential confounders because we have observables at the household level. So the counterfactual estimator basically, so we estimate the counterfactual for the untreated units, then we estimate the individual treatment effect, and then we average to get the average treatment on the treated periods after, in the aftermath of the wildfires. So what we find is that on average, 3.5% of the country's territory was burned, which is a lot. And in particular, 2 states are the most affected, which are the 2 on the top of both. And they're located in the northern and northeastern part of Bolivia, and these 2 regions contain the 3 of the country's main ecoregions, which is the Bolivian Amazon, the savanna located in Beni, and the Chiquitano tropical forest. So we find that there is a lot of variation both in time and in space. So it's not that the wildfires are super persistent in the sense that they severely hit the same regions in the same magnitude. So they're persistent in the sense that in this north and northeastern part of the map, they're more systematic, but the exposure to the wildfires vary a lot. And we found that the regions in the south do not receive so many, do not experience many wildfires. So in here we have the map of vulnerability in unsatisfied basic needs. So in particular, regions in the south are the most vulnerable and are the less exposed to these wildfires. And these are our main results. So we find that the poverty increases by 8% 1 year after, and this effect is 7.7 2 years after, and it vanishes, is not significant anymore after 3 years has happened. We don't estimate for a bigger time span because we don't have so many observations to estimate precisely this average treatment on the treated. So we only do it, we ensure that we have at least 10 observations to make the estimates reliable. So we find a drop in per capita income of 84 bolivares, which is more or less 10% of the average per capita income in our data. And the agricultural income drop is around 2 times higher in terms of percentage change. And we find something which was kind of surprising to us, that there is no effect on occupation. So we find that it's not that people is losing their jobs, they're just earning less. And this could be like the mechanism. So we performed some diagnosis tests, and we find that there are no pre-trends. So you can more or less look at it that before the wildfires happen, none of the effects are significant, but we performed the pre-trend test. We also test for placebo and carryover effects, and we find that we don't have like this noise in our measurements. So we perform a couple of robustness checks. So the first one we do is the threshold to define a severe wildfire. So if the threshold is smaller, then we're considering wildfires which are not that severe, right? So the average effect is going to decrease for sure. And if we consider a very high threshold, then we're only going to get the super highly exposed. So since there are less highly exposed, we're not going to precisely estimate the average treatment on the treated. But what we find is what intuition will tell you is that if you define a smaller threshold, then you will underestimate the effect. And if you define a higher threshold, you're going to overestimate it. But we find that even though the magnitude changes, we have the same direction, and the change in the magnitude is not dramatic. So another robustness check that we perform is what will have happened if we just perform the municipality analysis, disregarding that our data is not representative, and that both the direction and the magnitude change a lot. So the results will have changed a lot if we perform the analysis at the municipality level. And this is motivated by the fact that we don't have representativity. And in fact, this is a motivation for our clustering procedure. So one parameter which is important for our estimates is the the constraint that you put on the optimization problem. So we're requiring that every cluster includes at least 6 regions. So we change this value from 2 to 8 and then see what happens. And we find that the magnitudes are quite similar, but there is a substantial change in the significance. And the motivation for this is that if there are clusters with very little municipalities, so for example, with just 2 municipalities, then you don't have representativity. And if you have clusters with a lot of municipalities, then the spatial dependence is going to vanish because you're considering more heterogeneous regions in the same cluster. So we find that the results are sensitive to this aggregation level, but we find that the magnitudes are quite similar, but the precision of the estimates do change a lot. And one key assumption as well is that we have assumed that the treatment only persists for 2 periods. And now we see what happens if we assume that the treatment has only effect on the same year. And we assume it from a grid of values from 0 to 8. And we find that the estimates are virtually the same. So there is not a substantial change in the magnitude or in the precision of the estimates. So in this paper, we combine the satellite data with household surveys in Bolivia, and our aim is to estimate the causal effect of severe wildfires on poverty. We find that the effect is short-lived and negative on poverty, and the mechanism we identify is a declining household per capita income, and particularly this is driven by a fall in agricultural labor income, and we find no effects on occupation. We find that these results are robust to the assumed persistence of the treatment, and the qualitative results are quite much the same if we change the minimum number of municipalities and the wildfire index threshold, but our results are sensitive to these parameters, even though the qualitative results remains the same. So this is the first paper to assess these causal effects of severe wildfires on poverty. We consider that these results shed light on both the magnitude and duration of these wildfire effects. And we think that this is useful for understanding what are the welfare effects of severe wildfires, and try to find which are the channels to the households going to poverty, being vulnerable. And we consider this enhances the government's ability to respond promptly to cope with wildfires, and it allows them to design the public policy targeted particularly to the agricultural sector. And that's it.
Thank you. May I use my privilege as a character? Otherwise, I never managed to ask the question quickly. So your index for measure for wildfire doesn't capture also deforestation, so fires, like forested areas that burn, or forested area like forest.
Yeah, so I'm not following.
No, I mean the wildfire that you refer to, they can, like destroy and burn agricultural areas,
Yes.
but also forest.
Yes.
Right? Yeah. So I would expect, as you mentioned, also that a bunch of these fires are humanly induced. And so I was wondering whether, for instance, criminal organization might play a role in, driving these wildfires, and whether, like to increase the agricultural area for future use, and or for other use like drug, Roxana, cocaine is an expert on that, but I mean, that could kind of maybe be an underlying mechanism of what you find with the criminal organization having an effect on poverty also through other channels, and then you see this. It's not lasting.
Yes. So short answer, I don't have a clue. So no idea. And I think it could taint our result. So the mechanism could not be the proper mechanism, but just the result of something else working on that case. So you will expect that these dynamics are like clustered as well. So these criminals are clustered as well a little bit. So I will say that it could taint the results for sure. And I think it will be super nice to have data on that. We have national survey data, but if we could manage to merge some criminality measures in order to clean a little bit up from that, it will be amazing. And I think we could implement it.
Thanks. Okay. Roxana.
I really like your paper. I recently published a paper on Guatemala and how drug trafficking deforests the entire country, and how the activity in Colombia, when they seize cocaine, deforestation increases dramatically in Central America, and that drives migration to Mexico. So, as Katerina was saying, I think Bolivia is one of the main producers of cocaine, in addition to Colombia. But drug trafficking, as far as I know, is not as important in driving deforestation in Bolivia. That's what we know from activists. But it is important in certain regions, and if you go back to your cluster areas where you did, it's in the middle of the country. That's where the drug trafficking
happens.
To land their planes from Peru. So if you have drug trafficking, where farmers forest land to plant planes and also to bring coca plantation, it will mitigate some poverty or might increase as well. So I think that what Katerina mentioned, that's a potential mechanism that we can explore further, and I think that would perhaps explain where there is more Wi-Fi.
Yeah, so the one thing that we want to look after this is migration, particularly, because I mean, the materials of the houses which are located in these highly exposed regions might not be the best. So if a severe wildfire happens, then you must migrate somewhere. The data, we're working still on constructing this migration measure, and we're definitely considering doing that. But after the two comments, I think that the criminality challenge, channel will also be super interesting. And as a matter of fact, it could be working the other way around. So it could be that the effect is even worse for those that are not linked to criminality and they're just earning less. So I think if we could clean that up, it will be super nice, and also identifying this criminal challenge. I think channel it will be nice. Yeah.
I use instrumental variables to share.
Okay.
And the instrument is the change of price of cocaine in the US and the city of
I see.
So these are exogenous, and you can check whether indeed these pattern wildfires that you see are indeed exogenous, so driven by policy implications that Colombia is in Tanzania in the US.
Yeah, because one of the human activities causing these effects will be driven by the price of cocaine in this case. No, that would be amazing. Thank you so much.
Some good comes in cocaine.
I have a pretty short clarification. So there was no any kind of policy program to like money or subsidized transfers to
No,
people.
no. Yeah, exactly. And that's what we're thinking. So in particular, we don't report elasticities or some elasticities, because we're also interested on which is the monetary cost of wildfires, which will be super reductionistic, because you're assuming that it's homogeneous across the population, which is absolutely unreasonable. But we want to work on that. So yeah, we will be working on that. Yes.
Yeah, just actually on this slide, you were showing that there's a difference between agricultural income and other incomes. I was wondering, given that there seems to be no more effect after a few years, but you have differentiated between the two groups in seeing whether one group's income recovered quicker than another income. Specifically, I'm thinking about agricultural land gain. so that there's
Yeah.
currency gain. And at the same time, if I'm not wrong, ashes are fertile. And that could have positive impact on yields. I mean, that might be long shot, but how do you differentiate between two groups in how they recover?
No, we have not. We have not, but I think that could be I mean, we could do that. We have the data, so we could definitely look at that as well. Yeah. Sorry.
I think there is some reputation that the data of forests is not very good in Latin America, but some countries do have excellent data apart from satellites. I wonder if you have explored the census that the country might do on wildfires. For instance, in Guatemala, I found that each fire they find, the government manages to determine if it's caused by agricultural practices, by criminal activities, or by natural events. And they do that by sending the range people and forests and asking people around.
Okay.
They collect this data on an annual basis. And they do it as a part of their census to care about their environment.
Okay.
That's why we know 40% of the deforestation is driven by agriculture. So I don't know if you have something like that.
No, I was completely unaware of this data source, but sounds really good.
The National Institute of Guatemala said to download.
Okay.
So just check the Institute of.
Yeah. All right. Yes, definitely.
One last question.
Thank you. Super interesting. Just a question. So I understood you place a lot of focus on making community or municipalities comparable, but I was a bit lost like at the lowest level. So perhaps you could speak a bit about like the sampling, like the basis of your household surveys. So was there an equal number of households being sampled in each municipality, and like how were these households being selected proportional to size, or are you only focusing on rural households?
No. So we have both rural and urban areas, and the data comes from the National Household Survey. So it's intended to be representative at the state level, but the problem is that, so for example, in here you could see that even within states there is a lot of heterogeneity. So it's quite unreasonable to make like to just mix them up and just put them in the same bag. So it is intended to be representative of at the state level after 2011. So we just have data on municipalities, and we try to do our best to get representativity, but there is nothing ensuring that, and our hands are kind of tied as that regard.
But you have access to this household level data. Right?
Yes.
So why care about representativeness if it includes urban areas? So I would expect urban areas not to be affected by wildfires, only rural areas, right? So why are you not only focusing on rural households and aggregate their data?
You mean like not considering the spatial dimension, but just you're rural or not, and then aggregating?
Just excluding urban households, just focusing on rural areas, even if it's not representing the whole country.
Yeah, but I think in that case we couldn't make the assessment of the increase in poverty, because if we don't have representativity at the aggregated level, then we cannot state that there is an approximate 8% increase in poverty. But if we will be interested in just the agricultural income and per capita income, we could perfectly do that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. When we come back from lunch.
2 o'clock.
2 o'clock, yes.
And lunch is outside.
Just outside, behind us.
Yeah.
Okay, so welcome back everyone after lunch. So the next panel is very nice, very coherent on a topic that's interesting for all of us, which is taxation. So Mathilde, Jan, and Jules are going to be presenting, same rules as before, 20-minute presentations. Think of some questions you have for the Q&A and I'll collect them as they come. So Mathilde, the floor is yours.
Okay, hi, thank you very much for inviting me. So I'm very happy to be here. So first time in London for me. So I will present you a paper on taxation, but on the environmental regulation of mobile internet. So I will explain you why it is interesting. And this is a joint work with Paolo Melindi-Ghidi from Aix-Marseille University and Jean-Philippe Nicolai from the University of Grenoble, such as me. So to give you some context, in 2020, digital technology represented 3.2% of the French greenhouse gas emission of the French, and is expected to increase by 45% by 2030. So it seems necessary to regulate this new source of pollution, especially as environmental policies rarely take into account digital pollution in environmental policies. So in this paper, we mainly focus on, we mainly study the impact of an environmental tax on mobile internet. So why we are interested in this subject is because in 2020, the French Senate proposed to regulate mobile data consumption, and recently, former minister also proposed to limit the consumption of mobile data per French. So why this was such a regulation? It's because mobile data consumption. So sorry, just to be clear, when I will talk about mobile internet, I will talk to 2, 3, 4, 5G, so a generation of mobile internet. And when I will talk about fixed internet, I will talk about all the technology behind Wi-Fi, so fiber and so on. So why it is interesting is because mobile data consumption is more polluting than fixed internet. So the aim of such a regulation, of such a tax, is one, to encourage more sobriety, so to limit the consumption of internet, and especially mobile internet, and two, to encourage the use of fixed internet instead of mobile when it's possible, of course. So just to give you some insight, here you can see a figure of a comparison of the impact per gigabyte between fixed and mobile network in France. And you can see that regardless of the environmental indicator chosen, mobile internet, the usage of 1 gigabyte of mobile internet is always higher from an environmental point of view than the usage of 1 gigabyte of fixed internet. That's why we want to think about such a regulation. So what we do in this paper, we aim to answer two main research questions. In the first part of the paper, we are asking how internet operator can react to the implementation of such a tax on mobile data. So what is interesting in this case is that mobile internet is not sold at the unit price. That means that in France, mobile internet is sold as a form of packages. That means that you can buy some packages with a maximum allocation of mobile data included in the package. So it enables internet operator to discriminate between consumers according to their preference for mobile data preferences. So it's basically a market with price discrimination and non-linear tariff. And when we can, we'll show in the theoretical model, so it's a simple IO theoretical model, what we'll show is that in this case of price discrimination with non-linear tariff, the impact of the tax is not the same that with a market with a good sold at the unit price. And we will see that the implementation of the tax can both decrease the allocation of the mobile data included in the package, but will also decrease the subscription prices, not the average mobile data prices, but the subscription price. And it will have an impact on the distributional effect of such a tax. So what we do in the second part is that we want to know if this tax will be or not regressive, as it's a usual result from the environmental literature. And what we do is that we will see that depending on the reaction of internet operators, but also on the depending on the reaction and the satisfaction of household following the implementation of the tax, this kind of tax is not necessarily regressive. And I will show you the different scenarios after. Okay, so now I will present you the basic, the simpler theoretical model that we built for now. So we built the model on Danuso and Rousseau 2022. That is a paper about the impact of tax in the price discrimination context. And we assume that we have two types of consumer, indexed by H for high and L for low. So the main difference between my two consumers, they all have basically the same utility function. The main difference between the high type consumer and the low type consumer is that the high type consumer have this parameter theta that is higher. And this parameter theta is the parameter that captures the preference for mobile data consumption. That means that high types consumer value more the consumption of mobile data than low type consumer. We normalize to 1 the total number of consumer, and we assume that nu is the share of high type consumer. From the supply side, we have one monopolist that propose two packages adapted, designed for each types of consumer. So they propose one first package with a low amount of mobile data QL for a fixed fee PL, and it also propose another packages with a high amount of mobile data for a higher fixed fee. But it's, you will see after, it's we are in the price discrimination context with non-linear tariff. That means that even if the fee for the high type consumer is higher, the average mobile data prices will be lower. This is a non-linear tariff. Okay, and the last solution for the simple model is that each unit of data consumption will generate 1 unit of pollution, and that a government of whoever you want implement a pollution tax on the production of mobile data. Okay, basically the monopolist problem is can be written as this. So of course the monopolist want to maximize its profit by selling the both type of packages. And the profit will is decreasing with C, it's a cost of producing one mobile data, and to H and to L is a tax rate that is applied to the production of mobile data for the monopolist. The monopolist maximizes its profit subject to 4 main constraints, so it's basic in this literature. So the first two are incentive constraints that say that each type of consumer will choose the package that is designed for that type. That means that we can read in equation 2 as the utility of high type consumer is higher if she chooses the high type packages than if she chooses the low type packages. And the last two constraints are participation constraints that say that each of my consumer will choose one of the both package, and of course they will choose the package that is designed for their type. What we find for the simple first order condition is that the prices of each packages, the fee, of course, will depend on the utility and preferences of each type of consumers. But, and the non-linearity of the price comes from here. The price of the high type packages is decreasing by an informational weight that enable high type consumer to prefer the high type packages. Okay. And of course, the quantity will increase. The quantity of mobile data will include in each packages will increase with the preference of my consumer, and will decrease with the cost and the tax rate applied to the production of mobile data. And what we find here is that for the simpler model that we built for now, is that when we implement a tax rate on the production of mobile data, which is the same for the both high type and low type packages, we find that, of course, and this is logical, of course, the maximum allocation of mobile data in each subscription will decrease because it is more costly for the monopolist to produce each one mobile data. But what is interesting here is that as the allocation of the maximum allocation of mobile data included in each package is decreasing, the monopolist, the internet operator, has also to decrease the price. So here, it's a different result from the environmental literature that focus on the good that is sold at the unit prices. Here, it's the packages. Is that both the maximum allocation, so the quantity of data included in the package, and also the subscription price will also decrease. But be careful, it's not the average mobile data price that is decreasing. This means that if you divide just the quantity of mobile data by the fee, it does not mean that it's decreasing. It's the subscription prices. So we take this simple result to build our assumption for the empirical part. Okay, so now that we understand how internet operator can react to the implementation of the tax on mobile data, we want to know if such a tax is regressive or not. What is the distributional effect of such a tax on French household? So what we use is the last household survey, household budget survey produced by the French Statistical Institute. So INSEE, so French Statistical Institute. So this is a survey that collects all the spending of representative sample of French household. So we know how many they spend on each good category. And what is interesting for us is that we also know how many internet subscriptions they had. So if it is mobile or if it is a subscription, fixed internet subscription. And we also know what is the price of each subscription that my household incur. And we also have also characteristics. So we know income, age, household size, etc. to control for our estimation. So we want to estimate a complete demand system. So we also consider, in addition to fixed and mobile internet, we also consider other non-durable good categories, such as food, electricity, laser, and so on. And for the other type of good, such as food, etc., we does not have the price. So we collect the consumer price indices of the same institute, so the INSEE, the French Statistical Institute, to have the price of each good and for each spending of each my household. What we do is that we then estimate a quadratic almost ideal demand system theorized by Bunks and co-authors in 1997. And we also apply Schonk-Wheeler and Yen methodology that enable to correct for the censor bias. So usually in the literature, in this literature, the censor bias is not really taken into account because there are not forcefully a censor bias. But here, with internet expenditure, a lot of French households does not have any mobile or fixed expenditure because there are still a digital divide. Maybe so they are just mobile or just fixed internet expenditure. So we have to correct for this censor bias. And when once we estimate this demand system, we are able to compute for the price elasticity of each good category. So for fixed internet, mobile internet, food, and so on. And the last step of our research is once we have this price elasticity, we are able to simulate, to compute the welfare loss or gain of the tax on mobile subscription. And we choose to measure it with the compensating variation. That is basically the amount of money the household needs to maintain the same level of utility before the price variation. So usually in this kind of literature, we just study the impact of a price increase. But here you will see that we'll make different scenarios depending on our theoretical results. Okay, so we have a lot of, I will talk about it after, we have a lot of limitation for our data because we have the expenditure of each household for mobile and fixed internet, but we do not have the characteristic of their subscription. So we know how many they pay, how much they pay, but we don't know how many mobile data they have in the subscription. So we first make an assumption, and we say that we consider that price is a proxy of data allocation. That means that if household pay a high, an expensive mobile subscription, we consider that this household is a high-type consumer. Okay, So in the first scenario, we consider that no one changed their mobile subscription, so the subscription prices is decreasing for everybody. So why this assumption is also because a lot of households in French, the subscription, the price of mobile data is very, very cheap. That means that for 15 euros, you can have 200 gigabytes of mobile data. So a lot of households are already satisfied with their mobile subscription because they do not consume the entire allocation of mobile data. So in this case, if all households, French households will benefit from the decrease in price. And we observe that first income decile will benefit more from the decrease in price. One, internet represents a higher share of their expenditure. And two, they are more likely to be low-type consumer. They pay cheaper subscription. This scenario is maybe not the more realistic scenario, so we test also a different scenario. In the second one, we look at what's happened if only the low-type consumer wants to switch to the upper subscription. So they have an increase of the pricing is increasing for them. And we see that first income decile are no more impacted by the regulation. And the tax can be regressive in a certain case, depending on how many consumer wants to switch to the upper subscription. And in the last scenario that we built, we assume that all consumers will switch to the upper subscription. And in this case, we find the basic result from the environmental literature that tax is regressive for the same reason that the first scenario, but in the opposite way. What we want to add in this paper, and especially on the empirical part, is that we are asking for Orange, that is the main internet operator, we are asking for information, detailed information on mobile data, mobile internet subscription, in order to match the household budget survey and information on internet operator. In order to estimate the potential switcher, because we know that if someone have a subscription with 200 gigabytes of mobile data and consume only 10, we know that they will be satisfied from this new subscription. Okay. To conclude, so it's a very preliminary version of this paper. To conclude, we find that in a market where mobile data are sold through subscription and not at the unit prices, the impact of an environmental tax can decrease both the mobile prices and the data allowance in the subscription, but not the average price, data price, of course. As a result, we find that the environmental tax does not necessarily have a regressive effects, unlike the traditional way, the traditional literature on the distributional effect of mobile data. And thank you. Thank you. 1 minute. Okay, sorry. Did you finish? Yeah, I can talk about the extension, but I just want to extend the model with. Sorry?
You had 1 minute.
Oh yeah, I will talk about my extension. And we are not working now working on a model with not only two type of packages, high and low, but a continuum of packages. We also want to see what's happened when we work with a duopoly and not just a monopolist internet operator. And I think I already talked about it, that we hope we can have access to this data to estimate the probability that French household will switch to the upper subscription following the implementation of the tax. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, great. So any questions, comments?
I have a question about like data classification. So how do you classify the data like 3, 4, and 5? Because sometimes you buy the phone and they give you like free internet, or sometimes no SIM, you know, it's like different packages. Like how do you classify the pricing in 3, 4, and 5G?
We do not have this information. But in France, it's very simple. The package is very simple. It's cheap, and now it's usually just 4 or 5G. So I collect. So I check often how French system is working, but the package is really really similar. First, I do not have this information, but there are not so much 2G packages or 3G packages. They all use 4G or 5G for now.
Like in other words, where you get the pricing of those packages, like is there any like, I don't know, like you ask the company or?
For now, I do not have this information because it's survey on household, so they just declare the price that they pay. But I want to ask company in order to have this information. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I want to say here is that we are actually talking with Orange, that is the main internet operator, to have information about the mobile packages, and we want to match according to some socio-economic characteristics such as age, so they do not have income information, but age, gender, etc., prices, and to match with the national administrative data that we have.
Okay, thank you.
Very nice question, probably. Is internet connection working equally good across the whole territory, or are some areas where it doesn't work that well, or the access is not?
Yeah, it's different. So we do not consider overseas territory because it doesn't the mobile and fixed infrastructure is not the same. We just consider mainland France.
No, but I mean,
yes, but for the digital divide,
overall,
overall,
I mean,
it's work. The quality is not really the same depending on rural, urban area, but the territory is almost covered from the same way in all the French, except from altitude in mountains, but not a lot of people live here. Because I have another paper on the digital divide that it was surprising, but if you just want to have access and not have a high quality internet, such as to do some Zoom, etc., but just have an access to internet, the territory, the mainland France is pretty much well covered. And there are some law that say that even if one internet operator has not an infrastructure in one zone, one areas, the other internet operator, often it is Orange because it's the former state monopoly, they have to share the access, to share the infrastructure between operators.
And given this rural-urban divide, could there be any kind of resistance also from rural areas to this tax? As a bit I'm following a bit, thinking about this yellow belt movement. Could there be also, you think, a bit of rejection to it, or?
There was some rejection to the law proposal in 2020 because it didn't finish into the final law. That is a law about how to reducing the carbon footprint of digital. There are rejection, but more from internet operators. But I think it can have some rejection. So I think 1 month ago, former minister proposed to limit the consumption of internet. She proposed to do each French will have the right to consume at maximum consumption of 10 gigabytes of internet. And there was a lot of rejection. But I think that I don't say that I propose this, but I think but we will talk about it after. With the yellow jacket, I think it's important to look at the distributional effect and the efficiency of such a law. And to finish, it's also that we have some law that say that in 2030, all the French territory has to be covered by fiber. That means that fixed internet is well developed in France. So that's why we think about it. But from some countries, such as I think about sub-Saharan Africa, where the mobile are more developed, I think it's a really bad idea to implement this regulation.
Thank you.
Yes.
Talking about the yellow jacket movement, I was also thinking about spatial inequalities and how the tax would affect differently, countryside, cities, and stuff like this. I don't know how large are the differences in consumption of internet, like between countryside and cities, but I guess there are sizable differences.
In fact, what is interesting, because so my first paper in environmental, but my thesis was about digital economics, and I worked on digital divide in France. And what's interesting, and the same result for Germany, but not all the countries, is that the digital divide between urban and rural is not because of the infrastructure, it's because of the composition between rural and urban area. That means that there are more older people in rural, in countryside, in a rural area than in the cities. There are more less qualified people, and the divide between them is more because of the composition of this area than because of the lack of infrastructure. And I was surprised when I'm working about it, is that when you ask people what is the main reason for what you do not have any access to the internet, in France, it's just like 3 or 5% of the people who does not have internet that answer that it's because of a lack of infrastructure. It's the same for several surveys that I check. There are more people that say that they do not want any internet connection because of a fear of privacy, for instance. So that's why I think the access to the internet is okay. Yeah.
But in addition to like access to internet, like I'm talking about like also data consumption, like 4G and stuff. I'm wondering like how large are the gaps between like cities and countryside. Yeah,
I do not have access to the information. I think it will be interesting to look at this. But really, I think that is more an age issue, or yes, than rural urban. But it can be interesting. I think it depends if the fiber is well developed or not. Yeah.
Any other questions?
Yes.
Just out of interest, what's the main source of the environmental impact from data consumption? Is it energy use or is it?
Yeah, energy use. In fact, it's more energy intensive than a fixed one. And the infrastructure is both polluting, but the fact that you use the internet far from the infrastructure, so it's a case of mobile, is very, very intensive in energy. And the projection for France say that the environmental impact and the energy consumption of fixed internet will be stable until 2050. I think it's a projection. I don't remember the number, but it will be stable. But the environmental impact and the energy consumption of mobile is projected to increase by, I don't remember, but it's go up. And yes. And also because of the 5G and the rebound effect and the fact that we do not close all the 2-3G infrastructure, and because of a lot of things that fixed internet does not have.
Okay, perfect. So we've hit pretty much 2:30. So I'll say thank you to Mathilde. Really good paper. And then the next one comes down. Or you share, make sure you share it. Okay. So I think someone didn't see the presentation. Thank you.
Okay, good morning. So I'm French, so I'm going to talk about something that is very French. First, taxes, and second, strikes. So this is a joint work with another PhD student, and the work is entitled Geography versus Income, the heterogeneous effect of carbon taxation. So basically, I'm going to talk about the social acceptability of carbon taxes. So I'm going to build a model to deal with carbon taxation. And the key point of this model is, as mentioned before, I will have living area heterogeneity. not only rich versus poor people, we will have urban versus urban people. And this will allow us to assess aggregates and distributive effect of carbon taxation. So the motivation for this paper is very simple. This was the plan for the carbon tax in France. We planned to increase carbon tax price at 250 euros per ton of CO2. But what happened, as you know, is the following. We had 6 years ago the Yellow Vest movement. What is the result of the Yellow Vest movement? This is the tax in France, the green line. It's basically the carbon tax in France has been frozen since 6 years. So of course, we would like to increase it, but we cannot because it will hurt maybe poor people, maybe rural people. So what are we going to do? Usually when we want to talk about the distributive effect of carbon taxation, we rely on static microsimulation and micro model. Today, I'm going to build a DSG model with endogenous distribution of income and wealth based on the Ayagari model. And the point of this model will be to add non-homothetic preferences because energy is a necessary good. And I will add geographical energy needs. If you live in a rural area, you need to take your car to go to work. You need to heat your house that may be bigger than if you live in Paris. So you will have heterogeneous energy needs. And we will not have one carbon taxes, we will have two carbon taxes, one on firms, one on households. And finally, we will allow targeted transfers because if I tax you, I get money. Either I redistribute this money through transfers, maybe I can compensate the poor people, the rural people, or maybe I can just increase public spendings. The main point of this paper is the following graph. This is the energy share in total consumption in France. As you see, yes, if you are poor, you consume more in terms of your revenue compared to if you are rich. But if you live in a rural area, you consume much more compared to Paris. So the gradient of the consumption is much higher for depending on where you live compared to depending on what you earn. So we need to take into account geographical heterogeneity. Second feature of this model, in France, we have carbon tax on households, carbon tax on firms. And the carbon tax on firms, due to many exemptions, is much lower than the carbon tax on households. And we will see that, in fact, carbon tax on households has very different general equilibrium effects compared to carbon tax on firms. So maybe this is not the right mix. Or maybe it is. It's not. Okay. So why it's not? We will find that, in fact, when I tax households' direct emission, it will be regressive. But if I tax firms' direct emission, it will be progressive. Second, we will find that geography, of course, is more important than income or wealth. And finally, a positive message, we will find that if I redistribute towards poor and rural households, we can generate a double dividend because you can mitigate welfare losses associated to the carbon transition. Okay, so I'm not going to enter into the model too much. So this is a stylized representation of the model. Started from the bottom, we have two sources of energy. One is fossil energy. And in France, fossil energy is imported from the rest of the world. Second is clean energy, which is electricity. And it's an N because in France, it's nuclear energy. And nuclear energy in France is produced using capital and labor, mostly capital. So we have two types of energy. And energy is either consumed by households or by firms. And by households, as you see, if you live in a rural area, you will consume more energy compared to urban households, but you will also consume much more fossil energy. So I will have household with non-homothetic energy preferences and a CS function between fossil and nuclear energy. And for the firm, I produce cars, computer, food using capital and labor and energy. And again, energy is a CS function of fossil and nuclear. and we will have a government taxing households, taxing firms, and with a carbon tax, and redistributing this revenue either through transfers, possibly targeted, or through public spending. So, without equation, this is what we do for households. We assume that first, you need to choose between consumption and energy with an elasticity of substitution. Then, once you choose energy, you need to choose between electricity and fossil fuel. We have non-homothetic energy demand because energy is a necessary good, and we will have a geographical heterogeneity because maybe if you live in a rural area, the non-homothetic parameter is higher. And we will have the cross-calibration between what you earn and where you live, because maybe if you live in a rural area, you don't have the same income process compared as a Parisian household, maybe. For the firm, not going to enter the detail, but capital, labor, energy, and energy is a bundle of nuclear energy, fossil energy. Of course, I will deal a bit about that, but the elasticity of substitution will be key in this model. Either we have a very low elasticity of substitution because we have a short-run model, or we have a very high elasticity of substitution because we have a long-run model. As you will see, I will choose a very low elasticity of substitution because, in fact, if the elasticity of substitution was high, we won't have seen the yellow vest movement, basically. So I'm going to assume that it will be a short, medium-run model with a low elasticity of substitution. We have an electricity sector using capital, labor, and fossil fuel energy, mostly capital. And to close the model, we have a fossil fuel sector. So we import, we assume the rest of the world is exogenous. We don't model it. I just buy oil from some countries, and in exchange, they buy goods from my country. And finally, I will have a government. So it's a very well-calibrated model with progressive taxes on labor, VAT tax, capital tax, and importantly, taxes on households, taxes on firms. So I will have carbon taxes, and either I increase public spending or I redistribute through transfers. So our benchmark scenario, the most neutral scenario to isolate redistributive effect will be to put money into public spending, and then we will consider different scenarios. So the important part of the model is the following graph. We try to match first the level of energy consumption across living area and the composition of energy consumption. Because as you see, yes, if you live in a rural area, you consume more energy compared to Paris, but you consume much more fossil energy. And while it is much flatter for depending on what you earn. So we try to match by geographical location. As you see, we miss a bit by income quintile. So this we calibrate. This is a result of the model that is not calibrated. But in fact, we a bit overestimate because we have a non-linear shape that is quite difficult to recover. So in fact, we overestimate the consumption of energy of poor people. But in fact, if we were able to match this, it will be even better for our results. So it may not be a problem. So we also match disposable income, consumption income, because if you live in Paris, you consume more than if you are rural area. But we also match, and that's important, the cross distribution between what you earn, where you live. Because in Paris, you have a lot of rich people and a lot of poor people, while in a rural area, people are in the middle of the distribution, basically. Not many poor people in a rural area, but not many rich people too. So we try to match this. As you see, this is the blue line. And as you see, if you live in a rural area, you are not very poor, not very rich, but you are in the bottom. But of course, you may be really, really poor in the rural area, no problem. But this is but they exist. I don't. Okay, so I'm not going to enter the target. What matters is the elasticity of distribution between consumption and energy for households and for firms, and the elasticity of distribution between nuclear energy and fossil energy. In the paper, we have a lot of robustness check with high elasticities of substitution. Here we are going to assume, as I said, low elasticity of distribution, so it will be a short-run model, medium-term model, not a long-term model. So the quantitative results. What we are going to simulate in the model is a permanent increase in carbon taxes, according to the plane I showed you at the beginning. So we are going to increase household carbon tax and firm carbon tax until we reach 250 euros per ton of CO2. As you will see, or as you see here, when I tax households, of course, it's regressive, because if I tax households, I tax people consuming energy. Who consumes energy? Poor people, people living in rural areas. So yes, yellow vest movement, if I tax households, bad for poor people. That's quite logical. But what is more interesting here is that if I tax firms, it will be progressive. Why? Because if I tax firms, I will first decrease profit, bad for poor people. I will decrease capital interest rate, bad for poor people. I will decrease wages, bad for middle income people. But if you are poor, you leave a part of your revenue is transferred from the government, so you are not very affected by any type of change in taxes. So by reducing activity income, if I tax the firm, I hurt poor people, rich people and middle income people, not so much poor people. Taxing household regressive, taxing firms is progressive. Yes, I create unemployment, exactly. And that's why everyone is losing. I'm just saying that rich people are losing more than poor people, but everyone is losing. As you see, this is a welfare change. Everyone is losing. It's in consumption equivalent. So, of course, taxing is bad. It's going to distort the equilibrium. Second important result. Yes, if you are poor, you suffer from carbon tax increase compared to if you are rich. But it's, again, more striking that if you live in rural area, you lose much more welfare compared to Parisian household. So if you want to implement a carbon tax, you must take into account geographical location, not only disposable income. And in fact, the yellow vest movement was not a strike of poor people. It was a strike of poor people in a rural area. So this is important to take into account geographical location. And in fact, if we compute the loss, we find that geographical location explains a very high part of consumption equivalent losses or of welfare losses, while income and wealth explain a very little part of welfare loss. Finally, so this was the benchmark scenario. I take your money and I increase public spending. Now I'm going to take your money and give it back to you. Maybe the same for everyone, maybe only for the poor, maybe only for rural households. This is what we obtain. So the red scenario is what happens if I take your money and I redistribute it uniformly across households. In this case, it's very good for poor people, not for rich people. But as you see, if I take your money and I give it the same to all of you, it's going to be great for Parisian households because I give you money and you don't suffer from the increase in carbon tax. But it's, in fact, if I do uniform transfer, it widens the gap between rural and urban households. So I may want to compensate poor and rural households. So this is a green scenario. In the green scenario, I redistribute contingent on your income and contingent on your location. As you see, with this green scenario, we are able to compensate rural people we are able to compensate poor people, but of course, we emit more. So we have a trade-off between climate efficiency and equity. Because of course, if I give money back to poor people and rural people, they may consume more energy. So at some point, if I do uniform transfer, I widen the gap between rural and urban, but I don't emit too much. And as you see, this is the optimal planner choice, depending on the weight you give on welfare and the weight you give on emission. If I'm the planner, I focus a lot on welfare, then I will redistribute to poor people and rural people. But if I care only about emission, I won't redistribute, or I will redistribute uniformly. Another way to see it is to compute the share of loser in this model. As you see, if I give a uniform transfer, I don't have many losers, but they are all in rural and small areas. While if I give money to poor and rural people, yes, I increase a lot the welfare, but I hurt rich people and people living in Paris. So yes, we can compensate. Yes, we can increase welfare, but at some point we will have a trade-off between large cities and rural cities. So to conclude, first message of this paper, taxing household is progressive, taxing firm is regressive. And this is not neutral because, as you have seen before, the tax on firms is much lower than compared to the tax on households. Maybe we can change this. Second, if you want to avoid yellow vest movement, you need to take into account geography, because geography is more important than income, to explain who loses and who wins. Nobody wins, but who loses the more after the carbon tax increase. And finally, yes, if I target poor and rural households, I can mitigate welfare losses, but in the end, there is still a political choice to be made between rural and largest cities. Thank you.
So, questions, comments? Go ahead.
So, are you assuming that the emissions technology that the rural, particularly the rural households adopt, is fixed the whole time through?
Yes.
They don't adjust in response to the tax.
Yes. For now, that's why I say it's a short-term model. We could have an adaptation over time, or maybe I could even take the carbon tax revenue to create a technology that will decrease the non-homothetic parameters. So that will be an idea to get. Yeah.
But you account for the intensity margin. You allow households to reduce fuel consumption, but not to switch from fuel to electricity, or you not allow households at all to.
The elasticity of substitution stays the same along the transition, but it's the fossil goods that is taxed. So yes, I allow households to consume more electricity compared to their fossil allocation before. So they switch on, they consume more goods and more electricity.
Just a clarification.
Yeah.
Here. So there you have kind of 10 representative households, 5 for the distribution, and then rural and urban.
I have
10 households.
I have 5 types of households.
5, yeah.
So I have 5 because in France, in the data, we have 5 types of households, but I have infinite number of, so I have 5 types on the horizontal heterogeneity, but I have an infinite heterogeneity along the vertical dimension with density. So it's a there is a continuum. There is not rich and poor. You can be rich or medium rich or whatever, infinite amount with weight and density overall.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Otherwise, I'll use my pocket to jump in with some myself. So really cool. I had a couple of questions based on the paper you submitted before, but you've actually addressed them already in terms of these interactions between poor and rural. But there's a couple of other things that still kind of come out. So one thing I'd be really interested in is, I guess it's a bit more descriptive, but obviously you're talking about like these utility changes, but I want to know which parts of the utility are moving, right? In terms of, is this kind of a consumption versus an energy story?
at the individual level, and whether this is varying by kind of rural and this intersection of rural and poor. So is the utility decline for like the poor rural people because of the nature of their housing, whereas for richer rural people, it might be due to the nature of mobility, right?
Yes.
Because if you're richer, you can electrify a lot more, but you still depend on this mobility issue.
Yes. In fact, I can show you the equation for households. So this is the problem of the household. So it's a non-homothetic. I don't show this equation because it's very ugly, but it's a non-homothetic thing. And I choose energy with a non-homothetic parameters. And the non-homothetic parameters depend on K. This is where you live. So I just assume that you have, if you live in a rural area, you have no choice but to consume part of your revenue. And this is not going to change over the transition. So this is why it is short term. And when you choose energy, then you choose between fossil and nuclear. And the elasticity of distribution doesn't vary over time. So I can have everything time varying, but it will be a bit more difficult to solve.
You said that in your scenario, poor ex rural, you polluted more.
Yes.
It leads to higher.
Compared to the benchmark.
Yeah, totally.
Not compared to today.
Yeah, that's it. And so how? But I guess you still save. You still pollute more than today.
Yes. If I redistribute, if I increase public spending, I emit 18% less. Okay. So the carbon tax reduces emission by 80%, but 18. But if I redistribute to poor and rural, it's by 17%. So in fact, redistributing is just 1% increase in emission, but still 70% decrease in emission. But it's 1% per year, so over time it will accumulate. So it's for the social planner to decide if 1% is a lot or not.
Yeah. Thanks very much. This is really sort of beyond your paper, I think, but you motivated it by talking about the yellow vest movement, and you've come up with a solution, I guess, to the yellow vest problem.
I hope, yeah.
Yeah, great. But I wonder whether there's another dimension to that other than the economic, which is that the yellow vest movement was also about mistrust of government and feeling excluded, ignored, misunderstood. And in the solution here, the most visible part of the policy is still a tax. And then the bit that is promised is the redistribution afterwards that will be targeted towards the rural poor. So if the yellow vests and those who support them still don't trust the government and still feel ignored, they will respond to the tax still.
Yes.
And not to the promised redistribution.
Yes, exactly. And this is a huge critiques you can do against this kind of model, because I assume that if you increase consumption equivalent of households, they will be happy. Of course, nobody knows what is the consumption equivalent. Nobody is able to say, okay, you tax me, but next year you will give me the money back. So yes, I say it's about political acceptability. I know, of course, it's not, and I know that this is not the happiness of household, this ugly function, and I know that in reality it depends on many factors. So it will be nice to have a more political economy module to be able to say, okay, yes, we need to tax, yes, we need to redistribute, but first we need to communicate. And that's why I believe transfers are important, because transfer emphasize the fact that carbon tax is not, again, another tax. It's just a tax that has a special purpose, not to earn money, but to change your habits. So redistributing it is clearer in this aspect. So yes, you're right. This is not political economy.
Now we set off the PowerPoint. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I just want to add something about trust. It's extremely important. That was even more important. It's what you get when you get tax in the Valerian, in the sense that one of the parts of the protest to be the past is against the project of every single services in the future.
And that's presumably just.
Yeah, just to kind of highlight that last point you were making about the transfers. So what's happening in Germany at the moment is the government had promised transfers of the carbon taxes that they're collecting, and now they've realized they've got a money problem, and so now they are still promising transfers. They're just saying they're going through investment in infrastructure and stuff like that, which benefits all of you. But so the transfer to my banking is not happening. So that's another.
Yes, there is a commitment problem here.
Yeah, it's a communication issue again.
Yes.
But,
Yes.
Actually very material.
Yeah. So again, it's really theoretical economy stuff. I know life is a bit more difficult than this, and this is not political economy. So thank you.
So I don't like self-advertisement, but I have a whole bunch of papers on this when it comes to revenue recycling. And actually, investments actually tend to be just as popular as tax rebates. The issue I think that's coming here is the trust thing, though, like whether these commitments are actually credible and if they change over time. And this dynamic game is really complicated, right? In terms of if they kind of roll back. But to go back to your paper. So the other thing that kind of came out from me with what you were doing is how high the carbon tax is, right? Like 250 euros a ton. Like there are very few places in the world that currently have something that looks like this. And so what I wanted to get a sense of is if I kind of take the results you find here and then the status quo, can I just like join these two together and this is a linear kind of function, right? So that like 100 euros would be kind of on this line, or is there some non-linearity?
Yeah, I didn't show the transition path because it's very boring.
Okay.
It's really not a straight line, but something that looks like this. So nothing interesting happened during the transition. So it had been a pain to compute the transition. It was not worth the cost.
Any final questions and comments? We have about 90 seconds. Go ahead.
On the fact that taxing firms is a progressive, I guess like one of the criticism that people like one of the reasons why people oppose taxing firms is mostly because they say, oh, it's going to be complicated on the international market, we're going to have like in terms of international competition and stuff. And I'm not like 100% sure that like regressivity or progressivity is like the main concern that people have in mind when they think about like when they oppose taxing firms. So I'm wondering, like, for example, like in terms of output, or like people would say, okay, but if you tax firms, or we're going to decrease output or this type of thing, you know? Can you just say something about this?
Yes. I don't think I have it. Yeah, this is, for example, the transition for output. So yes, compared to other countries, you are going to lose 6% of output, which is a lot. And a bit of consumption. So of course, when you tax, but maybe you can tax, lower your output, increase your welfare, everything is happy, maybe not.
No. That's not true. The French are so fed up with being taxed.
On that positive note, say thank you.
Thank you.
And so now we have our final paper of the panel, which is Jules, who's also going to be talking about distributional impacts of carbon taxes. If you just make sure that you're screen sharing by Zoom. Yeah. Just click that on. Where is it? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the mood is right. You have to do it seven.
We're fine.
Yeah.
Should be good. Okay.
Yes, very good.
Yeah. So is it not if you go this one? Yeah, you go full screen. Full screen. Okay, there we go.
Okay, hi everybody. I'm Jules. I'm at the University of Galway and also working at the Luxembourg Institute of Socioeconomic Research. And I'll be talking about some research that I'm doing together with Cathal O'Donoghue and Denisa Sologon. And the title of this paper is The Many Faces of Carbon Tax Regressivity, How Multiple Inequalities Drive Carbon Tax Regressivity. What we're really doing in this paper is that we look at the carbon tax burdens, decompose it into some components, and then we are trying to quantify, or we're quantifying the relative contributions of these factors. Now, the motivation here broadly, I mean, previous speakers did a good job, was that climate change mitigation policies introduce distribution impacts. They are often, and particularly carbon pricing, is often regressive in the developed countries with larger impacts on poor households, but also people in rural areas or people in poor regions. Now, this has led to political opposition in the past and to reversal of commitments across multiple jurisdictions, actually not only France. And then here, beautifully, as said and discussed previously, compensating households through the revenues is a very popular policy in the public discourse and also in academia, but it also introduces adverse effects, so it's only a partial solution. It can increase horizontal inequalities, it can reduce the effectiveness, and there's not necessarily trust that the revenues will actually be returned to people. And this is then to say that mitigation of carbon tax regressivity remains an important problem. We can't just compensate our way out of this problem. Now, the current state of the knowledge here then on the distribution impact of carbon pricing is that the literature primarily highlights the role of differences in energy budgets along the income distribution. Now, there is a recognition also in the literature that other factors are, or other factors are also important, which include the carbon intensity of consumption. It really does matter, of course, how carbon intensive your consumption basket is. It also matters what kind of assets you have, what kind of heating system you have, whether you have cars, the number of cars and the type of car. And then at the end, or lastly, there's also understanding that savings rate might play an important role, differences in savings rate along the income distribution. And this generally in the literature is discussed rather not directly, but through the discussion which income concept should be used in order to assess carbon tax burdens, whether this should be current income or permanent income often approximated through expenditure, which effectively eliminates the role of savings rates. Now, these factors here, and I'm going to show them more clearly later on again, all have been shown to play a role in the carbon tax burden, but their relative importance hasn't really been quantified. It's not really clear whether it is the composition of the budget of the consumption basket, whether it's carbon intensity, assets, or savings rates. So this is exactly where this paper then comes in. In this paper, we quantify the relative importance of the components of the carbon tax burden for carbon tax regressivity. And here are the four components. In the next slide, we'll have them in the formula, but here I just wanted to give you an intuition. So the first component of interest is the savings rates here. This really tells us how much of your income is consumed, how much do you spend of your available resources. The second one is the budget shares, so what do you buy? The third one is the carbon intensity, so how carbon intensive is your consumption. And lastly, what kind of technologies do you use to satisfy your needs, primarily energy consuming technologies. And here we're going to be focusing on the type of heating system that you're using and the transportation technology that you're using. So this then quite naturally leads us to our research question, which is, out of these four, what is the relative importance of these factors for carbon tax regressivity? And the second research question is, can we make generalized statements? How does the relative importance of these factors compare across countries? The approach that we have in this paper consists essentially of 4 steps. I'll walk you through them, but just as a little teaser. We first decompose carbon tax payments. Then we construct counterfactual distributions using microsimulation modeling. Then we quantify the relative contributions of these factors to carbon tax regressivity, and lastly, we compare them across countries in order to see whether we can make generalized statements. Now here we have the central equation of this paper, which is rather simple. It gives you the household disposable income after the carbon tax. So first, we have YH, which is the household disposable income before the carbon tax, and then we have essentially what people consume and how much CO2 is emitted from it. So if we take here YH times 1 minus S, that gives you expenditure, right? Multiplying that by W being the budget share, gives us how much you allocate to each good. Here we differentiate between 24 goods indexed by I. And then multiplying that by E divided by P gives you the carbon intensity of that consumption. And then lastly, we have I, which is just an indicator variable to show whether you do consume a certain type of energy or not, and that we're essentially going to be using in order to look at the importance of asset ownership. Now, just for clarification, because I've gotten questions in the past, when W is 0, I is also 0. If W is positive, I is 1. We'll need this for the decomposition, but intuitively, in this equation, we wouldn't really need I. Multiplying this then, so we have disposable income, we have the carbon emissions associated to your consumption, multiplying this by the carbon price, and subtracting it from the initial disposable income, then gives us the post carbon tax disposable income. Now, as I've mentioned, the approach that we have in this paper is to construct counterfactual distributions in order to assess the relative importance of the factors of the components of the carbon tax burden. Now, the way we do this is that we essentially construct these counterfactual distributions by holding one factor of interest at a time constant. Here in this formula at the bottom, it's E, it's the carbon intensity per unit of consumption that we're holding constant. And this gives us then the counterfactual, which is indicated with subscript E here. Once we have constructed these counterfactual distributions for our factors of interest, we quantify their relative importance using an approach which was developed by Bevan, which can be viewed as a ceteris paribus approach. You're essentially assuming that all other factors are unaffected by you averaging out, essentially, your factor of interest. Now, decomposition approach then is such that, first of all, you compute the carbon tax burden on the factual and the counterfactual distributions. Then you compute a regressivity index or another index like the Reynolds-Smolensky can also be used here. In this example or in this application, we use the Seuss index because it's commonly used in this literature. Then essentially you compute the counterfactual distribution and the difference between the counterfactual distribution where we have one factor eliminated, the variation of one factor eliminated, the difference between what we have when we have all household level minus what we have when we have the variance eliminated from 1. Is that clear? Okay. Now, once we have done this for all of our factors of interest, we can essentially decompose the Seuss index into the contributions of these components by themselves, as well as a residual factor, which will allocate or will say is due to interaction between these factors. This can be further decomposed through a similar process, but for the sake of this presentation, we'll leave it at the direct impacts of these factors on the Seuss index. Now, just a word here on how we construct our carbon tax payments and the distribution of the carbon tax. We use a microsimulation model called the crisis model. And this microsimulation model essentially takes two main data sources. One is household budget survey data. Here we use the EU HBS, gives us detailed information about expenditure patterns of households or expenditures of households, as well as their disposable incomes. Using this information, then we can get to expenditure patterns of households along the income distribution. Specifically here from the EU HBS, well, we divide the whole consumption basket into 26 categories, expenditure categories, of which we have 7 energy commodities. So we differentiate between solid fuels, liquid fuels, gas, electricity, diesel, and petrol, and district heating. Now, in order to get to the quantities consumed of this energy, we also source energy prices and the carbon intensity of these different energy commodities. We can compute the direct emissions of households. So here we're just on the left column here. So here we then know for each household what the CO2 emissions associated to their energy consumption are. However, we are also interested in estimating what the impacts, the indirect emissions are associated to their consumption. So that is the emissions that are embedded in the supply chains of the goods produced or in the production process of goods and services other than energy consumed by households. And that we do using a multi-regional input-output model, the World Input-Output Database. We operationalize this as an input-output model to then get to these indirect emissions, and then summing the direct emissions with the indirect emissions. We know for each household how much CO2 is associated to their consumption, multiplying this by a carbon price, gives us the carbon tax payments, and then we can essentially, as shown before, calculate what the disposable income after carbon tax is, and based on this, we can compute aggregate indicators such as a change in the Gini index, or as in this presentation here, the suits index. Just a word on assumptions here. There are three relatively important assumptions here. The first one is a full pass-through rate. This means that the consumer bears the whole burden of the carbon tax. It's fully shifted towards consumer. That's quite standard in the literature. Then in our essential scenario here, we assume no behavior response by households. This is later on relaxed. We have this as a sensitivity shock. And then lastly, here in our modeling, we only consider emissions produced on a national territory. So we do not have a carbon border adjustment mechanism in the results that I'm going to show you here. Again, we have conducted sensitivity checks where we implement the carbon border adjustment mechanism, and both the behavioral assumption and the assumption on the emissions does not really affect our qualitative results. I can show you later on if you want. Now, moving on to the results, here is the first result, and I'm going to spend a bit of time here also just explaining to you how to read this graph and what we see here, because this will be relatively standard throughout the presentation. So first of all, what we have here is the carbon tax as a share of household disposable income along different equivalized disposable income deciles for the 6 countries of interest. Now, each of these box plots represents one equivalized disposable income decile. And the countries that we have here are Hungary, Lithuania, Portugal, Ireland, Finland, and Luxembourg, ordered from lowest income to highest income country. Now, what stands out here from this figure is, first of all, that households on average in Hungary are much more impacted by a common carbon tax. I should have mentioned this is a common carbon tax of 30 euros per ton of CO2 for all EU citizens, citizens of EU countries. So what we see is households in Hungary are impacted much more, and this decreases as average income rises. That is no surprise. What we can also see here is that the carbon tax appears regressive in all countries, and in Finland it follows more of an inverted U shape, but nonetheless, as shown in this figure, which shows you the suits index for the different countries, the carbon tax is regressive in all countries. Also in Finland, although to a lesser extent. And interestingly, in Luxembourg, although the impact appears relatively small, in terms of regressivity, a carbon tax is still very aggressive in Luxembourg. Okay, now it is these bars here that we're going to be decomposing into the contributions of savings rates, budget shares, carbon intensity, and asset ownership. Now, before I go on and I show you the actual decomposition, I want to basically provide you with the descriptive results or the descriptives of these different components. So starting with the savings rate, we again have the same type of figure here. On the y-axis, savings rate. And there's no surprises here. We can see that the bottom of the distribution tends to dissave and that higher income households tend to save. This is a relatively well-documented pattern. So I won't spend much time here. Now we're moving to asset ownership along the income distribution. Now, I'm differentiating between 2 types of assets, as mentioned earlier. I have heating system ownership, and I have internal combustion engine vehicle ownership. Now, the heating systems are only heating systems that use some kind of fossil fuel. So it excludes electricity, right? I mean, in Finland, the bottom of the distribution, they're going to heat, but they're going to heat with electricity. What we see essentially is that we do have some cross-country variation in the asset ownership along the income distribution. In Hungary, especially, the heating system is relatively flat, so everybody appears to heat with fossil fuels, whereas in other countries we have some other patterns, most notably here in Finland, where the bottom of the distribution tends to heat with electricity much more. Now, with vehicle ownership, we have a pattern that is expected. We have an increasing pattern with income households that have more resources available are more likely to have a car. And as household or countries become richer, we see that this goes from an simply increasing to an inverted U shape. Now, moving on to the budget shares, I've only put up the budget shares of fuels because they're really what is driving the carbon tax incidence here. And what we have is the heating fuels and the motor fuels again, and we can see that the heating fuels are a necessity. The budget shares are high at the bottom left of the distribution and fall, except in Finland. Now, this also is a result of the previous figure where a lot of the households at the bottom of the distribution use the electricity for heating. But generally, this pattern holds. Heating fuels are a necessity. For motor fuels, we see the inverted pattern, so that technically it would look like motor fuels are a luxury good. However, if we would take this conditional on vehicle ownership, we would see that it's more or less flat and even slightly decreasing. So these figures, in a way, also hide the asset ownership. Now, when it comes to carbon intensity, I again put up two figures. Here we have the difference in the carbon intensity per euro spent for the whole consumption basket. And we can see that the differences in Hungary and in Lithuania are much more pronounced than elsewhere. And then when it comes to the second one, this is the average carbon intensity for heating fuel. This is just the category where we see the most difference in the carbon intensity along the income distribution. But let me move on to the main results here, the main table. Now, what we have here in the first row is the SUITS index. And then the rows afterwards are going to give us the relative contributions in percent of these different factors of interest, right? We have the savings rates, the budget shares, the carbon intensity, and then the two types of asset ownership. And what jumps out in this figure here is, first of all, the conditional formatting is within columns. So it shows you within the country which is the most important factor. And what we can see here is that savings rates really important pretty much in all countries. So this kind of tells us also a little bit about this whole discussion whether we should use expenditure, so permanent income, or disposable income, current income, as a way to assess the distribution impact. What we see here is that these differences in savings rates are really important for carbon tax regressivity. Now, a second insight is that the budget shares are also important. Of course, it depends on what you buy, but they're not the most important part necessarily. Differences in savings rates are often, if not everywhere, more important than the budget shares. And then lastly, we also see that carbon intensity is important in some places, but not everywhere. So differences in carbon intensity of consumption are really important for the, or are relatively important for the distribution impact of carbon tax regressivity in Hungary. In Lithuania, they're extremely important. They're also important in Hungary, but less so in other countries. And yeah, that leads me then to my conclusion, which is that the main driver of carbon tax regressivity appears to differ across countries, or the structure of the drivers of the carbon tax regressivity appears to differ across countries. Differences in budget shares are important everywhere, but not the most important factor. So that's kind of an addition to the literature, which states that it really is a lot about these budget shares. And then what we see here is that the savings rates are really important, and they become more important as countries become richer. So we see a larger contribution of savings rates in high income countries. And then we also see that differences in carbon intensity are more important in our sample here in the lower income Eastern European countries relative to the richer countries. And this is primarily driven by this domestic energy. So what energy you use for heating is really important, especially in these Eastern European countries where you have large differences in heating system use. Now, the implication, the policy implication, if you will, is that these differences also imply that the effective strategy to mitigate this carbon tax regressivity might be different across countries. So it really demands, in a way, country-specific analysis. And yeah, that brings me to the end. Thank you.
So, final set of questions and comments. Who wants to start? While you're thinking about that, do you maybe want to go into, because you said you had some analysis where you relaxed the assumption of no behavioral adaptation?
Yes. Yeah, so I mean, here I've just put in Hungary, but for the other countries, it is more or less the same. So here you just have the percentage contributions of these different factors that you've just seen in the table format compared across different scenarios. So the blue one is the baseline scenario. That's what you just saw. Then we have a behavioral scenario, and here we have estimated a linear expenditure system, essentially estimating cross price and own price elasticities for these different goods. So we allow households to respond along the intensive margin, not the extensive margin. They don't change technology, they just consume less. And we can see that there is some changes, but the ranking essentially of these different factors is unaffected. And then the robustness one here is essentially where we eliminate households from the sample that have very high savings rates, kind of dealing with this concern also in the literature, which motivates the permanent income consumption, that there might be some households that just very temporarily have low incomes, and therefore we might be overestimating their consumption. And once we eliminate these households, again, we can see changes, but they're not huge. The relative ranking stays the same. And then we have the carbon border adjustment mechanism, where we do not only price domestic emissions, but emissions through the global supply chain. And again, here we can see that, oh, it's missing it. Okay, well, you'll have to trust me. The relative ranking stays the same. Yeah. So.
Question.
Comments?
So maybe to go into this kind of variation in how you would do kind of transfers differentially by country. So is it the case that really this kind of poorer country to richer country is the main cross-national difference in terms of determining this? Or is there something about the kind of temperature dynamics as well when it comes to heating and things like this?
Yeah, I mean, I can only answer this through a different study, which is like an EU-wide study by Find and co-authors. And they've really seen that the main distribution impact actually of the EU ETS is across countries. So it really is this income differential, which plays quite substantially. And then also on average within the country, they also see that the energy supply in Eastern European countries is just more carbon intensive. So yeah, it's kind of both. It appears that there's different types of energy use as well as an income gradient or an income.
Yeah, so I guess one way to maybe pitch this is that I kind of think it ties in a bit with this whole discussion of like structural versus behavioral interventions to some extent as well, right? And I think what you're showing a lot of evidence for is just like the features of the economy or the energy system that someone lives in is doing a lot of the work, right? In terms of how affected they are by carbon taxation, but also their potential to mitigate climate change potentially, right?
Yeah, that's a good point. I didn't think about putting this spin on it, but yeah, you're right. I mean, the results are basically highlighting this. And yeah. So yeah, I think that would be an avenue to explore. And I think in the EU on the policy level there is also some recognition of this with the Just Transition funds that really looks to decarbonize regions. Yeah.
I guess one question, because I'm not super familiar with like variation across all countries, they have the same kind of policies in terms of electricity pricing and the inputs of the energy for this. This is EU standardized.
I don't believe it is.
Yeah, because this is a big thing, right? So like in the UK, electricity is relatively more expensive than heating your homes with, say, gas, which has weird kind of consequences in terms of thinking about carbon taxation and then transitioning. So I wonder if particularly like if I think of like these results with, was it Finland with the huge kind of gap in terms of electrification of heating energy with the income distribution? It'll be quite interesting to know to what extent there is consistency in terms of the electricity pricing systems. But I can't remember if like this is homogeneous within the EU. I just know that Switzerland always has these issues in terms of selling electricity into the EU for various reasons.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, the electricity prices for sure are different across these different countries. I remember having looked up at it, and it's quite quite substantial.
Yeah,
But
price
then-
is definitely, yeah.
Yeah, but then you also like, you got to consider that prices vary along the year as well. Like, there's different systems as well in place for the pricing, as well as, you know, what kind of energy you use to supply. I mean, Portugal has been running now on mostly renewables, but that's not always the case. That's also, I wanted to dig a bit more into electricity, but it just ended up being really messy and complicated. So, yeah.
Any other questions? Then one thank Jules for a really interesting paper. I mean, I think this is really great work in terms of these distributional impacts and understanding what's going on under the hood of carbon taxes and various efforts to price these things. So it's great to see it.
Yes, well, thank you, everyone. We'll now have our final tea break or coffee break, half an hour, and then we'll have a next talk.
Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for the treat of the day? Yeah. Good. That's what I want to hear. So Nick Stern, our keynote speaker, really does need no introduction. So maybe I shouldn't give it, but he's got many labels, and many of them have to do with climate. I mean, I'm an old guy, so Nick was famous about other sorts of things, about labour supply and taxation and other sorts of things when I was growing up. Well, I was already grown up, but that's another story. But as you know, over the last few decades, made really significant contributions all around the world to the topic of today. You know, you'll know about the Stern review of the economics of climate change, which is almost coming up to its 20th anniversary. Recent books on why are we waiting, the logic, urgency, and promise of tackling climate change, chairing global commissions on the economy and climate, and so on and so on. So, as I said, no introduction. More time for Nick, who's going to be talking about the relationships between climate action and poverty reduction. We've got around about an hour slot. Nick can talk for about 40-45 minutes, can go on longer. I'd prefer to take questions at the end. That's it. Over to you, Nick. Thanks very much.
Thank you, and for the kind introduction, for being here on a Friday afternoon and such lovely weather, and greetings to all of you on online, and thank you to everybody involved in organising all this. I also want to. I'll go on with the thank you just a little bit longer. I wanted to thank co-authors here, Hans-Peter Lankes, Rob Macquarie, Eleanor Souberon, who we worked together with me on this paper, which was published in the World Bank Research Observer. I think technically in December 2023, but the working paper, I think, in our Grantham website is 2024. I've been working on economic development all my adult life, which is rather a long time. And I came at climate because I was interested in development. And I'm still interested in climate largely because I'm interested in development. But once you start looking at climate, it's very hard to think about other things, except of course you have to integrate it with development because the interaction between climate and development are, the interactions are so strong. And in particular, we wanted to talk about and think about the relationship between climate action and poverty reduction. You will often see presented that the idea that there's some kind of spitting contest or horse race, I could be even more graphic, between climate on the one hand and development and growth on the other, or between climate and the environment on one hand and development and poverty reduction on the other. Now, I think that's an artificial horse race. I think good climate action drives growth and reduces poverty. And it's surely clear that climate inaction increases poverty and inequality. But we have to set that out and we have to go through it. And the relationship between climate action and poverty reduction is actually quite subtle and difficult. The statement is that well-designed climate action can drive growth and poverty reduction. Badly designed climate action, of course, can be bad for practically everything, including the climate, but also growth and poverty reduction. This is a point where good economics, good development economics, good understanding of the dynamics of growth can make all the difference. And there's quite a lot of complicated economics underneath all this. How many of you are economists? Well, it's less than half, but well, some of you at least could have been, but you know, you made the choices, so we are where we are. But there are lots of serious economics underneath all this. Some of it will surface from time to time, and some more of it will surface in the discussion. So this is the. There you go. As soon as you test it before and it moves, and now it doesn't move. Anybody can help me? Oh, because I was pressing the wrong one. It's not. There are two keyboards. Oh, no, that one doesn't work either. I need help.
For a second. Well, this one works. Then, yeah, but we need to share it on Zoom. Okay, a second.
Thank you very much. So this is, thank you. This is the plan. I'll just remind you in just 2 or 3 slides. I'll go fast because I'm hoping you know something about climate change, but this is the basics of the story, so it's best to check it at the beginning. A lot of this is founded in any policy, of course, is founded in ethics and values and sense of justice, but the meaning of those terms is always important. It's particularly important in this context. And then these will be the parts 3 and 4, climate change on poverty. So in other words, if you don't do much about climate change, what can happen to poverty? And then the other way around, the impacts of climate action on poverty. And then the last 2, rather briefly, is what does a full-scale policy package actually look like? So let's go. So the science of climate change is about 200 years old. Actually, it will be 200 years old in a year or two's time. That's the famous paper by Fourier, a great mathematician and physicist. By the end of the 19th century, it was quite well understood what was causing the problem, and essentially it's that some molecules oscillate at a frequency which interferes with the infrared radiation which bounces off the Earth's surface. And that is really the definition of a greenhouse gas, one that oscillates in a way that interferes with that infrared energy. And it's one of the bad luck of science and history that CO2 happens to be one of those gases. And when we burn fossil fuels, we get CO2. So that's how it happens. The trapping depends on the concentrations of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. And of course, whether the concentrations go up or down depends on whether the flows are positive or negative. But this is basic physics familiar to anybody who's ever seen a bathtub, right? If there's a positive flow into the bathtub, the level goes up, and there's a negative flow, it goes down. That's why, of course, net zero is so important. It's basic. Unless you get to net zero, the concentrations go on rising. And if the concentrations are rising, the temperature is rising. So if you want to stabilize temperatures, you've got to stabilize concentrations. So that's the basic story. And the understanding of that story, as I say, at that level that I've just articulated, is very long-standing. You know, in some ways, the better part of 200 years, but certainly the better part of 120, 130 years by the time Fourier's Fourier's discovery was really understood in terms of cause and effect. So what we've come to understand, though, since the IPCC and a bit before, Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, where the world scientists get together, is just how serious those effects can be. So the phenomenon is very long-standing in terms of our ability to appreciate what's going on. But what we've seen really in this last 30 years is every time the IPCC has looked at this issue, it's become more worrying. Partly that's because, of course, the concentrations have gone on rising, and they will go on rising as long as our emissions are net positive, and that will be quite some time. But also, the effects are coming through more quickly and more seriously than we had anticipated. Stern Review had the first 3 of the IPCC reports to hand, and each one has indicated that it's worse than we thought before. Let me just give you a quick feel, and then I'd better accelerate into the economics. But essentially, we're heading on the basis of current actions for something between 2.5 and 3 degrees centigrade towards the end of this century. And if it got to anywhere near 3 degrees, we'd be talking about temperatures that we haven't seen on this planet for about 3 million years. Yeah? 3 million. Homo sapiens is probably about 300,000 years old. That's 1/10 of 3 million. This is way outside human experience. We're already outside the Holocene period, which is the period since the last ice age where we grew up, essentially, because we started turning grasses into grains. And then if you have a harvest, you sit down and you wait for the harvest to come, and you have to protect it. And if you've got stocks, then you don't have to go out hunting every day. And if your productivity goes up, you have surpluses, and you can have universities and journalists or whatever you might want to have. So our civilization is really the last 9,000–10,000 years. We're already outside that. So we have to think of effects which are absolutely outside our experience. And worse, we are probably quite close to a number of tipping points. If the ice goes on the Antarctic ice sheets, it's land-based ice. If that slides off, that goes into the sea, and you get a very quick effect. Again, I am not obsessed by baths, but if you think about Archimedes' principle, if you get into the bath goes up, right? So that kind of effect is very fast. Thermal expansion of oceans is much slower. You've got that potential tipping point. We don't know how close we are to the collapse of the Amazon rainforest system, possibly quite close. The thawing of the permafrost and the release of methane is a big potential. So it's not simply bad enough as it is that on current patterns, this is where we could be heading. It could be worse, because if we hit those tipping points, then you set off self-reinforcing mechanisms which can run away. So we better take this seriously. This is just an illustration of how 1.5 is bad, but much better than 2. Yeah? And this is taken from the IPCC report. But you can see the percentage of the population exposed to extreme heat. That's heat that can kill you. Once every 5 years goes from 14% to 37% in 1.5 to 2. That's a really big change. We probably lose all the coral by the time we get to 2, and we don't know what effect that would have on our whole sea and fishery systems, but probably pretty drastic. Yeah. So just 1.5 and 2, we're playing for very big stakes. And that's why in Paris in 2015, we opted for well below 2 as a world. We as a world opted for well below 2 degrees. And how, as this extra information started to come through, we came to see that 1.5 was much more sensible. Of course, the bad news is that last year we were 1.55. Now that's a combination of the accumulation of greenhouse gases and El Nino, but it's probably we're going to be at 1.5 on a trend basis in 7, 8, 9, 10 years, something like that. So We're going to have to go into, I haven't got time now, perhaps in questions, we're going to have to get some negatives going, but we're not going to have that many negatives that quickly. And net zero means, well, if you haven't got that many negatives that quickly, net zero means net zero. And it means, you know, for cities, for countries, for activities and so on. So that's the story. This is how much we have to and how fast we have to fall and how way off we are if we want to go to 1.5 or well below 2 degrees. I won't go into the detail, but the answer is from this is obviously way off. Yeah, and this next 5 or 10 years will be really decisive as to whether we're able to hold anywhere near well below 2 degrees, let alone 1.5. So that's the basic climate science. I just did the Lionel Robbins lectures about 6 weeks ago. They're all on the Grantham website, 3 lectures with very detailed slides and mountains of references. So if you want to chase some of this up, please go and look at the Lionel Robbins lectures. So the basically, what do we mean by sustainability here? We mean offering to future generations opportunities at least as good as our own. That, of course, depends on what we leave to future generations, what capital in particular we leave. And I think it's helpful to think of physical, human, natural, and social capital. I'll touch on all of those at some point. But your different definition of sustainability immediately takes you to focus on those 4 kinds of capital, because that is what determines the opportunities of the future generations. In the book While We Waiting, and a couple of papers in the journal Economics and Philosophy, I go through various philosophical approaches and argue that most of the ones that are widely used in this area would indeed embrace the idea of sustainability. And basically, if you want to think in terms of, you know, Western 18th century philosophies, it's really the right to shape your own life. If you like the Declaration of Independence, I mean, you can all take your own view, but if you like the Declaration of Independence, no, it's life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. If you think in terms of the language of Amartya Sen, it's the right to pursue a way of life you have reason to value, and then he goes into capabilities and so on. But you can see how a notion of common humanity, which homes in on the ability to shape your own life, is going to give you immediately a notion of sustainability, because it's our actions today that shape the lives and opportunities of those that come. And of course, it's our actions, particularly as a rich world in the past, that have shaped where we are now and the opportunities to in the developing world in particular. And that obligation, it seems to me, given what we've done to infringe rights to development already, particularly in the rich country model of growth, carry an obligation to help with finding your way forward and indeed taking the opportunities which we can have through the right kinds of investment on all these 4 dimensions of capital. Now, obviously, there's so much more to say on the moral philosophy, but I hope you can see the direction of travel. And of course, we shouldn't just look at 18th century European philosophy. I think if you chase it back to the great books of the great religions, then you find the same thing. And I'm sure my dad, when I was a young lad, would never have thought his son would quote a pope approvingly, but this Pope has actually, Pope Francis has been very clear on the ethical and the deep ethical story here. And he has a wonderful way with words. You know, he said, that God always forgives, people sometimes forgive, and nature never forgives. You know? And if we destroy creation, then creation will destroy us. Now, as it happens, I have a problem with creation. Some people do and some people don't, but you can see exactly what he means. It's actually a very clear statement. So the values we're talking about here are, I think, when we reflect on them, or should be, pretty widely shared values. Of course, I draw attention just on the left-hand side here to standard economics, which is consequentialism. But we should remember that that's just one way of looking at values. But certainly if you take the standard consequentialist view that we have in cost-benefit analysis and economics and so on, I think you get to the same kind of position. So the right to development does not imply the right to emit greenhouse gases. There's some very confused ethics that's offered that says somehow there's a carbon space left. That is true, but that we have equal rights to that carbon space, or actually those of us who've used more in the past would have a less right to that carbon space. That seems to me to be a really incoherent view of values. And I worked very closely with the wonderful Meles Zenawi, who was a Prime Minister of Ethiopia, sadly died about a dozen years ago, and spoke very powerfully for Africa and really did wonders in Ethiopia in terms of development, living standards, and so on. But he stood up and spoke very clearly at COP17 in Durban. That's in 2011, a year or so before he died. He said it's not justice to foul the planet because others have fouled it in the past. If emitting greenhouse gases kills people, which it does, then where is your right to emit greenhouse gases? On the other hand, if you run it through the right to development, then you're saying if you damage somebody else's right to development, then that is an injustice, precisely in the language of Amartya Sen in his book, Theory of Justice. And then it seems to me that comes with a moral obligation to help expand the opportunities of the developing world. And a lot flows from that. So this is, I'll come back to this towards the end, but Amar Bhattacharya, Veera Songwe, Eleanor Subaran, myself, and others, this was for an independent high-level economics group, which was set up for COP 27-28. Sorry, COP 26-27. That's UK and Egypt, and then COP 27-28, which is Egypt and the Emirates. These are the kinds of numbers we ran in terms of the amount of investment you're going to need in climate-related investment, which is largely the energy transition, adaptation, resilience, loss and damage, and natural capital. This, if you want to ask how much climate investment do we need in emerging markets and developing economies outside China, these are the numbers you come up with if you look at the investment in detail. So those are the investments that need to be financed. This is deductive, right? If you want to deliver on Paris. Those are the investments that need to be done. Those are investments that need to be financed. And then we look at the various forms of financing to try to make explicit that idea of what the obligations of the rich countries are, but also what the obligations of all countries are. So climate change and poverty. Obviously, I hope it's clear in this context that we mean well-being across the whole set of dimensions, for example, of the Sustainable Development Goals. And I won't go into detail on the numbers here, but I hope it's clear that the effects I've already described in terms of sea level rise, desertification, inundation. Of course, some places suffer from desertification, other places suffer from inundation, the power of extreme weather events, temperature itself. Probably 30 or 40 years from now, there's a severe risk that big parts of Northeast India and Northeast China will suffer from hot bulb temperatures of 35 degrees centigrade or above. And those hot bulb temperatures means with 100% humidity. And if you're outside for more than 3-4 hours, you die in those circumstances. So there's a whole set of dimensions: the heat and the humidity itself, the extreme weather events, the desertification, the inundation, the sea level rise, the storm surges, which salinate large parts of Bangladesh already, but become much more severe and so on. These kinds of effects, I hope it's obvious, could have a dramatic effect on the lives of poor people, and it's poor people who get hit earliest and hardest. These are some of the routes. This is focusing on agriculture. I mean, I've lived and worked in North India, mostly in UP, pretty steadily for the last 50 years. And they are there, living there with quite high population density for good reason, because there's a North Indian monsoon, which fuels the Rabi and Kharif harvest, with the rain coming roughly at the right time, and the temperature goes up in April in a way that allows the wheat to come to fruition, and you harvest the wheat, and similarly for the rice. Those are all dependent on a pattern of weather and climate. We don't know what happens to North Indian monsoon, but it could be completely disrupted at temperatures of not very far away from where we are. You think of the snows and the glaciers on the Himalayas. That's a sponge that catches the water and releases it at a manageable pace. If that starts to go, then you get unmanageable torrents in the rainy season, which take away your hillsides and your soil, and takes it into the Ganges and dumps it in the Bay of Bengal. And of course, outside that, you have complete droughts and the water's not there. These are the kinds of changes that would be enormously disruptive, and of course would lead people to have to move. And if hundreds of millions, perhaps billions, have to move, the likelihood of conflict is very severe. So I've touched on, I actually didn't mention wildfires, but that's another one. And you've got the pests and the diseases which start to move about. You get malaria and dengue fever in different places than before. So all these things hit poor people earlier and hardest. So I've really come across those. I won't go into the detail. I've referred more or less to most of these things here. Do remember air pollution, because whilst climate change kills people at least slowly at the beginning and it accelerates, it kills them more rapidly as time goes by. Reminds me of that, sorry, slight diversion, of that. Remember that, those of you old enough to remember Pierre Mendès France, who was the Prime Minister of France, who was carrying on a campaign against alcohol. And he had one of his things was alcohol kills you slowly. And somebody had written underneath, just be pas pressé. So, but that was a diversion. The point I'm making here is that air pollution kills you right away. In the United Kingdom, we kill about 35,000 a year from air pollution. The majority, not all of it, is from burning fossil fuels, but most of it. That's why London's air pollution has gone down dramatically as a result of ULEZ, right? But we kill probably in the UK about 1,500 from car accidents, so more than 20 times from air pollution. And of course, it's much worse in so many other places. So, and children particularly vulnerable because they breathe more quickly. So these are the avenues, and I hope it's clear that not tackling climate change is devastating in terms of poverty. So let me move on. Yeah, these, I've already raised the tipping points, and this is a little graph of where they are, but one way or another, I've referred to most of them. So now, climate action and poverty. Getting this right in terms of public discussion and public policy is enormously important, because one of the reasons that we've moved much too slowly on all this is the suggestion that there is some kind of trade-off between climate action and growth and climate action and poverty reduction. So we have to deal with these issues directly. Sometimes people deal with very naive economic models. I'll mention that in order to try to justify this suggestion. And sometimes they speak as if they place a very low value on future generations. Those of you who want to read about discounting, please look at slides 29 and 30 from lecture 1 of the Lionel Robbins lectures. Yeah? I've already said Lionel Robbins lectures, that's easy to remember. So lecture 1, that's easy to remember. So the only thing that might be difficult to remember is 29 and 30. And if you forget 29 and 30, just nip through and you can find a section on discounting. And I set out there some of the arguments why the discussion on discounting economics has been so bad conceptually and empirically. I'm not going to go into detail here. Now, the first argument, and here I'll remember the wonderful Bob Solow, who was, there were two big teachers who shaped my life, really. One was Jim Murdy, he's my PhD supervisor, and the other was Bob Solow, who showed up in Oxford when I was doing my PhD, and we talked to him all the time. And he had this wonderful way of debunking bad economics by expressing, in those of you who know real business cycle theory will know that there's a whole school of thought that says the world is roughly in equilibrium. It has the odd stochastic shock. So if you look back at the Great Depression, that must be something to do with the allocation, optimal allocation of people's labor over time. So they were taking a bit of a break during the Great Recession. That's basically real business cycle theory. And Bob Solow said, look, isn't it remarkable that those who were on holiday weren't aware that they were on holiday and didn't seem to be enjoying it? Now, Bob, the same thing, I was going off to give a seminar in Chicago, and Nick, he said, you have to understand that there is a basic insight here, that all that exists is efficient, because were it not efficient, it would not exist. And again, making it very clear the absurdity of the approach by expressing it in a very succinct way. Well, the basic trade-off argument mostly rests on the idea that the world is efficient. Yeah. So that if you start pursuing a dimension you hadn't been pursuing before, you've got to give up elsewhere. Now, there are cases where that could be true. There are probably quite a few cases where that could be true. But if you have a world that's profoundly inefficient, and your pursuit of this new agenda enables you to overcome some of those inefficiencies, then it's a choice of how you move towards frontiers, which can be hard and tricky, but it's not necessarily automatically a trade-off, because you have to assert efficiency to assert that. Here are 6 market failures associated with action on climate change. I haven't got time to go into all of them, obviously, but I hope that they're fairly clear. The greenhouse gas is the first one, and I described that in the Stern Review as the greatest market failure the world has ever seen, because we all do it and it matters like mad and we're all affected by it. But you can see here that we're going to have to change technologies and have to innovate like mad. R&D is very important here. It's more important than usual. We all know that R&D is ideas are public goods, so that if I come up with an idea, it's available to other people, so I don't necessarily get the full reward for that idea. That's very standard and it's very important. But it's even more important here because the use of the idea has itself a public good element, emitting less. Yeah? And the second reason it's even more important is we're in a big hurry. So there's a lot of this is about investment and the cost of capital, and we know that, at least I hope so, that capital markets are very imperfect, particularly around, of course, their treatment of risk. A lot of this is around networks, how the grids function, recycling and reusing, public transport, and so on. Indeed, internet. A lot of this is about how grids function, networks, and we know that they can't function without some kind of public policy support. Not necessarily public ownership, but public policy support. The whole set of questions about access and, you know, whether you can switch, how easy it is to switch and all that. Information, very important. We've got to know what it is that we're buying, and that will need a lot of research and labeling. And co-benefits is a very flat word which covers the kinds of things I've already described around air pollution. We've got to tackle all of these. So we have to, there's another kind of argument. I'm just running through arguments, which is saying there is an inevitable trade-off. Well, the first one turns on efficiency. The second one says that development needs energy and energy needs fossil fuels. First part of that's okay. On the whole, development does need energy, but energy does not need fossil fuels. And now, increasingly, and the graphs illustrate here, there's much more in my Lionel Robbins lectures, the clean is cheaper than the dirty across about 30% of emissions already. It shows how creative people are if that sense of direction starts to get shared. HIV/AIDS came along, it was a difficult problem, but social priorities went to tackling it, and eventually we got there. Took a while because it's difficult, and the COVID vaccines came more quickly. In this case, Paris set a sense of direction, Paris 2015, and we started, and the the costs of generating electricity through the renewables absolutely tumbled. They're still falling, and battery costs are still falling. So the clean is cheaper than the dirty across about 30% of emissions. That may be 80 or 90% of emissions within 7 or 8, 9, 10 years. So just to recap, development needs energy, but energy doesn't need fossil fuels, and the alternatives are increasingly cheaper. This is saying that if you take resources into climate action, you're not taking them somewhere else, and that will detract from growth. That's a more interesting argument, and I think the refutation to that is that the kinds of investments we're arguing that are necessary here are investments with very high and strong returns, financially, but also in terms of learning by doing, health, and so on. Adaptation investment is breathtakingly, obviously good economics. Why would you build your house in a way that's not resilient to the change in climate that you know is coming? Now, it may be a bit more expensive to build a house with the extra resilience to what you know is likely to come, but that obviously is good investment. So the idea that investment in relation to climate is diversionary investment doesn't seem to me to be right. It is, of course, important that the investment that we're talking about here is really good investment. But if you waste your money, then clearly in an attempt to do something related to climate, and it's not a very wise investment, then you clearly have diverted resources. So this is a clear example of the way in which there are real opportunities here to do your investment in a different way, but it has to be done well. Now, this is the growth story. I want to argue, obviously, climate in relation to poverty depends on climate in relation to growth. They're not the same thing, but they're interwoven. And here are 6 reasons why investment in climate action on the mitigation side can drive growth. The first one I've already raised is that these are areas where costs are already lower and innovation is moving very quickly. There are also areas where it seems very powerful increasing returns to scale. India crashed the cost of LED light bulbs within a year or two by a factor of about 4, just by going to scale. And there's all sorts of scale issues and opportunities here. A lot of this is about resource efficiency. Efficiency is productivity is growth. And there's the circular economy, there's energy efficiency and home insulation. There's so much here that of what we do that is inefficient, and therefore by doing it in a different way, we can be more efficient, more productive, and have higher growth. A lot of this is about systems. In fact, a very big part of it is about systems. Cities where you can move and breathe are cities where you're likely to be more productive. Similarly with land. We spend as a world about $700 or $800 billion a year in agricultural subsidies. And what do we get? We get degraded land, we get poisoned rivers, we get cut down forests, and we get polluted oceans. There are much better ways of doing it. It's a very nice publication from the World Bank called Detoxing Development, which brings out some of this. Of course, health, not killing people seems to be a good idea, even if you've never heard of productivity, but it also, not killing people or not maiming people, improves productivity and growth. What I've said, these 5 factors, are really absent from most economic growth models. The only one that is in the economic growth models, and it's important, is the investment story. And what we're talking about here is upping the rate of investment across the world by 2 or 3 percentage points of GDP, perhaps 2 percentage points in the richer countries, 4 or 5 percentage points in the poorer countries. But 20 years ago, we did have across the world investment rates, investment as a fraction of GDP of those kinds of levels. It's perfectly possible to do. So now here are 4 areas. This is about then moving into some of the details of climate action, where people might argue that climate action can increase poverty. So it's important to go into the detail of some of these because they give us the guidance on what kinds of policies really matter. If you take carbon pricing and subsidies, right? So if you have a carbon price that, or you take away fossil fuel subsidies, that will put up the price of fossil fuels. That's exactly what they're intended to do, right? To give you disincentives to use the fossil fuels because of their greenhouse gas emissions. But of course, if you do that, if you have a carbon tax or you stop subsidizing fossil fuels, you've got revenue. And that revenue but given that the rich, of course, use more energy than the poor, there's plenty within that revenue to compensate the poorest people in the societies. Some of us told President Macron that very clearly. It wasn't a brilliant insight, it was an obvious insight, but they weren't listening and they ended up, with the Gilets jaunes. But the German government took away diesel subsidies for farmers and they got upset. Well, you can understand why, right? You have to put packages together to make these things work. So I haven't got time to go into all the detail here, of course, but if you think of phasing out fossil fuels, then you're talking about areas in which you used to have coal mines, which will have to be areas without coal mines. So you're going to have to invest in people and places in order to offer new opportunities there. Again, if you're overcoming inefficiencies, if you're growing your economy, you've got the resources to do that, but you have to plan to do it. And there are so many ways to do it badly. And look at what happened in the 1980s in the UK, where we actually destroyed through the phase out of coal, which made sense because it wasn't. It was too expensive and it was polluting, but we destroyed whole communities and it's taken a very long time to come back. But if you invest in people and places, you can overcome that kind of story. So we have to take some of these arguments really quite seriously. But when you do, you see that there are policy packages which make a lot of sense, which can and should overcome those kinds of issues. I'm a little sensitive about time here, so I ought to accelerate a bit, but I think I've covered one way or another most of these arguments. The idea, of course, of green jobs is a very good one. It really is an important one. But again, if you shut down the coal mine, you don't necessarily have all the green jobs in that place. But so skilling and investing in human capital will be a very important part of that story. We're also going to have to, of course, invest in some new kinds of minerals. I mean, we're going to need a lot of lithium. And lo and behold, when you start looking for lithium, you find it. But of course, the way in which you mine the lithium is really important. And actually, in terms of volumes, mining lithium is tiny in terms of volumes and excavations relative to mining coal. But you still have to do that well, and you have to do it carefully. There's some lithium you can get from seawater and so on. There are other ways. But we're going to have to move over from coal, for example, and oil and gas, to copper and lithium and other things. How we do that is enormously important, both where we leave the coal behind and where we introduce the copper and the lithium. But the weights and the volumes are on our side here, because what we're doing in the new ones are far lighter on the world's surface than the old ones, particularly coal. So I hope I've said something about social inclusion. Clearly, programs of natural capital around forests is going to be very important in that respect. I hope many of you will have already thought about those issues. So let me spend the last 5 minutes or so on policy packages. I've already emphasized the importance of policy packages and thinking through the implication of what needs to be done and how to promote the strong effects and manage the more negative ones. So this is what an integrated approach looks like. And remember, it's global. It's national and international. So the first one, and I've already alluded to this, top left, is investment in physical and natural capital. And in the Songwei-Stern report, which Amar Bhattacharya and Eleanor Soubeyran were very much involved, also Hans-Peter Lankes and Rob Macquarie, our co-authors, we came up with these numbers that I've already referred to. 2 to 2.8 is the 2.4 that was on the earlier slide. And by climate action, we're talking about the energy transition, natural capital, adaptation, and loss and damage. And those are the kinds of flows of investment in emerging markets and developing economies outside China that are necessary. And then we talk about how to finance those. In order for investment to happen, you've got to have a climate for investment that is conducive to investment. And you've got to have a climate for investment that is conducive to the right kind of investment. That takes you back to those 6 market failures that I spoke about before, each one of which had some important policies associated with it. If you're talking about transformation of energy in cities, then a lot of this is not simply investment, it's actually transforming systems along with and around those investments. So this is quite complicated and not half as complicated as not doing it, of course, which is devastatingly dangerous. But these things are complicated, and the policies and the investment climates and the strategies for investment are going to matter a great deal. It's not simply doing the policies associated with the market failures that I described a little way back. It's also doing it in a way that generates confidence. Government-induced policy risk is an enormous deterrent to investment. That's why Rishi Sunak's reversal of some of the policies around the dates of the time beyond which you couldn't sell internal combustion engines, the so-called maxing out. It's ridiculous, the so-called maxing out of investment in the North Sea, the watering down of investment to help with insulating homes. That was not simply a step in the wrong direction. It was a big step in the wrong direction, but it was also putting a question mark over the stability of policies in the future. And that is enormously important to this whole story of investment. Now, I've already spoken about people and places, both in terms of shutting down coal mines and in terms of managing natural assets and forests. But international collaboration, based on the understanding of the phenomena themselves and on the moral obligation which I've described, will be enormously important to making this happen. So what I've described, I hope, is clear in terms of its sense of direction. And actually, it's an exciting, much more attractive model of growth and development than the dirty, destructive models of the past. Please bear in mind that when I talk about this as the big growth story, I'm not talking about growth forever. I'm talking the next 20 or 30 years. Get this right over the next 20 or 30 years, all sorts of options will be and choices will be available to us. So I'm not sort of in a rather silly way extrapolating some to infinity, some long-term growth model. This is how we change in the next 20 or 30 years and get it right. It's a much more attractive story of growth and development than we've done in the past. But this is complicated, it's tough, it's change at a pace that we haven't seen before really, other than during the switch from peacetime to wartime economies. So this is something that we really have to rise to as social scientists, because most of, I hope you can see from what I've said, that most of the problems are economic, social, political. The technology has done a pretty good job, actually, in terms of bringing down the cost of alternatives. We can't stop here in terms of the technology. There's so much more work to do. I said that the clean is cheaper than the dirty across about 30% of the emissions, and it's likely to be 7, 8, 9 years, and then we'll get that to 70, 80% of emissions. Of course, we've got to keep going to make that happen. And there's things like nuclear fusion, for example, which could make a very big difference further down the track. There are all sorts of new materials which AI can help us discover, which could transform the making of batteries and so on. So there's a lot of technological change that's necessary, but the big issues are around the economics, society, and the politics. That's here, right? That's what we're supposed to do. So please think big. I know that whatever you're doing will seem terribly important, but this is the big stuff, and it's difficult stuff. So this is my yes we can last slide. But don't get me wrong, this is hard, yeah? But we can, and it's very important to understand that and how we can. So I've already emphasized the importance of increasing savings and investments and the policies that are necessary in order to do that. Quite difficult macro there too as well that we have to deal with. But there isn't any global savings issue, and I've emphasized that. Technology is moving very strongly in the right direction. Paris was remarkable. Lots of people said it would never happen, including a really dreadful issue of The Economist a few weeks beforehand. They've not been very good on all this. But it did happen. It created a real sense of direction. It basically galvanized the private sector. It galvanized technology to ask where the future is going and seeing where you can invest in it. So international agreements have been surprisingly strong. That doesn't mean that they're working perfectly. We're already way behind Paris for the reasons I described and tried to quantify, but they are a basis. Young people, when they're not getting lost in identity politics, are standing up and speaking loudly about all this. And about 3 or 4 years ago now, when we established the sustainability strategy at the LSE, together, I chaired that group, but we had lots of students working with us on that. They were absolutely terrific. And not simply saying, you XXSs have made a great mess of our world, do something. Well, the first part of that story is true, but the second part is what to do. And they were very engaged in what to do. It wasn't just shrieking, do something. They were into the details of what we needed to do. So I think on the whole, young people will insist and should insist. And I've already emphasized that the private sector is getting it. There was a real step forward in Glasgow, for example, COP26, just over 2 years ago. And it stays with us. There are going to be lots of fits and starts, stumbling and staggering, and but think about the railways in the United States. A lot of those went bust, but you still got the railways. And when you have technological change like this, there are going to be some things that don't work, some things that do work, some firms that go bust, some firms that don't. But essentially, the private sector and the technology is working in a good direction. A deep historical responsibility and sense of justice around what the rich countries have done in the past. But we're all, remember Mellers and Owe, it's not justice to foul the planet because other people have fouled it in the past. this is about investment everywhere, particularly in developing countries, because that's where most of the growth will be, and that's good, but it has to be clean growth, otherwise we're all in deep trouble, and of course the developing countries are the most vulnerable of all. So I'm enormously optimistic about what we can do, but deeply, deeply worried about what we will do. It's our job to go from the one to the other, and the first is logically prior. So let me stop there.
Thanks, Nick. That was wonderful. Great to actually hear that. Yes, we can. And the positive bit, remind us that we're not out there on the optimal production possibility frontier. So this thing about inevitable trade-offs is a really interesting and underlining your optimism. I mean, if I may, as chair, just
it's a type of optimism, Steve. I mean,
yeah, no, conditional
about what we can do.
Yeah, exactly. But well, that's what I want to push you on one point. If I just ask, get questions going, is it in a way a lot of getting what we can do into actual action is possibly predicated on common understanding of the problem, and a lot of that, in a world where there's growing disinformation, skepticism, and things like that. I want actual political institutions and change and pressures on them. I'm just wondering, had reflections on bringing more of the politics. I say this as an economist, but bringing in some of these political stuff.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Steve. The political economy is hard. The vested interests are actually pretty good at what they do. That's why it seems to me that thinking about understanding across the whole community is so important. When we had these discussions and put together sustainability strategy for the LSE 3-4 years ago, the students who were there had understood about climate change because they'd done geography and science, and it had been there in their curricula for 10 years or so. When we did the Stern review in 2006, that wasn't true. That the students coming through then, and I came back to the LSE right after that, had not had that 10 years, of learning at school. So I do think that the young people, they can be, their enthusiasms can be here or there, but they have the basic understanding now, which I think is very important. The better parts of the private sector are very clear about where the future is. It's a very interesting quote from the CEO of the BASF, the biggest chemical company, German chemical company, saying that the future of high temperature industry is electricity. And that he said that at Davos earlier this year. That's a very big statement from someone in an industry which you thought might be particularly reluctant, because if you can do the high temperatures through electricity and you can do the electricity through zero carbon, as we know you can, that transforms. So there are many other parts of industry which are very positive and strong on this, because there are other parts that push the other way, particularly the fossil fuel industry. But it's very interesting now that if you take India, a country I spent big parts of my life, the private sector in terms of electricity is investing almost entirely in renewables. Of course, there is still investment in coal, but that's mostly public sector now. It's true in China as well. Where there's investment in coal, it's mostly public sector. So the first part of my argument is we have some advantages with the young. The second part of my argument is that we have some advantages with the big parts of the private sector pushing quite strongly in a good direction. But I worry that the leadership that we need across the board in universities, but particularly in politics, to make the difficult steps, to discard what we have to discard, to, of course, invest, because you can't ask people to run down until you've invested in the new. Xi Jinping is very clear on that. We can't run down the old until we've created the new, and he's right. I'm sure he's not right on everything, but he's right on that one. So you have to look across at the players and ask where the leadership is lacking or where arguments have to be confronted. And it seems to me that our job in universities, a lot of it is about making good policy and helping to design good policy where it's actually quite difficult. But also part of the argument is to confront bad arguments. And I think part of that is our responsibility. So some of our impact comes from proposing good policies and arguing them through, working them out, and it's not easy. But some part of our impact comes from confronting bad policies. So, sorry, it's a slightly long-winded argument thing, but I did want to point to the young people, to the private sector, to the growing understanding in the community, but those two types of work that we have to do, the confrontation of bad arguments and the creation of the good ones.
Right. Thank you. Other questions of all sorts? Please.
I resonate a lot with what you said about the values and and confronting those best practices, because like I come from the public policy department, and what most of the assessments is like, I mean, the policy is right, the incentives are there, the funds are coming, but they're like there's a huge imbalance in how like actors formally behave and what happens like actually on the daily practices. And I've been wondering a lot, like, how do you weigh the values, like the underlying values that you pointed out at the beginning, into the policy making? Like, shall we be more straightforward about it? Because like I believe that there's also like this assumption that politics is also like about like coming to a consensus and like negotiating. But like like to what extent you can negotiate values that are necessarily for our existence in the future?
Yeah, so if you, that's important. If you understand that we have a shared understanding that we're doing terrible damage to the future rights to development, yeah, and that we have to act, so we have to close a coal mine, all the coal mines, then you ask yourself the question, what happens to those people who are working in the coal industry? Yeah? So you start off with one right to development, which is overwhelmingly strong for future generations. You recognize you have to change. You then get into the details of how you change, and surely then very quickly you come to the argument that those who are working in those areas where the jobs are going to go are part of a society, and that it's our duty in pursuing the big goal to protect those who would otherwise, and their rights to development, who would otherwise suffer from the kind of policies that we're talking about. So it's very much a story of looking across at the consequences of the necessary actions and asking how we can propel the stronger ones forward. And I tried to set out, for example, discussions about market failure, system change, and so on, how we do that, but also at the same time looking at those who would be left behind. And that's predicated on the same set of values. But I do think that the discussion of all this in terms of consequences, values, and policies is exactly what we have to do. I'm not pretending it's easy. And of course, the capacity of public sector bodies to take decisions is not always and universally strong. But again, you can invest in that too. And at the Grantham Institute, we're supporting the Coalition of Finance Ministers on Climate Action, which we helped to create to try to, one of the challenges is to build the capacity in the finance ministries. And now, we've got 90+ finance ministries in that coalition 10 years ago that have said, no, it's not what we do, that you go and talk to the environment minister. But of course, this is economy-wide change. Increasingly, it's coming, that's being understood.
Kitty, please.
Yeah, what do you think about widening our concept of green jobs beyond? So we tend to think of green jobs as being greening production, so making solar panels, being involved in making production greener. So thinking about also jobs that are less polluting or not polluting. So thinking about the consumption side. So say, jobs in care. So thinking about spending more of our collective income on looking after young people, looking after small children and older people.
Yeah.
I.e. taxing more, so that we spend more on those things which are intrinsically less polluting and leave people less money in their pockets to spend on iPads and things which are actually using public resources. If that was more part of this debate, or we were kind of bringing those things together.
I mean, yes, I actually, for the reasons you described, I know I sometimes talk about green jobs, but I don't do it very often. Yeah. And, you know, my daughter's in acting. That sounds a pretty green job to me, right?
Yeah.
And social care, of course, is another very clear example. And it just flows from the idea you have to take an economy-wide view of all this. I think we can identify the dirty quite quickly. And it seems to me that here's an example of the way in which I think the kind of confusion you're pointing to actually has done a bit of damage. And some of the MDBs say 37% of our investment is in the green, or is in. But what about the other 63? You know, is that dirty, right? Is health and education dirty? So I think that what we have to, if we frame the question of sustainability being about investing in, you know, the right kinds of physical, human, natural, and social capital, then we have a much better understanding of what kind of investments are necessary and what kind of activities we should be trying to support. I find it much easier to label dirty activities and less enthusiastic about labeling others. Anyway, that's a long way of saying yes.
Can I just draw the circle to it, round it, going back to your long-standing work?
Normally I walk towards people, but I'm told I've got
the long-standing work in Palanpur and the way in which you set up things in terms of development. What are the people of Palanpur thinking about all this and the reactions? Are they the optimists, pessimists, or feeling that they have any control?
Well, it's hard to feel you have a lot of control if
Yeah.
you're a poor person in an Indian village,
Yeah.
but at the same time, if you live in a rural environment, you see things change.
Yeah, exactly.
And the temperatures on the Indo-Gangetic Plain, which used to be rising high to ripen the rabi wheat crop towards the end of April, they are now coming much earlier, you know, 3-4 weeks earlier. So absolutely they would understand that kind of effect. Do they know that the monsoon system is enormously vulnerable? Probably not. There are some parts of the story that they would surely recognize. And they surely recognize that the intensity of the summer heat is already dangerous. Yeah? So that living their lives, they would see a lot of this. And of course, they would recognize the trend, not just the current level. I think helping with, so when I first went to Palanpur, I was interested in the Green Revolution. This was in the early 1970s, and of course, the new varieties of wheat had spread across particularly North India. And one of the reasons we went there is to try to see what the effects of those could be on lives, livelihoods, inequality, and so on. And what we're seeing now is increasing opportunities in new ways of doing things. So, for example, the system of root intensification of rice, yeah, where you transplant differently and at different depths, and instead of flooding the paddy field, you irrigate, more carefully and without flooding. And of course, if you flood a paddy field, you release methane, yeah. And if you don't use so much water through the flooding, you're saving energy and water. And actually, those things are a bit more resistant to difficult weather. So there are techniques now which are moving quite rapidly across different parts. System root intensification of rice was really experimented with by farmers in a lot of them in Bihar actually. And so those kinds of techniques are changing. So yes, some is recognized, but the full danger probably not. But the changing opportunities, I think, are starting to come, not quite as fast as they came in the early 1970s with the new varieties of wheat, but they're coming.
That's an optimist. Yes. Last question from the boss of the.
I'm going to try and connect your talk with the rest of our 9 talks today, and it's a development question. So all of the whole day, our 9 speakers have talked about the inequality increasing effects of climate shocks and experiences from all over the world, South America, Asia, France. We had quite a few papers on France, and now we have your talk telling us about how we should be moving forward with public action on climate change, such that we can reduce poverty, reduce inequality. So that, as you said, it's going to take us quite a while for us to reach that point where we have governments who are able to bring in policies such that we can bring down the effects of climate change. But that's going to be quite a long while. As you said, it's a big political economy problem getting governments to deliver those policies. So we've got a long interim. So let's say 50 years, what would you say, 50, 60, maybe something like that. And in the midst of all that, we know that countries, particularly developing countries in particular, are really suffering, as you said, the effect of the change in the seasons and the rainfall, the impact on crops. So we saw the gendered effects on that. And so in the interim, we've got another big public policy question. This is where it becomes a development question. So my question for you is, from your experience in public policy, this second public policy question that we now have, that in the interim, whilst we fix this problem of climate change, so many billions of people will be suffering. What kind of financial plans does the world economy have, or our world politicians have in terms of trying to? And I understand this is a national level policymaking problem. But what is your experience in terms of what are they thinking about how to fix this interim 50 years of suffering that lies ahead of us?
Yeah, first, it sounds as if that doesn't necessarily contain, in the way the question is formulated, the intense urgency that we face. We can't be leisurely about this because we get into areas which are ever more dangerous, including, of course, some tipping points. And around the world, since in the last 3 years, in terms of building of new energy, the green investments about $1.7 trillion. Sorry, yeah, the green about 1.7 trillion and the dirty about 1 trillion. So you're starting to move in some areas very quickly. So the first part of the answer is don't go slowly, yeah, and we don't have to. Yeah. The problem is, of course, that if you look at what I've just said, the 1.7 trillion over the last 3 years in green energy investment, 95% of that has been in rich countries in China, 5% in the developing world, and most of that 5% in India and Brazil. So moving very rapidly in the alternative clean technologies, which we know we can do very rapidly. Of course, the grid structures matter too, and we can talk about that. Does involve really increasing the opportunities in the developing world. Now, in Africa, renewable, particularly solar, is cheaper than the dirty, provided the cost of capital is 7, 8, 9%. But if it's 20, 25%, it's not. Of course, many African countries do indeed face costs of capital, which are 20, 25%. So immediate implications, second part of your question is, you've got to bring down the cost of capital, and you've got to increase the availability of that capital, and you've got to, as a world, help create the environment in which investment is incentivized. Now, that last part of the story is in large measure for countries themselves. I mean, other people can help, right? But the flows, the affordability and availability of capital is very much an international decision. And that's why we argued, and I won't go through the numbers, but you can find it in the N.K. Singh and Larry Summers report, which we prepared. I was part of that for the Indian G20 presidency, which commissioned by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. We argued for a tripling of the flows from the MDBs. And you could do that by sweating the assets a bit more and taking more risk, by bringing more kind of hybrid capital, which is not necessarily the capital of the standard kind. You know, you could create new funds for infrastructure and so on, where anybody who wanted to come in could come in. And the third thing is increasing the paid-in capital. So this tripling could be generated by those first two measures I described, plus paid-in capital flows from all countries, all members of the MDBs, of about 80 trillion. You could spread that out over 10 years, and that would be 8 trillion a year. And the UK's share of that might be 4%. So that would be 300 or so million a year from the UK for 10 years. That's rounding error, right? $1 trillion a year from the US, that gets lost in.
Yes.
Yeah. Sorry, did I say $1 billion a year? Yeah. So that tripling comes from about 80 billion. You can spread it over the time I've described, and at the country level, you know, $1 billion for the US, 300 or so million a year from the UK. This is absolutely feasible. It's people say, oh, these changes are so big. It's like, yeah, they are big, they're really big changes, but they're perfectly possible. And so our duty is, it's of special importance, is the availability and cost of capital to poor countries. And we know how to do it.
Right. On that note, we really will finish. Nick has gone on and helped us for way over time. Thanks very much for being so generous with you.
Thanks, Greg. There's never been a more exciting time to do economics and social sciences. I mean, we live in a special moment.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
Go forth and do it.
Oh, good.
And the logistics.
I was with the Ministry of Health and Family for this for a couple of years. India.
Logistics.
Especially Delhi, watching.
Are you Indian?
I'm Gujarati originally.
I'd like to thank all of our speakers, so Professor Stern and our 9 speakers for making time to come speak today. We've talked about fantastic issues related to income and wealth. We've talked about taxation. We've talked about the gendered effect on climate change. We've had Professor Stern's talk today about the extremely urgent need for public action in terms of the effects of climate change on poverty reduction in particular. Thank you to all our guests who've come, all our audience who've come, spent the whole day with us, commenting on these issues and developing a fantastic discussion today. So thank you to you all. I also have to say thank you to our fantastic organizers here at LSE, Amaya in particular, who's been and Liam together also have worked very hard to put together today together as well. Thank you. To 3 separate entities for actually having the whole day possible. First of all, is the III in particular. So thank you very much. Robinson, who's the director of the Grantham Research Institute, and of course Nicholas is here as well, who's also supported today's event. And my colleagues at Queen Mary, so we've got the two directors of the Centre for Globalization and Research. We've got Federica Liberini, one of our directors, and Caterina Genioli, our other directors, also generously. Miranda Sal, who's the principal coordinator of the entire event, she's not here today, so but I would definitely like to thank her on behalf of all of us. So thanks to all of you. Those of you who are staying on for the evening, if you don't know where you're going, please stay and I will tell you where to go. It's going to be that way, but I have the address and everything. But otherwise, thank you so much for spending the whole day with us and have a nice day.